knee-jerk reaction is give me SMU, especially if it's less than a field goal. But I think Baylor bounces back this week.
Look, I'm in a similar boat because when you're kind of closer enough to these programs, you kind of know their warts, you know their good things. I was a little surprised that it was only 2.5. But I don't know that. Like, I think SMU was kind of due for not a down year, but a lesser year than they had last season. I mean, how could you not be? You went to the playoff. You weren't expected to go to the playoff, and Baylor is a team that's fighting for their coach. And a lot of this is what actually is Auburn. What do you make of Auburn? What do people make of Auburn? Are they? I mean, I saw some of these. The amount of people that have them, like if the season ended today, they're a playoff team. It's like, what are we doing here? I think we might be overreacted a little bit to them. But what is Auburn? Is Auburn a top 15, top 10 team? If they are, that actually does seem pretty beneficial to Baylor's offense and what they were able to do, what Sawyer was able to do, slinging that football around. But, on the surface, I'm like 2.5 is too little. I would take SMU at 2.5, but something about that number scares me.
Yeah, SMU is another team that, like you said, you come into the season thinking, okay, it can't go as well as it did last year. They're going to have to come back down to earth, and this would be a prime year for it. But just at home against Baylor, and I understand, like you said, a lot of people are coming in high on Baylor this year. I don't know. This is a tough one for me to read. The total 63.5, though. It's down from 65.5 earlier in the week. I mean, I don't like to go over something in the 60s, but we might get a good bit of offense in this one.
Definitely going to get a good bit of offense. There's no doubt about that. Like, this is going to be one of those, shoot 'em up type games. You are going to get a ton of offense. And, look, I mean, and a lot of this is, the trenches, who wins the battle between the trenches. That happens in every level of football. But the quarterback play for both these teams is pretty good. So I expect some points.
One more quick peek at a game, because we slandered Lane Kiffin earlier. We should probably bring his team up. Number 20, Ole Miss at Kentucky, laying 10. Kentucky's bad, Choppy. I mean, yes. Real bad. So I don't know if 10 is enough here. I don't know if Ole Miss is a borderline playoff team again this year like they were a year ago. I tend to say no. I think they're probably a borderline top 25 team, and that's where they're ranked right now, 20th. I think that's more like it, but Kentucky's bad. I think I'd be fine laying in down to 9.5 at BetMGM right now. I'd be fine laying less than double digits.
Absolutely. Kentucky is they're unwatchable right now. They're unwatchable. I'm convinced that they're just not trying to play football, modern football. I don't know what they're trying to do, but it's not play modern football. And look, Lane Kiffin has shown to be somewhat of a quarterback whisperer. And I certainly don't want to offend any Ole Miss fans. I drew the ire of Ole Miss fans on social media because I dared to say that they might not have the same NIL money as Texas. I dared to say that. But yeah, who knows, right? But it's college football, man. It just means more. It just means more.
Well, we'll see how it goes for Ole Miss. I mean, again, they've lost Jackson Dart, 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen coming into this year, and most of their experience on the D-line. But I don't think this is a spot where the tumble starts on the road at Kentucky. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of those early adjustments to the Heisman numbers after week 1. Get you our best bets as well, all on the way here on BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to BetMGMU on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Get you some of our best bets before we wrap up here in a few moments on BetMGMU alongside John Martin and RJ Choppy. I'm Chris Mack, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network every Friday night and Saturday morning, always available in podcast form wherever you get your podcasts, especially right there inside that Odyssey app. And of course, on YouTube, just search for the BetMGM Network. You can watch the show there as well. Let's first take a peek at some updated Heisman numbers. We're a week barely into the season, but very quickly some of these numbers adjusted. Arch Manning obviously was the favorite coming into week one, John, at 6-1. He drops all the way to 16-1. We've got John Mateer climbing up the board to the same number. You got Cade Klubnik dropping from 9-1 to 14-1 at BetMGM. You still got Garrett Nussmeier up there right around 8-9-1, depending on where you find it. Probably one of the biggest jumps, though, Lenore Sellers from 14-1 to 9-1. We were talking about this, Zach and I, just a little bit during the break, and Sellers has a potential now just from 1 week. It seems like he's absolutely put his draft stock on a rocket, and it's taken off into the stratosphere. But can he keep this up the rest of the season, especially once he starts to go against SEC defenses?
Oh, I thought that was for RJ. Oh,
I thought that was for you.
Oh, well, look at us. Yeah. No,
I'll fake it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, we're both trying to finish the lob here. There's no question about that. But yeah, listen, I think Mateer is definitely a guy that has already shown, at multiple different spots that, he can do the job. I mean, at Washington State, and granted, just a steroid infused offense. But he's sort of bringing that over, to Oklahoma. So I think he's going to be in the mix, that dual threat, obviously, every single week. Nussmeier, that offense. I mean, there will be, better weeks for him, I think, from a number standpoint. We know that's going to be, the objective there is to throw the ball and keep it in the air. I think Lenore Sellers is the guy that has the runway, though, just because he's going to have multiple paths to score a touchdown every single week, run touchdown, the passing touchdown. Like, it just feels like they're going to run stuff for him in the red zone. I think, it's basically a dead heat here between Nussmeier and Sellers at this point. But I do think, Sellers is a guy that's going to be there in the end. I think he's probably in my view, I would probably make him the favorite just because of, how much the offense is going to depend on him. But yeah, I think there's still definitely some value here at second in the market, 9-1. Feels like a good bet to me.
There's definitely value there. Mateer is a guy that's probably going to have a really good opportunity to win this thing. They're going to be a good team. They got a good defense, and now they got a quarterback. And that's what they didn't have last year. They were a tough watch at Oklahoma. Oklahoma was a tough team to watch last year. And now they've got themselves a quarterback. And I think that's going to be really, really big. And they could be a team that finds themselves in the playoff. I think if you're going to look at Sellers versus Mateer, I think a lot of it's going to come down to maybe who gets into the postseason. I think Nussmeier is going to be in New York. I think he's going to be there. Whether or not they give it to him, who knows. But I think right now, if you were looking at it, you would say, all right, Sellers probably might be the favorite for the Heisman, but Nussmeier might be the favorite for the number one pick.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. I definitely think that October 11th game in Baton Rouge could go a long way to deciding that when they play each other, the Gamecocks and the Tigers down at LSU. I told someone this the other night after LSU's win over Clemson. I said, look at the rest of that schedule. Tell me now, especially after seeing the way Alabama played week one, where the hiccups are on that schedule. I know I mentioned South Carolina coming in. And yes, they do get Florida next week, depending on how much we believe in DJ Lagway and the Gators. And yeah, they get A&M, but that's also at home. Late in the year, they do have to wrap up at Norman against the Sooners, but there's just not a lot of spots on this schedule, John, where I go, oh, that's a blow-up game. All of a sudden, once they got through that opening game and Brian Kelly got over the opening jinx, LSU all of a sudden stacks up real nice, not just for a playoff, but a deep run into the playoff. And Nussmeier, if he's the quarterback on the best team, I think, like Choppy said, he's not only in New York, he's definitely got the inside lane right now for good reason.
No doubt. And I think, the SEC by and large this year is kind of down. I mean, I just don't know, how many truly great teams are in it. I mean, how many playoff teams do we really think there are in the SEC? Like Ole Miss, I don't know. I doubt it. Florida, I doubt it. South Carolina, we'll see. I wasn't really super convinced by them in that game against Virginia Tech. They broke it open because of special teams and things like that. But Alabama, no. A&M, no. I mean, they really did a service to LSU by they don't have to play Texas until what would be, I guess, the SEC championship game in this scenario. So or Georgia, or whoever it is, they don't play Georgia either. So yeah, I mean, I think they definitely have the setup here. The best team they play the rest of the way, I guess you would say, is South Carolina, but that game's at home, and I think a competent quarterback is going to be able to move the ball. So, I mean, I do. I think LSU is going to be in the picture, and if that is the case, then yes, Nussmeier is going to be, and that's why he's the favorite, right? He's the favorite in large, I think, due to that schedule.
I also think Choppy. Go ahead.
This is a strange year for the conference. I think there's legitimate 8 playoff teams that could make a case to be in the playoff. I don't think there's any elite teams, though. I don't think they have a true title contender. But I think 8 teams, and I don't think Alabama's one of the 8. But I think there are 8, maybe 9, depending on what you think about Auburn. There are 8 or 9 teams that could look there and say, hey, we have a legitimate chance to make the playoff. Make the playoff, not win it, but make it. I could see LSU make it. Obviously, Georgia. I could see Texas make it. A&M, Ole Miss, Florida, Auburn, South Carolina,
Oklahoma.
There's say 8 or 9 teams I legitimately could see making this playoff. But again, I don't think any of them can win it. I guess maybe Georgia could win the whole thing. They got a loaded team. I just don't know that I trust Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah, that's a fair one. And I will say this about Sellers specifically and South Carolina. You look down, again, I don't want to make too much of the schedule because we overbake the schedule in the offseason and especially in the early weeks of the season. But they have got murderer's row in October, man. Like, they got a bye week to open the month, and then it's a trip I mentioned already to Baton Rouge. Then it's Oklahoma, granted at home. And then it's Alabama. We'll see what the Tide look like at that point. And then they wrap up with games against Texas A&M and Clemson sandwiched around Coastal Carolina. The back half of their schedule is brutal. So if I'm betting Sellers, I'm probably waiting. I mean, the number is going to get shorter between now and then, but it might come back out. And I think if you believe in South Carolina, you want to get to October. You really do. Assuming they don't trip up against Vandy or Missouri, I think they're going to look good going into October. You're just going to find out a whole lot about them, John, in that month of October, South Carolina.
Yeah, and I do think Beamer's done a really good job there, but and I know they felt like they had a qualm about not making the playoff last year, but I think now we're at a point with them where it's high leverage and it's not just a free swing for him anymore. And I'm just not really convinced. Like, you just kind of have to do it. Again, that's not the easiest job in the world there. But you got to go out there and you got to do it. And again, he's got the tools. He's got the tools with Lenore Sellers at the helm. So yeah, October will be a big month, and if they can do it, then I think all bets are off for them this year.
Look, I hope they lose every game. They cheated and beat us and knocked us out of the 2022 Final Four. So I hope they lose every game.
At least you're not taking it personal.
Or at least I've forgotten about it. I'm over it, clearly.
Right.
Me and Joe Milton me and Hendon Hooker and Joe Milton don't talk about that at all.
No, not at all. No matter where the action is, there's nothing like getting in the game with college football and leveling up your next parlay. You can use a Parlay Boost token in your BetMGM app to boost your potential payout from any winning college football parlay. I'll throw one out there. We already talked about the under in Iowa State at 42.5. We already talked about Ole Miss. If they're laying less than 10, less than double digits at Kentucky, Kentucky's a disaster. Ole Miss may not be the borderline playoff team they were a year ago, but still, I'll take that one. And then Texas Tech against Kent State. I think they're favored by 48, and the total is 59.5. All I'm asking for is just a couple field goals from Kent State. because I think the Red Raiders do the rest on their own. But that would be my parlay if I was looking to use that parlay boost token. John, do you have one?
Yes, I do. It's going to be a lot of fun. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
We're going to go. These are all games that nobody wants to watch, okay? That's my specialty.
Even better.
UTSA money line against Texas State. This is the battle for Choppy. All right.
Yeah. That's a revenge game from last year.
It is. That's right. Mississippi State plus 6.5 at home against Arizona State. Duke plus 3 at home against Illinois. And then Memphis, final leg, Memphis under the number in the game. It's going to vary, but I think 57, 58 is around what that's at.
Wow. Okay.
So that's a four-legger for you. That's a dog. That's a dog parlay.
Dog.
4 legs.
Yeah, baby.
Unless it's a dog with 3 legs, in which case, it's not a 4-legger anymore.
I am going to break all my rules. I never bet favorites. I'm doing a 4-team favorite parlay. OU minus 5.5, SMU minus 2.5, Ole Miss minus 9.5, and K-State minus 17 against Army. Army just lost to Tarleton State, who's an FCS team. They lost at home.
Yeah, that was brutal.
That's a bad loss. Bad loss.
I'm going to try and predict which one of the 4 legs breaks your heart, and I'm going to go with SMU. Yeah. I think SMU breaks it up for you. I think that's the one that when we get together again, you're going to go, oh, damn it, why did I put that in there?
That's what's going to happen. I know it. It's going to happen. I'm going to ride with John's. I'm going to use John's too. I would have used yours, but I didn't write it down.
It's the dog parlay because it's got 4 legs.
So use that parlay.
I really got Choppy over there going, man.
There we go. Let's do it.
That's a real hoop for Choppy.
Use that parlay boost token inside your BetMGM app and get on out there and make it a weekend. Thanks for joining us. We'll do it again next week, and we'll see who wildly disappoints us in week 2 or if everything goes exactly as we expect it to. I'm guessing it probably won't. For our producer, Zach Kroll, for John Martin, for RJ Choppy, I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGMU.
You've been listening to BetMGM. Your college football game is BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
College football season, week one of the NFL season. We have 2 games down in the NFL, a bunch to go on Sunday, and the BetMGM Network has you guys covered all day tomorrow with some of our best. We're going to have Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P. So wake up bright and early with BetMGM Game Day, and of course, a special version of You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Sammy P. But this morning, we're talking all college football. The goal, get to every single game on the board in 60 minutes. Actually, less than 60 minutes because we do have 3 commercial breaks. I'm Ryan Horvat. You could stream the show on Twitch as well as YouTube. Listen on the BetMGM Network. And if you miss anything, go back and check out the podcast. But you don't want to miss anything because, again, these games are going to fire off in about 3 hours from now. Before we get to today's games, we got to go back and look at what we got right, what we got wrong in week one. Good week for the show, right? We go 7-2 on the week with the extra ones that I tweeted out. We go 8-2 overall. Got another one home last night with JMU covering the 15.5. They lose by 14. Big winners from last week. Florida State covering the 14 against Alabama. They win that game outright. And then LSU in primetime, standalone game, they cover the 4 and win that game outright as well. So those were the 2 big winners. But we also got to go back and look at the losers, especially when one is embarrassing as Northwestern +6. Now, we did get the better of the number. It closed at 4. But before most of the students even got into their seats, Preston Stone, Northwestern quarterback that comes over from SMU, had already thrown 3 interceptions. So that was a bad bet. Double D producing the show, David Dykstra, he was on the right side. My co-host on BetMGM Tonight, even Brad Evans, was on the right side. I'm a dummy. I got to walk that one back. Northwestern did not cover, did not win, got blown out. And unfortunately, I also have an over 3.5 wins ticket on Northwestern as well. We'll see how that goes. They do win last night in cover against Western Illinois. The other loser that we had, big loser, was Texas-Ohio State. We bet the over at 47.5. That game finishes 14-7 because Arch Manning looked like he was blinded by mace before he took the first snap of the game. So, like I said, pick start 8-2. We'll take that every single week. Before we get to that Texas-Ohio State game, because I do want to talk a little bit about that and take a look at the updated odds, futures, Heisman odds as well on some of these players, let's start with a couple bets that I placed 48 hours ago, 2 days ago. Utah to win the Big 12. I actually avoided Utah preseason. They're always my Pac-12 darling, RIP to the Pac-12. A couple years ago, first year on the show, we had Utah to win the Pac-12. They end up beating USC in the Pac-12 championship game. Last year, we also had Utah to win the Big 12 in their inaugural year. Unfortunately, Cam Rising in year 10 got hurt right away. They were playing Bryson Barnes, a former pig farmer, at quarterback, and it was a mess. But we're all in on Utah again this year to win the Big 12. Now, I do like Texas Tech, but I like this price on Utah, even though you have missed the number a little bit. They're still plus 450, so nearly 5-1 to win the conference. Year 21 for Kyle Whittingham, 167 wins, 86 losses. Last year was their first losing season since 2013, so they're usually guaranteed to win 8 to 9 games. Last year, they go 5-7. Like I said, they had the whole Cam Rising situation. That's over with. They brought in a new quarterback in the transfer portal, Devin Dampier, who we're going to get to here in a second. He's a transfer from New Mexico, was the only quarterback in New Mexico history to be named All Mountain West first team. They brought in his OC from New Mexico and Jason Beck. Last year, Dampier went for nearly 3,000 yards through the air and ran for 1,166 yards. And now he's at Utah with all 5 starters back on the offensive line. The O-line's a strength for Utah. And the defense is never an issue. Like I said, last year, they only won 5 games, and they still had a top 25 defense. They only gave up 20 points per game, and I think they'll be better this year. They bring 4 starters back. So we're rolling with Utah, and I also like this price. Now, it has been bet down from 50-1. You could find it right now at BetMGM. 25-1 is the best number that I'm seeing. Devin Dampier. balled out against UCLA. That game was a rout. I actually made the mistake of taking UCLA live in that one. Nico Imaliava, what the hell was he thinking? I know what he was thinking, right? Get the bag. Or maybe his dad wanted him to go get the bag, but he transfers from Tennessee. UCLA looked awful. We'll talk about them a little bit later on in the show. They got another game today. But let's go with Dampier. One last Heisman bet, which now gives us 9 for the season, but 25-1. He was 21 for 25 passing. He ran for 87 yards. He found the end zone 3 times, threw 2 touchdowns, and then scored 1 on the ground. And like I said, the market loved it, man. Somebody came in hard on this, 50-1 down to 25-1. So let's roll with Dampier, the quarterback of Utah. A little pizza money Heisman bet, and then Utah to win the conference. I really like what I saw week 1. We got to get back to Texas. So Texas now down to 7-1, plus 700 to win the national title. Arch Manning, who was the favorite coming into the year, around 8-1, 7-1 in some shops, down to 16-1 to win the Heisman. So buy or sell. Do you buy Texas? They lose to Ohio State week 1, 14-7. That's a tough spot, right? Like, you can't really knock Texas, although they were the first number 1 ranked team to lose week 1 since, the 70s? Maybe ever. But that's a tough spot, obviously. You go on the road, you're playing the defending national champs. Granted, they lost a lot. New quarterback and Julian Sayin. Both coordinators left, Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles. But let's be honest, man. I ripped Matt Patricia a lot this summer because it didn't work out for him in the National Football League as a head coach. But he could coach a defense, especially at the collegiate level. He had Sark's head in a blender. He coached circles around Sark. And he had Arch seeing ghosts out there. Although, man, Arch had some missed throws. The first throw of the game, that might be the worst throw that you see this season from a Power 4 quarterback. Didn't set his feet. Final throw of the game, that little sidearm action when you got a crossing route, a guy wide open, it didn't make any sense, man. That was not good. He finishes, Arch does, 17-30 passing, 170 yards, 1 touchdown. Let's give him credit for the touchdown pass. That was an absolute dime. Also had a really nice throw on that final drive when they're trying to rally down 14-7, but then nothing comes from it. Also throws a pick. The interception was bad. That's when Matt Patricia started to mix up the coverages a little bit. And, here's what everybody was talking about on Monday morning, and it's gross. An off-target rate of 37%, according to ESPN. That was the most inaccurate single-game performance by a Texas quarterback the last 10 years. You'd have to go back before my son was born to find a worse quarterback performance from a Texas quarterback. And all the hype was on Arch. That game, we're watching that game on Fox, and the whole 5-minute intro video is Arch. You didn't even see Julian Sayin or Jeremiah Smith, the best wide receiver in the country. I'm not out on Texas, but I'm not running right now to bet them at 7-1 to win the Natty. I'm definitely not touching Arch at 16-1 only to win the Heisman. He'll probably be fine. He has talent. But let's be honest. Are you taking Arch Manning over Garrett Nussmeier to win the Heisman or number 1 overall in next year's draft if Arch were to come out? Are you taking Arch over Lenoris Sellers, who balled out for South Carolina and got us a cover? Either number 1 overall or in the Heisman market? I'm not going to. And the other thing I think we have to start questioning, if you are a believer in Texas and a believer in Sark, as I have been, I've been a truther, a apologist for Steve Sarkisian. Can he win the big game? He has a career head coaching record against AP top 25 teams of 21-33, 12 games below 500. And I gave him a pass on that, going into last year, because at Washington, he was 8-18 against ranked teams during his time in Seattle. So we give him a little bit of a pass for that in Washington, even though Kalen DeBoer went to Washington and took that team to a national title. At USC, he only lasted 1.5 seasons, but he was 2-2 against ranked teams, so a 500 record. Now he's at Texas, and he's only 6-9 against ranked opponents. 4 of those wins came in the 2023 season. So I like Sark as a play caller, but can he win the big game? Do you trust him with clock management, with the big game decisions? I don't know. I'm not buying Texas. I don't know that I'm running to buy Ohio State, only because I don't like Ohio State the best in the Big Ten. That would be Penn State for me. I'm a Drew Aller believer. I like that they bring back Singleton and Allen. I love that backfield. I like the wide receiver room a little bit more. Now they don't have Tyler Warren, the stud tight end. He's in Indianapolis playing for the Colts. But I actually think the defense even without Abdul Carter, is going to be better this year. They bring in Jim Knowles, like I talked about earlier, as defensive coordinator. They got some studs back on that side of the ball. And I think they're going to beat Ohio State, and they're going to beat Oregon. They're probably going to get tripped up on the road by Iowa. They'll lose a game that they're not supposed to. That's what James Franklin does. But I'll pass on Ohio State right now, but I really like what I saw from the defense. Sayin looked all right. His first start at home. Him and Jeremiah Smith need to get on the same page. You got the best wide receiver in the country. You got to get him 10 to 12 targets every single week. The other big game, the one that we actually got right, was my boys from LSU. Now, I bet the win total over 8.5 wins. I said this multiple times throughout the summer on BetMGM Tonight, which you can catch here on this network 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern every single night, Monday through Friday with my co-host Brad Evans. I said if LSU, they spent a lot of money on this roster, with this team, doesn't win 9 games, they may buy out Brian Kelly. He's definitely on the hot seat. So I bet them over 8.5 wins. And, man, it looked good, right? They knock off Clemson week 1. Now they're down to 10 to 1 to win the national title. I don't want a piece of that. Garrett Nussmeier becomes the Heisman favorite at 7 to 1. You missed the boat on that, and they're most likely going to lose a game or two. But this is why I bought into them, man, right? Nussmeier just had to be better in the big games. Last week, everybody that we had on our show, I don't trust LSU because Garrett Nussmeier becomes a pumpkin in the big games. And it makes sense because in losses last year to Texas A&M, Florida, and Alabama, he only completed 50% of his passes. 57% of his passes. He was picked off 5 times. And in the losses, the 3 losses, LSU only averaged 17 points per game compared to the 38 they averaged in the 9 wins that they had last season. The other question mark for the Tigers coming into the year was the offensive line. They had to replace 4 linemen, including Will Campbell, who was a top 5 pick by the Patriots. But man, it looked good for Nussmeier. Protected the football, played a clean game, was a game manager, if you want to call him that. 28 of 38 passing, 230 yards, and a touchdown against Clemson. And he capped off the night with that 8-yard touchdown pass to Green. And I like what I saw from LSU. Now, I'm not out on Clemson. I'm not running out right now to bet them 15 to 1 to win the Natty because it's the same price that you were getting preseason. I still like them to win the ACC. But, man, they got some competition in Miami, who we'll get to here in a second. Also, I'll sell Cade Klubnik right now at 16 to 1 to win the Heisman. It was not great. And weirdly, Clemson, the last couple of years, the reason I haven't been high on them has been the wide receiver room. They just haven't had a wide receiver like a T. Higgins or a Sammy Watkins. But they've had strong running backs like Will Shipley. Even Phil Maffa was solid. Last weekend, the reason they lost that game, they could not run the ball. 31 yards on 20 carries. And if you take away LSU's 2 sacks, it would be 53 yards on 18 carries, which actually looks a little bit better. But they completely shut down Clemson's run game, which made Clemson one-dimensional. And Cade Klubnik struggled. Saw a heavy rush, and he was 19 to 38 passing, 230 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 pick. Now, he's going to pad his stats today. I'd probably look at a Clemson team total. We'll get to the bets here in a minute. But I'll pass on him to win the Heisman, and right now I'll pass on Clemson at 15 to 1. I am a buyer on Miami. Now, Miami you can still get at a 3 to 1 price, better than a 3 to 1 price to win the ACC. They're going to be a real threat. That game's at home, but they beat Notre Dame 27-24. Before the year, last week we talked about this, I bet Carson Beck 22 to 1 to win the Heisman. Down to 11 to 1. I wouldn't play it right now, but man, he balled out. It was a standalone game against a national brand like Notre Dame. I like his weapons. I like the offensive line. He's just got to limit the turnovers. He was a winner at Georgia, 24-3 record, but last year, double-digit picks. But in that win against Notre Dame, he looked damn good. They win 27-24. Like I said, his Heisman price goes all the way down to 11 to 1 from 21 to 1. So I wouldn't buy in there. And for Miami, the reason I'd buy in on them, the defense. The defense finished the game against Notre Dame with 5 tackles for loss, 3 sacks. Their defensive line was legit. They were responsible for 4 tackles for loss and all 3 sacks. Ruben Bain played 48 snaps, had 6 tackles, a half a sack, half a tackle for loss, 4 pressures, had a pick, and no missed tackles. Miami might be a problem. So if you like them to win 10 games, now's probably your last chance, if you want to grab Beck or grab any Miami futures. They do got some big games coming up, though. Florida at home on September 20th. At Florida State on October 4th, Louisville on October 17th, and then SMU November 1st. So plenty of time to buy in. Last game we got to get to before the bets, Florida State. We bet them plus 14. I wish I wasn't such a coward. I should have bet some money line. They beat Alabama outright. Are they worth a bet in the ACC? Probably not right now because they went from 30-1 down to 12-1. Bama moves to 15-1 to win the national title. Castellanos, who balls out, now 30-1 to win the Heisman. Ty Simpson, Bama's quarterback, falls from 16-1, 15-1 down to 30-1. But Florida State looked good, man. They win that game 31-17. And I love the hire they made at OC, bringing in Gus Malzahn to call the offense. So Florida State, they're going to be a contender. Miami's going to be a contender. My pick is still Clemson, but I think you're getting some value with those two teams in the ACC. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to hit every single game in under 40 minutes next for Week 2, BetMGM Network. It's the tailgate kickoff. I do too many shows. We're back next.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
Couldn't remember the name of the
Let's get back to Tailgate Kickoff with Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Kickoff, that's the name of the show, BetMGM Network. I also do BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday with Brad Evans. Check us out as well. A lot of NFL there, here, all college football. And speaking of college football, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Again, no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use the parlay boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. Whether you want to bet all big favorites on the money line, maybe an underdog parlay, whatever you want to do, BetMGM has you guys covered. All right, let's hit every single game, and let's do it in under 4 minutes. We got 2 segments to go here. It's week 2. It's September 6th. Let's do it. Let's start with rotation number 318, Penn State. They opened as 42.5-point favorites against Florida International at home, down to 41.5. The total opened at 55.5. The under took some money. We're sitting right now at 53.5, minus 110 both ways. My lean would actually be Penn State and the under. I don't know how much offense Florida International is going to be able to generate against that Jim Knowles defense. And we always joke about this. James Franklin, last week, Penn State didn't cover. I think he was kind of pissed. I think he was kind of legit pissed. Also, for me, I'm hoping that he looks to pad the Drew Aller Heisman stats. I did bet that 18-1. So if I were to bet this game, which I'm not going to, I would only bet Penn State at 41.5. I do have a small lean, though, to the under, even though it did get hit 55.5 down to 53.5. I'm going to be a sicko, and I will lay the 48.5 with Texas Tech. A lot of people have laid the 48.5, it looks like, with Texas Tech because we actually open rotation number 320 at 45.5. They take some money. The reason being, Kent State needed a kickoff return for a touchdown to beat Merrimack. They got outgained and outclassed by Merrimack in week 1. Now they travel to take on Texas Tech, who's pumping in a ton of oil money on this roster this year on a new stadium. Last week, they were running tempo with their third-string quarterback on the field. He was slinging touchdown passes. So I'll lay the 48.5 with Tech, but I am not watching that game. Here's one that I'm looking forward to, and I might be on the wrong side here. This is one of my bets for the day. I will take the 3 with Virginia. There were some 3.5s last night. It looks like those are all gone. In fact, Virginia is now +3, minus 112. They traveled to take on North Carolina State today. Both teams win last week. The total in the game opened at 53.5. Some money coming in on the over, sitting right now at 54.5. Now, I have UVA win total over. I like this team a lot. I bet them week 1. It was never a sweat. They cover for me against Coastal Carolina, and they look great. They had 454 total yards of offense. They held Coastal Carolina to just 254 total yards of offense, including only 91 yards on the ground. The first half shutout was the first one that they've had since they held Duke scoreless in the first half of a 2021 game. So the defense looked good. And I like their offseason. They brought in Chandler Morris to play quarterback. He went 19 to 27 passing week 1, 264 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, played a clean game. Did leave the game in the third quarter, took a hit to his non-throwing shoulder, but they say he's a full go for today. So I bet UVA. Meanwhile, NC State kind of played with their food a little bit too much against East Carolina. So give me Virginia here to cover the 3. I know it's been rough for Tony Elliott his first 4 years. I believe he's 13-23, 10 games below 500. But I think Virginia wins 8 games minimum this year, makes a bowl, and I think that they at least cover today against North Carolina State. So that's one that I have bet. Texas opened as a 37.5-point favorite against San Jose State, looking to bounce back after only scoring 7 points in Arch Manning's debut on the road last week against that Ohio State defense. The total has seen no movement. We're still sitting there right now at 52.5 as I scroll down. I know what everybody's thinking. Texas, get right spot, pad the Arch Manning stats after last week. Wasn't good, 17-31, doesn't even throw for 200 yards, throws a pick and only 1 touchdown. But I would stay away from Texas, to be honest with you guys. I don't really want to run out and bet San Jose State, but I can't lay 36.5 with this Texas team. And I'm not the biggest trends guy, but top 15 teams who are coming off a top 15 loss as a 30-point favorite the next week have only went 26% against the spread over the last 2 decades. So I'm going to stay away from Texas. I just think that number at 36.5 is too big. But again, I'm not running out to fade them either. So no play for me on that game. Liberty opened as a 7.5 point favorite. They're down to 6.5 against Jacksonville State. I agree with that move, but no play for me. Total opened at 50.5, and that's where we stand. No movement on the total. I do like Pitt today. Pitt opened as a 21.5 point favorite against Central Michigan. The total opened at 52.5 and has actually been bet down to 49.5. So I'm actually going to add another bet on this. I will bet the total over in Central Michigan and Pittsburgh. Rotation 327 here on Central Michigan. I like this over. I agree with the original total at 52.5. I like this Pittsburgh offense a lot. They run tempo. They bring back their starting quarterback, Eli Holstein, who played really good last year, dual threat quarterback as a freshman. I think he'll be better this year. And they have a stud running back who I can't wait to watch next year on Sundays, Desmond Reed. I like Pitt in the game, bet it at 21.5, still like it at 22.5. And at 49.5, I'll go against the market here and bet the over. Going to go against the market here because I bet a bad number, which we try not to do early in the week. But I took Iowa, rotation 329 right now. They open as a 1.5 point dog. The total opens at 43.5. Total still sitting right now at 43.5, but you could get Iowa at 3.5. I bet them at 3. I'll actually play a little bit more at 3.5. I totally understand the move and why people buy Iowa State in this spot. Last year, they won 11 games. This year, they're 2-0 against the number. They won outright as a 3.5 point dog against Kansas State. They beat the living hell out of South Dakota last week and covered the 15.5 point spread that it closed at. And Iowa didn't look all that great. They got outgained by Albany last week. They did win 34-7, but they got outgained by Albany in the first half last week. They end up winning the game 34-7. I love that they didn't look good. Give me Iowa. And, if I had to bet the total in this game, it would be under or pass. Since 2004, when your boy was in high school, the under is 17-3 in this game, in the Cy-Hawk series. Last year, the total did go over the 36.5 point total. We had 39 combined points, but history and the trends tell you take the under. And going back to Iowa State, just not all that impressed, man. Sure, they beat Kansas State in Ireland week 1. Turns out Kansas State might be a disappointment. Immediately after the game, we see Avery Johnson's dad and his brother getting a fist fight on the streets in Ireland. You can't make that up. So I'm not sold on that win. And like I said, Iowa didn't look all that great last week, but I trust Kirk Ferentz is a road underdog. He's 7-4 as a road dog over the last 4 seasons, including 6 outright wins. And they've won 2 of the last 3. Iowa State has, so it's a little bit of a revenge game. Plus, it's always going to be a rivalry, obviously. So I like Iowa, who has won 6 in a row at Jack Trice. So they're actually better on the road. And we'll roll with them. We will take the 3.5, even though we did bet a crappy number at 3. So we're doubling up on Iowa. What could go wrong against Iowa State? Can't wait to watch that game. That's a noon kickoff. I'm also excited for this one. UConn opened as an 8.5 point dog on the road, taking on Syracuse. Last night, we got down to 6.5. UConn back up to 7. So Syracuse takes a little bit of money today. The total, the under, is the sharp play. It opens at 59.5. The total's been hit down to 57.5. I don't have a bet in this game. If the 8.5 was still available and the 59.5 was still available, I would take the dog and I would take the under. I was talking about this last night on the show and people couldn't believe it. UConn, don't sleep on UConn, man. Last year, they win, 9 games? And they played Syracuse tough. And I think Syracuse was a lot better of a football team last year. This year, they bring in Steve Angeli to play quarterback, former Notre Dame quarterback. Not fully sold on this Syracuse team. And, man, like I said, 8.5 down to 7. I might have to bet this if it gets back to 8. UConn last year, 9-4. They were a covering machine. They beat up on everybody. And when they stepped up in class, they only lost by 5 to Duke. They only lost by a field goal to Wake Forest and 7 to this Syracuse team, last year's Syracuse team. They bring back their starting quarterback for his 7th year of college football. Last year, 20 tutties, 4 picks only. Their top 2 running backs, Edwards and Brown, are also back. And last year, they averaged 7.3 yards per carry against Syracuse. Their leading receiver for UConn, Skylar Bell, also back. And last year against Syracuse, had 12 grabs for 113 yards, 2 touchdowns. UConn did lose a lot on the defensive side of the ball, but I like what they did in the portal. They brought in 7 players from the front from Iowa State, Nebraska, Virginia, Washington, and Temple. And I kind of like them in this spot, but it's 7. I'm going to wait and see if we get back to 7.5 or 8. Baylor, SMU. Baylor opened as a 4.5-point dog. Last night, this was down to 2.5. Baylor is back to 3. Now, everybody likes Baylor. I have not heard anybody make the case for SMU laying the 3. I do like the total over here a little bit. The problem is we opened at 60.5 and it's been bet to 64.5. That's why I haven't got there with Baylor, the defensive side of the ball. They got bullied in the trenches last week by Auburn. I'm already on Baylor over 7.5 wins this season. At 4.5, I get why Baylor was the side, but right now, only a field goal. Man, I might just play the over. And the thing that scares me here is I like the coaching advantage for SMU a little bit better. You got Rhett Lashley over Dave Aranda. So I worry a little bit that Baylor might be the public dog. But at 4.5, I completely understand why they were the play. But I'll pass on that one. My favorite game of the day of the early slate. Illinois on the road in Durham to take on Duke. This was the first bet that I placed on Monday morning, and I bet Duke this week on the show +3, -110. Total opens at 49.5. No movement there. The reason I'm betting Duke, a basketball school, against Illinois, a top 10 program this year that brings like everybody back, I am a Darian Mensah truther. There's a reason why Duke went and spent $8 million on the quarterback position for the next 2 years. And everybody keeps bringing up Duke's run game against the Illini run defense, but the matchup I like is going to be Mensah going against those 3-3-5 looks from the Illini defense. Last week, granted it was against Elon, he threw for 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Illinois, last night they were down to 2.5, and it makes no sense. They went 10-3 last year. They bring back 19 players with starting experience. The reason that Duke is only a 2.5, 3-point dog in some shops is because they're a good football team. I thought last year they were going to regress because Mike Elko takes the A&M job. They bring in Manny Diaz, who I like as a defensive coordinator, but I didn't know if I liked him as a head coach. But last year, that team was solid. They won 9 games. They were tied for 10th in the nation on the defensive side of the ball in adjusted EPA per play allowed. They were 7th only in yards per play allowed, and they have 7 players back with starting experience on the defensive side of the ball. I know they gave up 160 yards on the ground to Elon. Not good. But I'll go with the bigger sample size. Last year, they only allowed 3.7 yards per carry. So Illinois, their run-first offense, if you could bottle that up and force Luke Altmaier to beat you with his arm, I like Luke Altmaier, but I worry a little bit about the Illinois wide receiver room. There's no Pat Bryant this year. Pat Bryant is now in the NFL. By the way, I like him over 11.5 receiving yards for the Broncos if you do bet NFL on Sunday. Little side bet for you. But I don't trust the wide receivers for Illinois to make the plays. So we're going to find out today how good Luke Altmaier is on the road against Duke. And don't forget, Duke may have one of the better corners in all of college football in Chandler Rivers. I think Duke wins this game outright, but I'll be a coward and take the points +3. No money line sprinkle for me. Not the biggest trends guy, but do you trust Brett Bielema in a big spot? Only 3-7 straight up, 4-6 against the spread in games with lines of +3 or -3. So if it's anything under 4, 3-7 straight up. Meanwhile, Duke, Manny Diaz last year, 5-0 straight up, 4-0-1 in ATS games of such. So I like Duke today as 3-point dogs, and I think that there's a good chance that they win that game outright. Like I said, I'm going to pass, but SMU was clearly the sharp play. That is back to 3, though, if you want to bet them at home against Baylor. Indiana laying 35.5 against Kennesaw State. Total in that game is 52.5. That's a pass for me. The numbers are about right. Minnesota opens as a 42.5-point favorite. That's where they're standing right now. 50.5 is the total. That's a pass. Florida State laying 44.5 against East Texas A&M. Looking to win as many games as they did all of last year. 2 games. I'm going to pass on that one. Here's one I actually kind of like. Give me Utah State. The Fighting Jordan Loves catching 31.5 on the road against Texas A&M. The reason I like Utah State, next week, Texas A&M, they got Notre Dame on the road. Notre Dame this week has a bye week, and they're going to be pissed off. They lose that game outright last week as favorites to Miami. They need a bounce back. Like I said, extra time to prep. A&M with Notre Dame on deck next week. Give me Utah State, as gross as it is, in a game where the total is 55.5 to cover the 31.5. Last game in the noon slate, Temple laying 25.5 against Howard. That's a pass for me. Total open at 46.5, stays at 46.5. No play on that one for me. All right, we'll take a quick break. Again, best bet for the noon slate. We're rolling with Duke +3. We're rolling with Iowa +3.5. And we're going to lay the big number with Texas Tech, like sickos. 48.5-point favorites against a team that nearly lost to Merrimack last week. I think we're all good there. So there's 3 for you. When we come back, we'll look at the afternoon slate. We got the primetime matchups to get to, including the big one tonight, Oklahoma and Michigan, here on the Tailgate Kick.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app.
Is this like the generic version of regulators? I think this has to be the generic version of regulators. It was a clear. All right, anyway. Tailgate Kickoff, that's the name of the show. We got through the entire news slate. We gave out some futures. We gave out Utah to win the Big 12. Little stab on Devin Dampier to win the Heisman, down to 25-1. And some noon bets. We got UVA, Virginia, +3 against NC State. We got Iowa catching 3.5 in the Cy-Hawk series against Iowa State. We got Duke. This is my favorite, and I hope I'm right about this one. If I could get one right this weekend, it's got to be Duke. Duke +3 against Illinois. Some shops, that's back down to 2.5 right now. Make sure to get the 3 with Duke. Or maybe you just think Duke wins that game outright. Bet a little money line. And then one I'll be quick on here. Oregon State, 2.5 against Fresno State. I think they bounce back at home. Looked awful last week. I think that they win today. So I will lay it with Oregon State. The money line down to -125. So give me the Beavers there. That's a late ad. So there you go. There's 4 for the afternoon. BetMGM, go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a college football no sweat parlay token. You'll get your stake back and bonus bets if you don't win. So definitely check out BetMGM. And if you haven't signed up, do that today. You got college football all day long until about 1 a.m. tonight. And then week 1 of the NFL season. Don't waste free money. Bonus bets are in there. Parlay bets are in there. Touchdown bets are in there. Make sure to get the most over at BetMGM. All right, we're on to the afternoon slate. We got a lot to get to here still today. We left off with me saying that Utah State at 31.5 is a decent bet, I think, against Texas A&M if you believe in look-ahead spots, because A&M has Notre Dame on tap, and you could actually get a 32.5 right now with Utah State. So an even better number. There you go. Really popular one all week that I've heard was Ole Miss in Kentucky. Ole Miss, everybody was betting Ole Miss, yet this opened at 9.5. They took some early money, got up to 10.5. Now Ole Miss down to 8.5. The total, that's what I was interested in, the under in this game. It opened at 53.5. Now we're down to 49.5. I think everybody just expects Ole Miss to go out looking for blood in a revenge spot, because last year they probably make the playoff if it isn't for that loss to Kentucky. I don't know, man. I kind of like Kentucky to cover. I agree with the move down to 8.5. I do agree with the under. I think the way that Kentucky covers in this game, because you can't trust them to throw the football. Their passing game is a real liability. I think their only path to cover is to shorten the game, run the clock, pound the football. And I think they're going to look to do that. So for me, at 52.5, the under was the play. I still think that there's some legs on that, though. So I like the under. I also like Missouri today. They opened at 6.5. And right now, as I look, down to 5.5. I don't agree with that move. So give me Missouri. I'll bet this as 5.5 point favorites. Total in the game, 49.5. I really like what I've saw from Kansas early on this season. Jalen Daniels has looked really good through 2 games. Helps that he's actually healthy. But I just think they're really stepping up in class today against this Missouri team. I don't know what Missouri does this year in the SEC, but Bo Prebulios look really good, man. Former Penn State backup, look really good week 1. Granted, it was against Central Arkansas, the Fighting Scotty Pippins. He was 23 for 28 passing, 243 yards, also had 65 rushing yards. And the reason I like Missouri, especially now at 5.5, I think they win this game by a touchdown. Kansas's linebacker room is dealing with a ton of injuries right now. They're already banged up, and it's only week 2. So I think Bo is going to torch them with his legs, especially on third downs in this game. I don't know that Kansas's defensive line is going to be able to get off the field, especially with a beat-up linebacker core. So I disagree with this move, and I would take a little Missouri at 5.5 or pass on this game. Like I said, I do like Kentucky to cover the 8.5 and the under 49.5. I'll go against everybody there. Navy's laying 21 against UAB. Total in that game is 58.5. The total actually opened 59.5. I kind of like UAB, to be honest with you guys. You got a service academy team laying more than 2 touchdowns as favorites of more than 2 touchdowns against FBS teams. 3, you look at Navy, Army, and Air Force. they've went 27-41 against the number since 2005. So only covering at a 39% clip. They're going to run the option. I think that's too many points. So it would be dog or pass for me. UAB plus 21. North Texas laying 10 on the road against Western Michigan. They've taken a ton of money. They opened at 6.5. This is out to 10. So that's a stay away for me. Total got bet down from 60.5 down to 55.5. Like I said earlier, I do like Oregon State. Opened at 3 against Fresno State, down to 2.5. Getting under a field goal, minus 108 is the best price. I do like that bet. Clemson, do they bounce back today? Most likely, but the market's saying that they don't. They opened as a 33.5 point favorite. That's down to 31.5. The total's still sitting at 51.5. I would maybe look at a team total over for Clemson. I know Dabo right now is pissed at Cade Klubnik for the stinker that he had week 1 against LSU. But I think they're going to look to get him back in the good graces of the Heisman voters and look to pad those numbers against Troy today. So if I had to play this game, which I don't, I would bet the team total over on Clemson. Rutgers laying 14 against Miami, Ohio. That actually opened at 15.5. Miami, Ohio takes some money. No play from me. Total 45.5. Oklahoma State catching 27.5 on the road against Oregon. Total in that game is 55.5. I think Oregon's going to have a top 5 offense again this season. I would just look at team totals for them probably the rest of the way, but I'm going to stay away from the spread in that game. Let's get to the big one tonight. Oklahoma, Michigan. Michigan opened as a 5.5 point favorite, actually down to 4.5 right now, 5.5 still in some spots. I like Oklahoma in this game. I've heard people make the case for Michigan, which I understand. I know I laid a bad number here because I could have got a better number at 4.5. I know Bryce Underwood, as a true freshman, looked really good in his debut against New Mexico, but that game was at home. And he did look like a future pro. 21-31 passing, 251 yards, had a touchdown, no picks against New Mexico. And meanwhile, Oklahoma didn't look all that great. Heading into the fourth quarter, they only led Illinois State, an FCS team, the Redbirds, 21-3. But they did hold them to 34 passing yards and gained nearly 500 yards of offense. I'm going with Oklahoma here. I think Bryce Underwood's the real deal. I think Michigan's going to be a 9-10 win team with that defense, even though I don't love the coaching staff now that Harbaugh is gone. But you have Bryce Underwood making his first road start in Oklahoma against a Brent Venables defense. And Venables, even though it hasn't been good the first 3 years at Oklahoma, losing seasons 2 of the first 3 years, he's been really good as a home favorite. 11-5 against the number. The Sooners, 15-4 outright in Norman under Venables, and you have a freshman quarterback making that trip. I think Oklahoma's defense is going to be top 15 this season, and I love John Mateer. I bet him to win the Heisman at 25-1. Right now, you could still get that 16-1 plus 1,600 at BetMGM. If you think Mateer has a shot, if you think Oklahoma could win 9 to 10 games and he's going to get the invitation to New York, I think today is your last day to bet that number. Because if Mateer goes and balls out on, at home against this Michigan defense, which should finish top 10, then that number probably gets cut in half from 16-1, maybe down to 10-1, maybe 8-1. Michigan's going to have a really good defense. And Mateer didn't really need to run a whole lot against Illinois State. He completed 7 passes of 20-plus yards, though, against the Redbirds, threw for over 300 yards. But I think in this game, he's going to use his legs. So not only do I like Oklahoma laying the 5.5, but I also like John Mateer rushing yards. If you could get that market, right now you could bet that 30.5 minus 110 to the over. And I'm going to add that as well. So Michigan plays a ton of too high coverage. 38% of the time they used it week 1, which was the 19th most in all of college football. So I know Mateer didn't use his legs against Illinois State because he didn't have to. They're an FCS team. But against this Michigan defense, I think he's going to use his legs. And I think he's going to go well over 30 rushing yards. This might be my favorite bet on the board right now. Last year, he had games where he rushed for 212 yards, 127 yards, and that was at Washington State. And he had 6 more games where he rushed for over 70 yards. Big game against Michigan at home. He's going to use his legs. I think this number is way too short, even against that defense. So Mateer over 30 rushing yards. Oklahoma, minus 5.5, minus 4.5, whatever the best number that you could get is, I do like. Some other games to round out the night. Tennessee laying 40.5 against East Tennessee State. I have no play on that game. Total 56.5. I would probably lean under at 56.5. I don't know that East Tennessee is going to be able to generate a whole lot of offense. Here's a bonus one. Wisconsin went from 27.5 to 28.5 at home against Middle Tennessee at Camp Randall today. Give me Wisconsin in the first half, laying 17.5. Their win total is only 5.5. They play the toughest schedule in the country. I think they're going to look to take care of business with these cupcake teams, especially with Luke Fickell maybe coaching for his job in year 3 at Wisconsin. Only went 5-7 last year. I like the Badgers minus 17.5 in the first half against Middle Tennessee. I did bet South Florida earlier this week, but I don't love the bet only because it went from 17.5 to 18.5. I'm getting a bad number, and I feel like everybody loves South Florida because they beat up on Boise State in week 1. This is a tough trip today, though. Gainesville, they got to go on the road into the swamp to play Florida. I love Florida's quarterback, DJ Lagway. Florida's ranked 13th in the country. Like I said, I bet a bad number. I'm not going to buy out or buy back. I'm rolling with Florida at 17.5. I'm sorry, South Florida at 17.5 against Florida, but the number went against me at 18.5. Another interesting game coming up today, Utah laying 42.5 against Cal Poly. Why is it interesting? Because I need Devin Dampier to ball out because I did bet him to win the Heisman. North Carolina gets blown out. Looked terrible week 1 for Bill Belichick. What the hell was North Carolina thinking? You could have hired Summerall. You could have hired any other head coach, and you bring in Bill because he's a big name. Past his prime. I actually like Charlotte today to cover the 13.5 at home against North Carolina. Army's catching 16.5 against Kansas State. That's a pass. Total's 47.5. Nothing there from me. Scrolling down the board to see what else we have. My favorite bet of the primetime slate. Michigan State laying 3.5 against Boston College. I like their quarterback, Aiden Childs. I'm a believer in Jonathan Smith. I bet them over 5.5 wins. The money line's minus 175. I took that, but at 3.5, I do like Michigan State. That's my favorite bet of the night slate against Boston College. And like I said, we also like Oklahoma laying 5.5 against Michigan. Total in that game, bet from 47.5 to 43.5. My lean is actually the over. We're back next Saturday. All the best bets will be posted on social media. We'll see you next Saturday, and I'll see you Monday on BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, with Brad Evans on the BetMGM network as well.
If you missed any of BetMGM Network's Tailgate Kickoff, listen back anywhere on the go with the Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple.
Year. SEC still has all these teams that can win the national championship, but all those teams that I just mentioned, we don't even know what USC is this year coming out of the Big Ten. So I don't know, man. Like, you're going to give me some points with a Michigan team that has more experience outside of the quarterback. I'm kind of leaning that way.
So I was impressed with Underwood, no doubt, right? 21 of 31 a week ago,
He was
251
great.
and a touchdown. He was really, really good. In New Mexico, look, they weren't playing, some FCS school or something like that, right? But at the same time, this is a gigantic step up in competition. It's on the road in a really hostile environment. And they were going to find out Bryce Underwood is just that dude. And I think eventually he will be, but is he that yet as a freshman? I know last week we're all fresh off of seeing Arch Manning struggle in Columbus. And that was an Ohio State team, right? So that much different defense than here what Oklahoma's going to bring to the table. Although Brett Venables' long track record of being one of the great defensive minds we've seen in college football. I lean with Oklahoma here in this matchup. I really do. I think you're right about the turnover and roster. Their quarterback also looked very good last week former Washington State quarterback. He was 30 of 37, 392, 3 touchdowns a week ago. I lean Oklahoma here, but my favorite bet with the game is actually the total and going over. I mentioned 43.5 is the latest number there at BetMGM. I think both offenses will move the football. I think we're going to see some big plays down the field for both of these teams. So my favorite bet in this game is not necessarily the side. It's going to be the total. Take the over 43.5 between Oklahoma and Michigan.
I will say this is the type of game that Oklahoma needs to win because Michigan, yeah, they play in a tough Big Ten, but they're just a couple of years removed from winning a national championship. Oklahoma, Alex, on the other hand, you move from the Big 12, where you probably would have been the king of the crop, and you go to the SEC. Again, you're not Texas, you're not Georgia, you're not Alabama, you're not LSU. I'm not even sure that you're Auburn at this point. That's what 6-7 teams off the dome. So if Oklahoma football is going to remain, quote, Oklahoma football, unquote, you got to go out there and win these early season games against Michigan.
Yeah, it's been a while since they had a huge marquee win early in the season. I just as far as the total, I was going to mention, this number has gone down so much. That's why I like the over. You know, this thing opened at 53.5, and now it is 43.5, 44 at some books. So the total has gone way down since this thing opened up. And so I think at some point it gets down too far, right? Like we're talking about a massive shift in the number here. So another reason why I kind of like the over. I think it's overcorrected just a little bit. All right, elsewhere in the college football slate, let's talk about the game I know you and I are very much focused in on. I think an underrated rivalry in college sports, considering it's one of the oldest and it goes all the way back to the Civil War. I'm talking about Kansas and Missouri in Columbia. It's on ESPN2, 3:30 Eastern time kickoff. These teams have not played in football in over a decade. That's when Missouri left the Big 12, went to the SEC. The latest number you can see on your screen from BetMGM, this thing is down to 5.5. It was 6.5 for much of the week, but the Jayhawks now 5.5-point underdogs, plus 165 on the This is a very tight game. I think the line was far too high to open up. I took Kansas plus 6.5 earlier in the week. Where are you at on KU and MU? And you know as much as I do that the real hate and the environment that this is going to be top notch later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Gold. I don't need just stinking points, 5.5, 6.5, whatever it goes off at kickoff. You know, I got the Jayhawks on the money line. Although that's maybe more, that might be more my heart than my head talking. And I'm going to try to make some money this afternoon. So maybe I'm saying it. Maybe I'm not actually going to bet it. Because, look, KU, you're right. Like, KU is a program that's on the come up. They do have the quarterback with more experience. I agree with you. They got the better in-game coach. They might have the better stadium at this point. They got as much, if not more, NIL money. But we're talking about the here and now. Missouri football is good. Missouri football the last couple of years has been building towards something. And don't forget, they're also in the SEC. So I'm not mad at you if you want to take MU, if you want to take the points because you're scared that Missouri's going to win the game against your Jayhawks. So you want to say, hey, I won my bet even though they lost the game. Not me, Alex. I don't need your stinking points. KU on the money line, baby.
All right, Sean's taking the Jayhawks outright winners. Look, I love the 6.5. I think they do have a chance to win this game. Maybe you'll convince me to put a sprinkle on the money line by kickoff, but I try to avoid betting with my heart, man. That'll cost you some money at time. If you do that on a consistent basis, it's going to be a losing proposition. I try to step back a little bit. Yes, my heart and my money has definitely been with the University of Kansas, and I think I will be giving the University of Kansas money for another 20 years at this point with my education. I'm still trying to pay off, but I don't need to give them any more money. The book, this case, and take them on the money line. I think this is a really tough test, though, still for Jalen Daniels, as great as he's played. This, to me, is the best atmosphere he will have played in his college career. I really believe that this afternoon in Columbia.
Let KU go out there and win this game, and then see how people are talking about them.
I would love it.
At that point,
It'll change everything.
Not only would it change things, it would probably put them in the top 25. Then you have to start looking at, okay, maybe are they a dark horse team that could win the Big 12? Because
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever.
But this is a program shifting type of win opportunity, no doubt, for Lance Leipold in Kansas. If you want to talk about packing their stadium the rest of the season, this is a win that gets that done. Now, for Missouri, their schedule, it's basically the identical schedule as a year ago when they were expected to maybe be a college football playoff team. Then it was a disappointing year. Quarterback injuries. Luther Burden didn't have the best final year as a Missouri Tiger. He's now, of course, with the Chicago Bears. Did you know their schedule, man? They play at home until like November. So they host KU, then they host Louisiana, host South Carolina, host UMass, host Alabama. They don't go on the road till October 18th when they go to Auburn. So if they can get through this one, they set themselves up very nicely with some big-time games coming up. Obviously, the South Carolina one at home, but still, they don't go on the road for a while. It's a favorable schedule.
in theory, but have you ever been to Columbia? It sucks like a straw.
I
know you've been there once or twice.
Well, that was the whole thing on the local show I do this week. I was criticized for not going to the game, and I said I'm not going to spend a dime in Columbia, Missouri. So I will not be there this afternoon.
Absolutely not. And it's like, what, halfway between Kansas City and Missouri? I don't care if the car's almost out of gas. There's no way I'm stopping that thing in Columbia, although it is huge that they're playing this game if you're a bettor in Missouri versus Kansas in that brand new stadium that they got in Lawrence. You would think the line might be closer to a pick 'em if this game was in Lawrence.
Wow, this game they're bringing back the rivalry after 13 years or whatever it is at this point in time. This game should have been at Arrowhead to open it up. Should have been at Arrowhead, neutral site right there in Kansas City, like when they played obviously for when they were the top two teams in the country.
Why stop there? Play this game on the moon. This is the biggest game on the college football schedule of the whole season.
It's underrated.
What are we
I know
talking
people think you and I are biased. It's a very underrated rivalry, one of the oldest in the country. All right. Up next, let's get back to the NFL, Sean. Let's go game by game, week one, our best bets next.
Back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is Countdown 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Back here on Countdown 2, Alex Gold, Grant Paulson is out today. Sean Levine filling in. What's going on, man? We got some
smooth.
You like that? You like that? You know, we've done this a few times. Look, when you get used to having a co-host over and over, you know, it just the name just flows. But I transitioned very quickly, and nobody would have noticed. I shouldn't have said anything. All right, Sean Levine, also in Kansas City.
I think it was more of the shock of looking across and not seeing Grant and seeing how good looking I am, and you're like, man, who is this guy? So
yeah,
it happens, man. It's all good.
I was startled.
It's
What's funny, peel back the curtain a little bit. Sean and I are honestly broadcasting within, I don't know, 20 feet of each other in separate rooms, is what I would say.
It might be more like 10 feet. And my background looks like a prison cell, and yours looks like a beautiful mountain backdrop. But let's be honest, neither one of them are really what they are. Like, what's really behind you? Suburban Kansas City? Good for you.
Yeah, look. So the background's not fake, but yeah, we're in Kansas City. There's definitely no mountains. I can promise you that. That is just that's just some trees, and there's basically an overpass behind me.
That was a snowboarder. You had me fooled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your back. We got to work on your background. It definitely looks like this is like your 2 hours of time you get.
This is a conjugal visit with Alex Gold. Yeah. That's what it is. Okay. That got weird.
That was weird. That was the word. That was the word that came to mind. And then I'm glad you said it, because that was the first word, and then I'm like, well, no, that's definitely not what I want to say.
Yeah.
But you said it.
Well,
so,
I said it.
You know what?
Yeah,
why not?
I did.
All right. Let's get into some NFL Week 1. We gave our best bets earlier. We already talked about the first two games here in Week 1. The Eagles getting the win. Of course, the Chargers, an impressive win last night in the AFC West against Kansas City. But let's go on the BetMGM odds board, and let's start going game by game. Some of these games are we going to pass on? Favorite bets? Let's start with, it's by no means the most exciting game on the slate, but it is listed at the top of the BetMGM odd board. Cardinals, Saints. Arizona, 6.5-point favorites. The total sitting at 43. The Saints plus 240 on the money line. Look, I'll be honest. Unless we're talking Survivor, I will not be betting aside on this game. I think Arizona is going to be one of the most popular Survivor picks of the week. Some people will be fading that and hoping that the Saints pull off a massive upset in the first game of the Kellen Moore era. Spencer Rattler won the starting job. We'll see how long he keeps it. I like Arizona to win. I think 6.5, man, is too big of a number, but I also don't trust Spencer Rattler. I'm staying away from the spread altogether in this game. If this was at home, I would be fine with taking Arizona minus 6.5. But we're talking about them going on the road. It'll be a great environment. The Saints, they don't know they stink yet, kind of thing, basically, is where I'm at. So I don't like this at all. I'm staying away from the spread.
You mentioned it's a big number. I believe it's the biggest number on the board left the rest of Week 1, 6.5.
That is true. No, Broncos. Broncos are 8.5.
Okay, so close to it. I feel comfortable, though, laying those points because not that I love Arizona or their quarterback or anything like that, but you mentioned that New Orleans, new head coach, Kellen Moore, looks like a Cabbage Patch Kid. I'm not going to hold that against him, although that quarterback room, bro, is as bad as I've ever heard. They're going with Spencer Rattler just because that's a better option than Jake Hayner or Tyler Shook. I wouldn't know any of those guys if they came in this room with their name tag on Gold. So this is more of a anti-Saints versus a pro-Cardinals take. 6.5 looks about right to me. I think the Cardinals win that game by 10 and cover.
Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. Arizona's going to win this football game. I just don't feel confident enough to take the Cardinals side there. All right. Let's go to another game in the 1 o'clock Eastern time slate. Bucks Falcons, big time NFC South showdown. The Bucks have controlled this division the last handful of years. They're 1-point favorites. This line has gone down. I believe it was 2.5, at least at some books earlier in the week. I know a lot of the contests in Vegas have this as Falcons +2, but right now at BetMGM, it's the Falcons +1. Total sitting at 47. Falcons even money on the money line. I'll let you start with this game that obviously could play out in a big way for the division later on in the season.
I'm going to wait till right before kickoff for exactly what you just said because this line has been a moving. They've had the entire offseason, Alex, 2.5, down to 2, down to 1.5, down to 1. I think the Tampa's just a better football team. One of these two teams has won the division 4 years in a row. One of these two teams has a top 10 quarterback. The other team, well, they have Michael Penix Jr. So you're essentially telling me that it's a pick 'em not only does Tampa win this game, I think that Tampa runs away with this game. I think they win by over a touchdown.
Wow, so you're predicting a couple big margins in the first two games. So I do like Tampa in this matchup. It's not a contest pick for a group of people I'm doing some contest picks with. We did not pick this game. It's a divisional game. You're on the road. Like, to me, that's a little tricky to use for a pick in that spot. But in general, yes, I like the Bucs here, -1 to get the win. My question with Atlanta is they got to prove to me that they fixed their pass rush issues. They spent a couple top draft picks, obviously, on some guys there on the defensive line. I got to see it first. Tampa Bay loses their offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen. That's something that will follow. But I think Baker Mayfield didn't suddenly just lose his ability and that offense's ability to be effective. They promote from within, so you're getting someone with a similar philosophy. Yes, Jalen McMillan's banged up. Obviously, Chris Godwin's still banged up, but Egbuka, the rookie, is going to be the starting slot receiver. I think him and Mike Evans will still put together some big-time plays. We all know about Bucky Irving. He bursted on the scene last year. I just have questions still about Atlanta's defense, and then you said it with Michael Penix. How much did he improve in the offseason? This is his team. Yes, Kirk Cousins is still standing there with a clipboard behind him, but this is Michael Penix's team. We know last year with that offense, they're willing to give the ball and feed Bijan Robinson. Or Bijan Robinson. He wants a different name, I guess, this year. I don't trust Atlanta in this spot in week 1 until I see more from their defense. All right, how about we stay in the NFC South, at least partially. The Carolina Panthers, 3.5-point dogs against the Jacksonville Jaguars, total at 47. I mentioned Liam Cohen. He's the head coach now there in Duval County, Duval Country. Trevor Lawrence, make or break season. You agree with me on that one? Should they be 3.5-point favorites, though, against Carolina?
Yes, I agree with you. Make or break a season for Trevor Lawrence. I mean, it was just this time last year they made him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL, and then he went out there and, well, he wasn't great. They might have benched him if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, but fortunately for Jacksonville, they got the better quarterback on the field tomorrow. I mean, Carolina just a mess with Bryce Young. Whoever it ends up being the majority of the season, it's not going to be good for Carolina. Are they an improved football team? Yeah, but there was really nowhere to go but up. They've been awful the last couple of years. So Jacksonville wins this game, although unlike those first couple of games, I think it's going to be dicey covering that line. It's going to be one of those where they're up by a point or they're down by a point and they kick a field goal at the end of the game or a late drive. So 3.5 looks about right to me. I'm going to run from this game like Forrest Gump. I'm not actually going to bet it. But if you twist my arm, Alex, and I know you will, Jacksonville laying the 3.5.
Yeah, if I had to bet this, I would probably try to buy the half point, frankly, and get it down to 3. If I could, I would try to buy the half point. This will not be a game that I am betting. I'm very bullish though on Jacksonville big picture this season. They're to me somewhat of a dark horse divisional pick. I have a ticket on them to win the AFC South, a wide open AFC South in my opinion. I think Trevor Lawrence with Liam Cohen, we're going to see Trevor Lawrence put together a very nice season. I know people are very down on Trevor, but I believe in Liam Cohen. I love Brian Thomas. Obviously, Travis Hunter now is in the picture. We'll see what he's able to bring to the table in a very winnable division. 3.5, though, is tricky without seeing Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence at all yet together and what that offense is going to look like. And
I've been saying, I've called Trevor Lawrence the East Coast version of the West Coast Justin Herbert, and Justin Herbert was awesome last night. What did he throw for? Fair. 3 touchdowns and 320 yards. So if Trevor Lawrence can do that tomorrow, Jacksonville runs away with this game. I'm not saying he's going to. We've seen a lot of bad Trevor Lawrence, but at some point he's got to get good. Why not tomorrow?
All right, let's get to a game that I think a lot of people are just going to stay away from because nobody has a decent feel. At least maybe you do, and that is the Colts and the Dolphins. This has been a pick'em for much of the week. It's a pick'em at least one of the contests out in Vegas as well. Dolphins 1-point dogs. Total sitting at 46.5, -110, obviously on the money line for both teams here. Daniel Jones gets the start. You've got Tua, who's healthy at this point in time. Mike McDaniel is on the hot seat. A lot of people think he could be the first head coach fired. What do you make of this spot? I can tell you, reluctantly, in a contest group I'm with, we went with the Dolphins as a group, and I'm terrified.
You don't sound too excited about that. If I can get a bet on that Mike McDaniels you were talking about, first coach you get axed, I do like that. Both these teams are just fortunate that they're playing each other because I don't think either one of them are going to rack up a bunch of wins this year. Give me the overs. I'm not betting the line in this game. You're going to trick me into that one. Give me the overs in this game. I expect a lot of points. Both defenses are going to struggle. Although you said Daniel Jones, let me reconsider. Maybe there won't be a lot of points. 46.5 all of a sudden looks a little bit bigger. I'm not touching that game, Gold. I'm not touching it.
So, look, the Colts are better with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, but we all know that's not saying a whole lot, right? It's not saying a whole lot, but they are no doubt, I think, better positioned to win this game with Daniel Jones than they would be with Anthony Richardson. I just this game kind of terrifies me, frankly. The question I have is, what does Mike McDaniel in this offense look like right out of the gate? Typically, in September, it's actually the time to bet on the Dolphins, right? They come out looking very good in September. It's when we get to November where everything falls off. This year, I'm worried that Tyreek Hill is going to want to be traded in the middle of the season, but that's not what we're worried about here in week one. So that's why ultimately we lean Miami in our group. We didn't have to pick this game. I don't like that our group picked this game, but when you got as many people involved in our contest group, I don't get final say or anything like that, Sean. So this one, I'm not happy about that it's being used as a contest pick, but we did go Miami, and I guess I agree with that.
As a Chiefs fan, I kind of hope that Tyreek struggles and that there's some sort of a public spat between him and Tua. Tua's already angry, and then all of a sudden he gets dangled out there on the trade block. I don't know if you heard, Alex, but Xavier Worthy got hurt 3 plays in the game last night. I don't know if you know this, but Tyreek Hill used to play for the Chiefs. I'm just saying, am I connecting the dots here? Any chance? Am I just trying to make this happen? Any chance?
It's not a 0% chance. It's not a 0%
okay, so
chance.
There's a chance.
I would have to see the contract, and I can't remember what he's got left on that deal to see if it makes sense. But let's get another month or two into this season and see where we're at. But I understand where your mind's at. On that one. All right, let's move to the NFC East divisional showdown. Giants, Commanders. Giants +6. 45.5 is the total. You can get the Giants at +225 on the money line. This is a game that we almost used as our group. I like the Giants quite a bit here, +6. I think that's too many points in a week one game. Terry McLaurin is back, yes, but he did not practice much. I could see this being a slow start. Russell Wilson in week one, when everybody's healthy. Malik Neighbors is a go in this game. I like Tyrone Tracy. If he can hold on to the football, it's week one. I think he will. I like the Giants quite a bit here, getting 6 points in this divisional spot. That's too many points.
Me too, because when's the last time heading into a season? I think the answer is like 25 years ago that DC had any sort of expectations. And now the Commanders have all the expectations. Everybody believes in their quarterback. I've heard people say that he's the best quarterback in the division that also has Jalen Hurts, who was Super Bowl MVP. I've heard people say DC is going to take the next step. They made it to the NFC Championship game. The next step would be the Super Bowl. So there's some real believers. So if any people that are talking like that are right, then they should win by not just 6, but by closer to double digits, by 10 or 11 against a New York team that's going to struggle, that has an old aging quarterback, that has a coach that's coaching for his job, and the game's in D.C. I'm all over D.C. laying these points. If I'm wrong, then everybody else is too, because D.C.'s got a lot of love, more love than I can ever remember any team and quarterback getting in a particular offseason. So because of that, I guess I'm buying into the hype too, and I'm laying the 6.
I like the Commanders just overall in the season. I just think in week one, this is too many points, and this is a spot where I think you can find yourself in some trouble just going with who we think is the better team. But 6 points in week one in the NFL is a dangerous spot. Now, the trends are on your side with Russell Wilson. I'll give you that. This over at BetLab.
At home,
Russell
better
Wilson,
quarterback, better coach, better team last year. Yeah, they got all the momentum.
I get it. That defensive front, though, we cannot underestimate that, and that's what I'm banking on here with the Giants. The defensive front for the Giants can give you fits, and I think that's where this game is going to have to be won for the Giants, at least or covered, I should say, for the Giants. But Russell Wilson in week one, 2-6-1 against the spread since 2015, is 83rd out of 85 quarterbacks in that span. That's a trend, obviously, on your side, on your favor, if you like the Commanders to cover. But that is just something to keep in mind. All right, let's continue going through. We're still in the 1 o'clock Eastern time window of games. I told you already this is a game that I like. Best bet, Steelers -3 against the Jets in the Meadowlands. Total 38. I believe it's the lowest total of the week. I love Pittsburgh -3. I told you about Justin Fields. Basically, if you score over 20 against him, he doesn't cover, period. I love the Steelers in this spot. I think Aaron Rodgers goes into New York, and unfortunately for Jets fans, will look better than he ever did in a Jets uniform in Week 1 with DK Metcalf. We know about the defense there as well. Fields, 41 starts. He's 12-29. If you score more than 20, he's 0-21, including 5-15 against the spread.
Nice numbers, but this is the first real time that Justin Fields is going to get an opportunity with a competent organization. Well, competent organization maybe is a little bit of a stretch compared to the Bears. More competent than the Bears where he started his career. Let me get that a little bit. Maybe
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either. I don't know about that either. Jets though, +3. Do we really know about Aaron Rodgers? You say you don't know about Justin Fields. Are you sure you know about Aaron Rodgers?
Let's talk more about that. Plus, continue to go through the slate next here on Countdown 2.
Countdown 2 will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. 2 on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Plus, the Coach of the Year market, always fascinating in the NFL. It's one of the best markets, in my opinion, to bet on. It changes so much throughout the year. But there's certainly some strategy you can use if you're still trying to get your bets in for Coach of the Year. Some coaches, frankly, just you're wasting your money betting on them, just the way we know Coach of the Year works. So we'll go through and try to narrow it down to maybe 6 coaches, 8 coaches, roughly, that can actually win Coach of the Year. We'll see if Sean and I agree on those. Alex Gold, Sean Levine with you here on the BetMGM Network, Infinity Sports Network. We're going through the Week 1 NFL slate. We're about halfway through the slate. Did you have a final thought? We were talking about Steelers-Jets. I told you I love the Steelers in this spot. I don't believe Justin Fields is going to get it done for the Jets. I think Aaron Rodgers, you're right. We haven't seen him in a New York Jets uniform. Yes, we haven't seen him in a Steelers uniform. But I think Mike Tomlin, defensively, they know Justin Fields pretty well as well. I just think this is a low total for a reason. It's going to be an ugly football game, and I'll give the edge to the Steelers, who also are going up against a Jets team that their starting guard, Elijah Vera Tucker, unfortunately, has got a tricep injury, is going to be out for the season.
Yeah, you might remember right before the break when I said that the Jets are a competent organization. So scrap that from the tape and pretend like that didn't ever exist. I guess the truth is with Justin Fields, none of us really know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think Ohio State knows. I don't think the Bears know. I don't think Pittsburgh knows. I think the Jets got him as their quarterback because essentially the last couple of years they had the mother lover and Zach Wilson, and that didn't work out well. They had Aaron Rodgers. That might have worked out even worse. So they're just going with the unknown. But the truth is Pittsburgh's quarterback is the unknown also with Aaron Rodgers. This is not discount double check Aaron Rodgers. This is aging, old, team number 3, still coming off an injury a couple of years ago. So I think both these teams, unknown. If you told me that Pittsburgh wins 11 games, you told me Pittsburgh wins 6 games. If you told me the Jets win 9 or the Jets win 4, I have no idea, which is why I'm taking the points with the home team. Give me 3 with the Jets at home. There's so much unknown week 1. In fact, I love that bet.
Interesting. I saw one book already has moved this down to 2.5. So right now at BetMGM, it's -3, but there is at least one book out there that has Pittsburgh -2.5. So, obviously a better number if you're someone that likes the Steelers like myself. There is a better number out there now than even earlier on in the week. It is also the lowest total, I still believe. Yeah, it looks like of the 38? Entire slate. All right. Yeah, 38 right now at BetMGM. All right, let's go to another game, final game in the 1 o'clock window tomorrow. Raiders, Patriots. Raiders 2.5-point dogs, total at 44. You can get them at +125 on the money line. I feel like everybody's very high on the Patriots. Mike Vrabel, big upgrade at head coach. Another year of Drake May. They bring in Stephon Diggs. They draft Travion Henderson, who I think is listed as running back 3, but most people think he's going to eventually supplant Ramondre Stevenson as the year goes on. I still wonder weapon-wise outside of that grouping, though. Booty is a wide receiver there as well. Hunter Henry's the tight end. I'm a little concerned about other weapons that they have. Jalen Polk, I guess, would be another wide receiver name there in New England. I think the Raiders are the play in this particular spot. You asked me how I view them. I told you the floor has been raised, competent quarterback play. I'm not ready to just go ahead and clearly say, the Patriots are just that much better right away, especially in a week 1 matchup. Obviously, I would love if I could get the Raiders at +3, but it's +2.5. Give me the Raiders if I have to pick a side. This is not one of my favorite plays of the week by any means, but I would lean towards the Raiders. I think Geno Smith brings a level of competence there. Historically, the Raiders, since 2012, they haven't finished above 500 other than 2 of the 13 seasons, but they've had 13 different quarterbacks, Sean. They have a guy that raises the floor here in Geno Smith, plus Genty and Bowers. I think they can hang with the Patriots and maybe win this thing outright.
Yeah, another new quarterback, another new coach, another new running back. I mean, yeah, you and I both agree that their tight end room is great, but that's probably the strength of the Raiders. There's a lot of new going on in New England, though, to your point, where Drake May finally starting the season, new head coach, new defensive structure. So we'll see. Because of that, I'm looking at the Patriots at home -2.5 points. Even though we haven't seen a whole lot of Drake May, we've seen no Geno Smith as a Raider. So who knows what that's going to look like. In Seattle, it worked out fine. Is it going to be better or worse? I have no idea. I'm leaving the 2.5 with New England.
All right, let's stay in that division, at least with one of the teams there, obviously. The Broncos. A lot of people high on them. I told you I think they're the second best team in the AFC West. Biggest number on the board, -8.5 against Tennessee. That's a 3:05 kickoff, or a 4:05 kickoff, I guess. 42.5 is the total for this game. Cam Ward makes his NFL debut. I think by now you guys are well aware of rookies in debuts, but just for those that don't know, 28 number one picks since the merger. And their first start, they are 5-22-1 straight up, 8-20 against the spread. In fact, the last number one pick to win in their debut was Caleb Williams. Prior to that, it was David Carr for the Texans back in 2002. Big number, though, here. Big number. Where are you at on this one?
If memory serves me right, didn't Caleb and the Bears beat this Titans team in week 1 last year? So for what it's worth,
Sounds right. Sounds right.
I don't know. For a quarterback that played, 6 years of college football with 3 different teams, was a number 1 overall pick in Cam Ward, I have no idea what to expect from him. In the case of the Denver Broncos, their quarterback last year was great with Bo Nix. I think he's going to end up being a top 10 quarterback by the end of this season. All signs point toward the Broncos blowing them out. It's a first game for a new regime in Tennessee with a new quarterback going on the road against a Broncos team that doesn't have a lot of holes. When you look at coach, when you look at quarterback, and when you look at defense, the only problem with the Broncos, Alex, is they play in the same division with Patrick Mahomes. That's their problem, where they might win 11 or 12 games and still end up being a wild card team. I don't feel quite as strongly about that after what I saw last night from our Chiefs, but I'm still going to stick with them. So I like the Broncos in this game. I think the Broncos win by double digits. I wouldn't be surprised this is one of those games where you look up and you're not sweating at all. And at the end of halftime, it's, they're coming back out in the third quarter. Broncos are up 21-6, something like that. You're coasting in this one.
So I'm not as confident as you are. I'm not taking the Broncos or the Titans. I'm staying away from this one. The only way I would play this, it'll probably be a popular teaser play for points at home in this spot. I liked it at 2.5 more than 1, obviously, but still, I like Seattle here. Christian McCaffrey says he's fine, but he popped up on the injury report all of a sudden. They went and had a trade for Sky Moore and go out there and sign MVS because of the wide receiver issues with suspensions and injuries. Talking about the 49ers. So I like Seattle in this spot at home to get it done in week 1.
I'm not sure why San Francisco's favored in this game, Alex, to all the points that you just made. Maybe it's Kyle Shanahan's the best coach on the sidelines, but to your point, Christian McCaffrey's getting old, always banged up. Brock Purdy got paid. What's his incentive? And I love me some Sam Darnold. Like Darnold last year, I think people are selling short because of the way it ended. The last game of the regular season, he was bad. The playoff game, he was bad. And then all of a sudden, Minnesota let him walk. Minnesota last year went 14-3 in the regular season, largely because of Sam Darnold and his 35 touchdown passes. So nothing against Geno Smith. I think he was fine. What, they win 10 games last year in Seattle? So let's say they upgrade a little bit. If I'm right, that gets them to 11 or 12. I think they win this game. I think they win the division. I think they're a team that's a problem in the NFC that nobody's talking about. And when it comes to San Francisco, bro, who knows? Legitimately, like, what do we really know about San Francisco besides the fact that they've been really consistent until last year, and then they were really banged up? Will the real 49ers please stand up? I have no idea what to expect from them.
The Seahawks are plus 550 to win the West. Cardinals 4-1. Rams 2-1. Niners are the favorites at plus 145. You and I did not talk before the show about this. Interesting. I did not know you also like Seattle to win the division. That's kind of interesting. I think it's a wide open division. I would love to have taken the Rams, but I'm terrified with the Stafford disc injury. I know he's going to play week 1, but that still kind of scares me that at some point Jimmy Garoppolo is going to have to make a couple starts.
It's the only division in football that there's not a bad bet. If you want to take Seattle to win the division at long shot money like you and I did, or say San Francisco's the easy bet, or it's Arizona's time, or the Rams have the most experience and the best coach, and I have no problem with any of that, which is why I'm taking the long shot. I love Seattle, man.
All right, let's get to the NFC North. This game got even more interesting in the last week or so with the Michael Parsons trade. 4:25 kickoff at Lambeau. Packers 2-point favorites over the Lions. Total at 47.5. Lions plus 110 on the money line. This game. So here's the thing. I told you I love the Packers this year, but this is a week with all the talk about Micah and all the increased attention and love. I actually like Detroit plus the 2 though in this spot. I feel like people are not talking about Detroit as much. They lose their coordinators. Jared Goff is still there. Monroe.
By Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Potentially be one of the better young players in the league this year, but is he in week 1? Micah Parsons, he might play some limited snaps. We'll see. How big of an impact does he have in week 1? So this is more just about this. It's kind of too early for me to get to what I think the peak Packers are going to be there for a legit NFC title team. But right this second, I do like the Lions plus 2. All right, let's go to Texans and Rams. We mentioned the Rams a little bit in the NFC West convo. Matthew Stafford is going to play in this game. They bring in Devontae Adams. Obviously, they still have Puka. Kyron Williams, we love what we saw from their defense. Rams 3-point favorites against Houston, total at 43.5. It's a Texans team that were disappointing last year. Major offensive line issues. Now they trade away Laramie Tunzel. Nico Collins is back and healthy, but there's no Tank Dell for this season. The running back situation, they're going to lean on Nick Chubb right now, who's also coming off, obviously, the injuries as well. What do you make of this particular spot? This is a game that I'm, in general, staying away from contest pick-wise. But what do you make of each of these teams? Matthew Stafford is healthy in week 1, so I kind of lean with the Rams, even at -3.
Healthy-ish for Matthew Stafford at this point in his career. How did the Texans trade the gas mask, Laramie Tunsil? I love that guy. He was clearly their best offensive lineman. You said that you think the division is wide open, that AFC South, and you like Jacksonville to make some noise. I disagree. I think it's clearly Houston. I look at everybody else. Tennessee's garbage. Indy might be even worse. I think Houston wins 13 games, not because they're great, but because I look at their schedule. I look at their quarterback. I like their defense better than their numbers were last year, and I like them in this game. I'm playing the money line at plus 145.
Yeah, I just have major questions about that offensive line. Now, if the O-line's better, if the Texans surprise people and they're a 12-win division winner, then we're going to talk about Coach of the Year. Then DeMeco Ryans not a bad play for Coach of the Year in a bounce-back season. I think you could see some people making a move on DeMeco for Coach of the Year, and later on in the year, can you get on a ticket now? That's a name that I do kind of like, but I think the Rams, you're right. Stafford healthy-ish. He hasn't played a whole lot in this offseason and practiced a whole lot, I should say, in this offseason. But when he's out there, he's usually pretty damn good and effective. It's later on in the year where I get concerned when Jimmy Garoppolo is playing. So I do like the Rams at home in this particular spot in week 1. The Texans kind of have to prove to me that they can protect C.J. Stroud. Last year was a sophomore slump, but I think so much of it was he was not protected. And then that wide receiver room is concerning to me still. They draft a couple rookies, but is Nico Collins going to be able to carry the entire load all year without Tank Dell? All right, up next, we got 2 primetime games to preview. Vikings, Bears, Ravens, Bills. Plus, we'll talk Coach of the Year market next on Countdown 2.
Countdown 2 will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. BetMGM.
Two more games to go as we go through the Week 1 NFL slate. Then we'll get to the Coach of the Year market. And obviously, we are also about 20 minutes away from kickoff across multiple games in college football. We already talked a little bit about Oklahoma and Michigan, Kansas and Missouri. There's also Iowa and Iowa State, some of the marquee games on the slate today. We'll wrap it up with our favorite maybe college football bet of the day. We both gave you our favorite NFL bet. But let's get to the final two primetime games, Sean. Sunday Night Football, Ravens, Bills. The Ravens are 1-point favorites in Buffalo. 50.5 is the total. Buffalo, even money on the money line. The Ravens sitting at -120. This is the 18th straight game the Ravens have been favorites. That's the longest streak in the NFL right now in terms of the betting markets. Harbaugh, of course, fares pretty well in Week 1 against the spread as the Ravens head coach. He is 12-5. Look, bigger picture, it's also a Bills team that I think will end up being the number 1 seed because of the conference, or the division, I should say, that they're in a weak schedule. But tomorrow night, I like Baltimore to win in Buffalo and get the outright victory. I think their defense is going to be improved. It has to be improved if they're going to get to where they want to get, which is a Super Bowl. I believe we'll see that in Week 1. I expect this defense, especially, I love the Jair Alexander signing. It seems small, but I actually think that's going to be a big deal for them throughout the season. I think Buffalo's going to struggle where, they to me did not do enough to get after the quarterback. They move on from Von Miller. They bring in Bosa, but I think at this stage of the career, I don't know how much of a difference they're getting in that pass rush right now. And so I have some questions about the wide receiver room and who they're going to rely on there in particular. James Cook, of course, is a huge part of their offense, but I like Baltimore quite a bit. We know it was a Mark Andrews drop. Otherwise, we're having a different conversation about Baltimore last year probably as well.
Baltimore's run into some pretty bad luck, haven't they? Whether it was the Mark Andrews drop or Week 1 of last year with Isaiah Likely's shoe size being a half size too big, it does feel like it's Baltimore's time. That number you just gave us, where they've been favored in 18 straight games, is
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great play.
The only thing I'll say is when you're dealing with two of the best quarterbacks in football, two guys that have won the MVP over the last 2 years, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, we know what they're capable of in terms of big plays, obviously with their feet as well as through the air. And so that's where I always get a little nervous about betting an under and just involving a game involving these two quarterbacks, right? I mean, because we know Lamar can turn a 3rd and 10 into a 50-yard touchdown run. We know Josh Allen can run over 3 dudes and turn a 3rd and 10 into a 25-yard gain that extends the drive. I mean, so I'm a little nervous on the total, but I agree. It is a high number, but I think for good reason.
And usually, and it's Baltimore or Buffalo, you got to look at the weather also and go, yeah, but it's going to be an icy track, or it's going to be snow or wind. Yeah. Bro, it's like supposed to be 62 degrees and not very windy, so that's not going to be a problem at all for either team.
All right, Monday Night Football. I already told you, you know where I'm at on this game. This has been a game I've been circling for months. Monday Night Football, Vikings, Bears, 1.5-point dogs, even money on the money line, total at 44 over at BetMGM. I like Chicago probably way too much at this point in time. It makes me like I've been talking about this game for months. I think J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings will be perfectly fine as they get into week 3 or 4. Kevin O'Connell, to me, is a top 3-4 coach in football. Justin Jefferson, obviously, is the real deal, but there's no Addison. And this is basically a rookie making his debut. I know McCarthy is not a rookie, but essentially, in my mind, he is in this particular spot. I believe Caleb Williams is going to play well. I know he's an easy target for people these days to hate on. I'm bullish on the Bears. As I told you earlier, I think they can be a 9-10 win football team. I think the Vikings regress from their 14-win season from a year ago. At minimum, in week one, they're not going to be full go with McCarthy. And so give me Chicago at home getting points. I think they win outright. Give me Chicago plus 1.5.
I don't like agreeing with you at all, but I have to on this one because Chicago's at home. As you mentioned, J.J. McCarthy, basically a rookie quarterback, going to take his first NFL snaps. And even in college, I'm not going to say he was a game manager. He was better than that, but very well-coached team at Michigan, good defense, tons of draft picks. So he was just another dude on a good team. I just didn't see him as being this great NFL quarterback. And you're going up against Caleb Williams, who at some point everybody thought was going to be a great NFL quarterback. That's why he was the number one pick. That's why he's a franchise guy. That's why he won the Heisman Trophy and all those things. And he's actually played in the NFL before, albeit not a whole lot of time, albeit not for these coordinators or head coaches. So there's a lot of change going on with both teams. I'm a little bit surprised that the Vikings are favored to win this game just because J.J. McCarthy is the great unknown. Even if he would have been the number one overall pick a couple of years ago, Gold, we've seen number one overall picks look like Caleb Williams or Bryce Young or Trevor Lawrence. So I don't really know what to expect from either quarterback, which is why if you're going to give me points in Chicago, how can I not take the Bears?
All right, so that's the full week one slate. We went through each game. I want to talk about a coach of the year market. Ben Johnson, by the way, we were just talking with Chicago, is the favorite to be coach of the year. He's sitting at plus 650. He is. Vrabel, plus 750. Liam Cohen, 10-1. Jonathan Gannon, 12-1. Aaron Glenn with the Jets, 15-1. Sean Payton, 15-1. I'll let you take a look if you're watching on Twitch further down the board. Coach of the year is fun. I love this market. I think there's plenty of coaches that you can eliminate. We typically just don't see repeat winners. Kevin Stefanski, it's pretty rare that he's won two of them. Usually once you win a coach of the year, you don't win again. You have to exceed expectations. If you're an Andy Reid, if you're a Sean McDermott, you're not winning coach of the year. So you, to me, look at a lot of first-year coaches or guys you think can overachieve. So Ben Johnson, obviously, first-year head coach. I get why he is a favorite in this spot. He's not my favorite bet, though. You know, I looked at how do I view the season going for a team like Jacksonville. I told you I think they're a dark horse candidate to win the division. I have money on them to win the AFC South. Well, if I think Liam Cohen and the Jags are winning the AFC South, well, then he's firmly in play for coach of the year, right? So 10-1 is really intriguing for me and Liam Cohen there at coach of the year. I think Brian Schottenheimer is another name to keep an eye on. I know they lost week one, but expectations are low for him, very low. If he somehow gets to 9 or 10 wins, I think he's in play. Probably has to get to the postseason to win it, but he's 25 or 30-1, Sean, for coach of the year right now over at BetMGM. In fact, let me see, the updated number for Schottenheimer, 25-1 right now. So those are two names that are intriguing for me in the coach of the year market.
This is such a stupid award. Andy Reid's the long shot on the board. And like Nick Sirianni, 80-1. I mean, I'm looking at John Harbaugh at 60-1. So basically, if you're a great coach, you can't win the award because you set the bar too high. What a goofy award. I do like Harbaugh, though. Not John. I like Jim. I'm looking at his odds right now. Looked really good last night. Beat the Chiefs. You can get right around 12, 13-1, 14-1 odds right now at BetMGM on Jim Harbaugh. And let's say they do what they did last night and Trevor Lawrence, or excuse me, the West Coast version of Trevor Lawrence, that would be Justin Herbert, keeps on looking like he did, and he's putting up all pro type numbers. Let's say, dream with me here for a second, that they end up winning the division. They unseat the Chiefs. They win 12 or 13 games. They're a 2-seed or something like that. I think that's good enough for a guy that it feels like the voters, it feels like the general public, for whatever reason, is always rooting for Jim Harbaugh. It's already a wonky award. The Chiefs have won the division every year since Obama was president. If it's somebody else, whether it's the Broncos, whether it's the Chargers, I don't think it's going to be the Raiders. If you like a long shot at Pete Carroll, you can get him at 15-1 money. But for the same odds, give me Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, so if I were to pick non-first-year head coaches, and so if I wasn't going to go Liam Cohen and Brian Schottenheimer, which I really like, I like your logic on the AFC West. I still think the Chiefs win the division, but whoever unseats them finally, if you think this is deep down the year it happens, I'm totally with you. That coach is going to have a great chance to win coach of the year because they're going to be looked at, hey, it's 9 years in a row the Chiefs won the West and you knocked them off. So I'm with you. A little sprinkle on Sean Payton and Harbaugh. I don't hate that thought process at all. If you think there's a decent chance the Chiefs can not win the division. I know it's easy to say after last night's performance that you think that maybe there's a good chance at that. So that's the Coach of the Year market. I think it's a fun market. You're right. It's silly how you've got to basically go 17-0 if you're Andy Reid or Sean McDermott.
Still
and
won't
Nick
do it.
Sirianni.
Still won't do it. Still won't do it.
Right. Well, I think a perfect season gets it. A perfect season gets it done. But
maybe.
That's about
but the Chiefs went 15-1 in the 16
right.
games they
That's
tried
not
to win last
season.
year.
It's not a perfect season, though.
Ryan Horvath tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, touche. It's close. It's
You're going money line. You know I like Kansas to cover. I can't get there on the money line, but I like Iowa State. That game starts here in about 6 minutes or so. It is up there in an atmosphere that is going to be incredible with Cyclones fans. Iowa State. I like the under, though. We are still talking about Iowa after all. So give me under 42.5 for the game. Another low-scoring affair. Even though Iowa State's been putting up some points, I just think the flow of that one in a rivalry, it could be at halftime, 10-7 or something like that. I really believe that could be in play. So those are our favorite bets on the college slate, my man. I appreciate you filling in for Grant. We'll see if your Hawks, my Hawks, can get it done against the Tigers. But you're actually putting your money where your mouth is, so I'll give you credit.
There's still room for you to. Come on, Gold. I know you want to.
Oh, I want to. I want that to be the result, but I'm also looking forward to Oklahoma, Michigan. I mean, if Bryce Underwood
Crimson and blue makes green,
today,
baby. Crimson and blue makes green.
There you go. All right, we're back at it next Saturday right here on Countdown 2. Have a good day, guys.
You've been listening to Countdown 2. Coming up next on the BetMGM Network is Inside the Betting Lines. Download the BetMGM app today and make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly.
Elsa Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Happy Saturday. Welcome into week 2 of the college football season. PJ Glasser riding solo with you today. Got my producer, Addie Bates, that'll be helping out. We got David Dykstra, Kenny Henderson in Chicago. That'll be helping as well. Max is helping us out as our VP. We're with you guys for the next 4 hours up until 4 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to monitor all the college football games that we got going on today in week 2, including a really good noon Eastern slate that we will have with you throughout the show. We got the Cy-Hawk rivalry game in Iowa State today between the Cyclones and the Hawkeyes. Iowa State a 3-point favorite over Iowa. We also have a potential trap game with the number 11 team in the country, Illinois, on the road in Durham today, taking on Duke as just 2.5-point favorites. And then another good matchup, Baylor and SMU, number 17 SMU, 3-point favorites at home against the Baylor Bears, looking to bounce back after that loss against Auburn last week. We also have Penn State, big favorites today at home against Florida International. Texas trying to bounce back. They're big favorites at home against San Jose State. Indiana, big favorites at home against Kennesaw State. And Texas Tech at home, 47.5-point favorites against Kent State. So a bunch of noon games. We'll get into some of our picks that we have coming up here in moments. We'll look at the entire college football slate that we have on the card today. Also dive into week 1 in the NFL. Starts tomorrow, our first NFL Sunday. Recap the first couple games that we've seen here on Thursday and Friday, and then dive in to tomorrow's slate. And then throughout the next 4 hours, we are going to have 4 great guests join us on the show today. John Bueller going to join us coming up in about 20 minutes. We're going to talk Georgia Bulldogs, Atlanta Falcons, and just college football and NFL with John coming up here in 20. Dan Miller going to join us in 1 hour, 1 p.m. Eastern time. Dan, play-by-play voice for the Detroit Lions. They're on the road tomorrow taking on the Green Bay Packers, one of the marquee games of Week 1. We'll get Dan's thoughts on that matchup and the Lions as a whole this season. Gene Battaglia will join us 1:20 p.m. Eastern time. We'll talk Buffalo Bills, Baltimore Ravens, Sunday Night Football tomorrow. And with the Kansas City Chiefs losing last night to the L.A. Chargers, big opportunity for both the Ravens and the Bills tomorrow. We'll get Gene's thoughts on that matchup. Matthew Paris going to join us to talk New Orleans Saints. A lot of people feel like the Saints are going to be the worst team in the NFL this season, and that might be true, but we like them Week 1 against Arizona. We'll talk about that game, and then the marquee game of the day in college football, number 15 Michigan, number 18 Oklahoma. Jenny Carlson going to stop by, talk a little OU, also maybe talk some Oklahoma State as they're on the road taking on the Ducks today as 4 touchdown dogs in Eugene. But a lot to get to throughout the show today as we have the pregame shows getting ready to wrap up. They're all making their picks as we can start this noon Eastern slate. But I'm going to have my producer, our social media gal, my co-host, my compadre, my amigo, Addie Bates, helping me out throughout the show today. Addie, how are we doing on this college football Saturday?
You know what? I'm excited to be here, but what I wasn't excited for was driving up here because I guess there's a DC bike event, and because of that, it took me, instead of 15 minutes, 35 minutes to get here. Yeah, nightmare. So for people that don't know, we're here in the Washington, D.C. studio. Our studio's probably about a block away from where the Nationals Park is. So I guess there was a DC bike ride today. Also, the Lumineers are playing tonight at Nats Park. Don't know if you knew that. I did not know that. So I don't think the traffic is coming for that yet, but probably by the time maybe we get out of here, some people will start rolling in, maybe having dinner, pre-gaming, whatever, all that stuff. Pre-gaming the tailgating Lumineers. The concerts if they do that, whatever it might be. But they should be locked in on Florida International. And Penn State. Are you locked in on that game today? Do you have any bets in any of these early games today? In the early games, so we were talking before the show, Iowa versus Iowa State. I actually like Iowa in this one. Now, I was talking to you earlier. Iowa's won 20 of its last 22 non-conference games, but the 2 losses have been against Iowa State. So I feel like I just have to go against the grain here. So it's a good stat, but also it's worth mentioning that Iowa has won 6 straight games in Ames at Iowa State. This has actually been a rivalry where you want to back the road team. And it's a 3-point favorite. I stayed away from the game because Iowa played a nobody last week. Iowa State's been very impressive so far. Not only did they beat Kansas State out in Dublin, but then they come back the next week and they absolutely destroy South Dakota State 55-7. They were like 16-point favorites in that game. They win by 48. So that was super impressive. I want to sit back and bet that game live. Like, I'm hoping Iowa State gets up big. Maybe they get up 10 points, 14 points, and then I want to bet Iowa to come back and maybe keep that game close. But I'm staying away. No real play for me in that matchup. Double D, David Dykstra is helping us out here for the first segment in Chicago. Do you have any thoughts on Cy-Hawk today between Iowa State and Iowa? Did you make any plays?
I did not make any plays because I do think that this game is so close. Because it is a rivalry game, I try to stay away from rivalry games as much as possible. But for me, just eye test, I'm leaning Cyclones. The quarterback from Iowa did not look good last week at all. I think it gets ratcheted up even more this week, the pressure. So my lean would be Iowa State, either on the money line. I'd even take them on the spread. It's still -3, correct?
It is, yeah. So yeah, I think that's Dave. I was just going to say, that's a good point to mention in this game, right? It's probably all number dependent, too. Like, there were 3.5s with Iowa. If you could have gotten that, probably a good bet. If you want to bet Iowa State, make sure you grab the 3 because this game usually is close and usually comes down to the wire. I see you're wearing a Duke Blue Devil hat and you obviously are there in Chicago. I think I know what you're doing, Dave. You're trying to rile up the people there in Champaign as they got a tricky one today. Do you think Illinois is on upset alert? Do you think Duke takes them down today?
I do not. I think Illinois might be the truth this year.
Okay.
I think they might be the 4th or 5th best team in the Big Ten, which means a lot. And they could sneak into the college football playoff if they play well enough. They've got a great schedule this year. They've got Ohio State coming into Champaign. Illinois is one of those sleeper teams that I keep an eye on. I think Altmaier is a dude. I don't know if he's the upper echelon of guys in this quarterback golden age, dare we say, that's going on in college football this year. But I think Illinois, yes, it's a trap game, but I think Illinois rides.
I keep going back and forth on what to do with this game. What I did do was bet the under. I took under 49.5 between Illinois and Duke. Brett Bielema, since he's been the head coach of Illinois, has played 11 Power 4 non-conference games. The under is 8-3. And if you know Bielema ball, whether it was at Arkansas, whether it was at Wisconsin, whether it's been at Illinois, his identity is he wants to run the ball and play good defense. And that's what he's going to try and do today. Duke, their head coach, Manny Diaz, is a very good defensive mind. Duke's got an underrated defense. And they got a good quarterback in Darian Mensah, who they brought over from Tulane. They paid him $4 million in the offseason to have him come be their quarterback for games like this. So this is a tricky spot. The one thing I've noticed about college football is a lot of times you'll see in this noon Eastern slate throughout the year, there'll be games like Illinois and Duke where you just look at the line and it feels like Duke's the right side. Like, it's just trappy. Number 11 Illinois on the road against Duke. Like, Illinois should win this game. And more often than not, like, I would always be on the side of Duke, but Illinois does tend, like, the teams like Illinois tend to win these games. So I'm staying away from it. I think a lot of these early games, again, the best way to bet them is just sit back, watch the show with us, see how they play out. We'll get a good live number because I will be live betting some of these games today as that game's getting ready to kick off right now in Durham. We also have Texas and San Jose State getting ready to kick off in Austin right now. Texas going to start with the ball. Our girl Addie Bates, big Texas Longhorn fan. Rocking a Texas shirt today. Got a Texas sweatshirt that she threw on the ground. Now she's picking it back up. She had a Texas hat that she was wearing before the show was starting. Obviously a tough one last week against Ohio State. Do you think Arch and the boys bounce back today? Would you lay the 37.5 with Texas against San Jose State?
Yes, and I know that the total right now is set at like 52-6. Honestly, I like the under, and that I don't actually trust this offense that much. I'm not, like I said last week, I don't think that Arch is going to look terrible, but that does not mean I think he's going to go out there and look great. So in terms of the spread is currently at 36.5 points. That's a good question. I think the only bet that I would have in that is under 52.5.
I think the under is probably a good play. I stayed away. I was actually leaning San Jose State because I think, again, a lot of people are thinking, oh, Texas lost. They're going to bounce back. They're going to roll today. You always got to worry about these teams that come off like big games like that, like top 10 matchups where, I mean, that's as big a game as Texas is going to play all year. It's the two of the top three teams in the country. It's a rematch from the semifinal game last year, two of the biggest brands in the sport. And now you got to come home and play San Jose State, who, oh, by the way, is coming off a big loss to Central Michigan. And a lot of people thought this San Jose State team would be one of the better teams in the Mountain West. So they do have some talent, and I was leaning towards taking them today. Problem is, Sark's teams the last couple of years have rolled in these kind of games. Like, when they go up against lesser competition, they win like 55-7. Like, they tend to put the boot down. So I was a little concerned about that, but 3 and out for Texas to start. Arch with a couple of incompletions, so not a good start there for Texas. Duke moving the ball right now. Their first drive against Illinois, they are across midfield. Minute gone by in that game. Getting ready to kick off in Ames between Iowa and Iowa State. 60 degrees kickoff right now, 8-mile-per-hour wind. So a beautiful day there in Ames. And then Baylor and SMU getting ready to start as well. That's a big matchup today. SMU made it to the ACC title game last year. A lot of people think they could get back. Their quarterback, Kevin Jennings, returned. Obviously made it to the college football playoff last season. And then Baylor was my pick to win the Big 12 this year. I think they're going to have one of the better offenses in the Big 12 this season. The defense was the concern, and watching that Auburn game last week, again, just kind of reaffirms all my concerns about will they be able to stop the run. As SMU batted ball on the first play, this might go for a touchdown. What a start. 75 yards to the house. And just like that, SMU is up 6-0 with the extra point pending. So this is why I say live bet those games, right? I mean, that was a 2.5, 3-point spread. All you had to do was just sit back and wait. And now let's see what live number we have on Baylor as I refresh good old BetMGM. Line currently not available just yet. That total was also 65.5 to start. Baylor's offense, again, very good. SMU's offense, very good. That should be a track meet today, but a good start for SMU. I will be live betting Baylor. I can tell you guys that much. Baylor has won 13 straight games against SMU. SMU hasn't beaten them since the 1980s, so I don't think it's going to be an easy game today for SMU. Obviously, a tremendous start. Now they're up to a 6.5-point favorite, just like that, and the live total goes from 65.5 all the way up to 73.5, and just some brutal luck. The DB tried to undercut it, and SMU, it bounced up in the air. The receiver picked it up, took it to the end zone, so a great start there for SMU. San Jose State, meanwhile, they are driving against Texas. They got the ball on the Longhorn 40-yard line. Duke with a 1st and 10 after Illinois had an injury on defense. They resumed play, but a nice opening drive to start there for Duke. So telling you guys, a lot of these early games today are going to be super interesting. FIU, Penn State. Penn State 42-point favorite today, 42.5-point favorite against FIU. Dave, that is your squad, the Penn State Nittany Lions. Did you like them to bounce back today and cover the spread? They took care of business against Nevada. They won that game. Backdoor cover late doesn't get them the cover. Do you think they cover today against FIU?
I do not. It's such a big number. And if Penn State has everything go their way, Franklin has said that this is a 16-game season for Penn State. So if they are up big, they are resting their starters. So, I don't think Penn State covering is on James Franklin's to-do list this year.
Which is interesting, Dave, because as you know, that has been on his to-do list most years. Is anytime he's a big favorite, he tends to run it up. But that's interesting, something to keep an eye on. Iowa with a 3rd and 5, and depending on the spot, looks like he's short. So it looks like Iowa might go 3 and out and have to punt to start the game. Duke with the 2nd and 6 at the Illinois 25-yard line. And it's going to be 3rd and 7 coming up here against Illinois. And again, San Jose State driving right now against Texas, 2nd and 5 at the Texas 35-yard line. So keep that in mind today with this entire slate that we have in week 2. All these big games that we had last week, all these top 10 matchups. How are these teams going to respond today, right? LSU's a massive favorite. Clemson's a massive favorite. Bama's a massive favorite. Ohio State, massive favorite. How are all these teams going to look? Their entire offseason, all they thought about was those top 10 matchups. All they thought about was those big games. Now here in week 2, they're playing a lot of cupcakes. What are these teams going to look like? And not a great start for Texas right now. 3rd and 5 upcoming. 4th and 3 upcoming for Duke. We'll see what Manny Diaz and the Blue Devils decide to do. But John Mueller going to join us. Coming up next, we're going to talk some NFL and college football with John. Stick around.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser here with you, Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Week 2 of college football is off and running. We got Duke with a 3-0 lead right now on Illinois. Texas and San Jose State still scoreless in Austin as the Spartans just missed a field goal. Florida State up 7-0 right now on East Texas A&M. Iowa State up 3-0 on Iowa. SMU with 7-0 start over Baylor. And Indiana 7-0 right now on Kennesaw State. We'll keep you posted on all the games going on in week 2. But to talk some more college football, dive into a little NFL as well. We welcome on John Bueller to the show. Give John a follow on X at Bueller118, lead writer for Fansided, host of Blogging Dirty Podcast, and co-host of College Football False Start as well. John, great having you on the show, man. Appreciate you spending some time with us. I was really fascinated today by this noon slate that we had in college football, right? Illinois, Duke, the Iowa State rivalry, SMU, Baylor, a good non-conference matchup. Which of those 3 games today in this early window that we're getting, John, were you most looking forward to?
Honestly, I think Illinois Duke could be really fascinating here because a lot of people have the Illini vying for like a playoff spot. They're like a top 15 team in the country. And then Duke gets Darren Minsoff from Tulane to transfer, I think, very highly of Manny Diaz as a head coach here. And whoever wins this game is going to have a lot of momentum heading into conference play potentially.
John, where were you on kind of the middle of the Big Ten this year, right? Because we kind of look at the top and it's Ohio State, it's Penn State, it's Oregon. We expect all those teams to be really, really good. But after what Indiana did last year, and a lot of these teams I think are really intriguing, like Illinois, like Nebraska, Indiana. Again, I've heard some people love Washington. Was there a team, that middle tier of the Big Ten, that you really liked this year?
I did a lot of like simulations here, and I mean, I feel like Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon were like more likely than not going to be playoff teams. But I came back being pretty high in Nebraska. Obviously, the Huskers didn't have the strongest showing versus Cincinnati last week, but this is the Matt Rule Pop year. Year 3, when he's leading a team, they usually do well. Second year with Dylan Raiola at quarterback, and then Dana Holgerson's going to have a full year there as the OC. So I was pretty high on the Huskers, and I liked Washington a lot too. I also liked Iowa too as well in that middle tier, but like somebody's going to have to emerge to potentially take that Indiana spot. Maybe Indiana holds on. Maybe it's Illinois. Maybe Michigan has a great game, and they've got a big opportunity here tonight versus Oklahoma for sure.
What did you make at the top of that conference, John? A lot of people on this network, myself included, I like Penn State the best. Obviously, the Buckeyes have that big win against Texas, looking every part of the defending champs. Who's the top team for you in the Big Ten right now?
It's been Ohio State for me here. I kind of feel that Ohio State's had Penn State's number. James Franklin really struggles against Ohio State. Ohio State won the national championship last year. I picked Ohio State to beat Texas last week. A little bit close for comfort there, but I know. I think that like as long as you've got star players like Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs, I trust the Buckeyes' ability to reload about as good as anybody in college football. But I don't think it's by much. I think Penn State could certainly win the Big Ten this year too.
Speaking of Texas, they're playing San Jose State right now, John. And I mean, so much expectations for Arch Manning, this team coming into the season. Did you buy the dip with Texas at all? Like, do you think there's value on them to win the national championship now that there's prices better? Arch to win the Heisman at all? Like, do you think the prices that we're getting, do you think that maybe there's better value on that? Because now maybe people aren't as high on Texas as they were to start the season. Do you still really like this Longhorns team?
I go back and forth on this. It really comes down to how they do in their 2 other big road games this season, at Florida and at Georgia. If you win one of those 2 and you hold serve versus Oklahoma and Norman, and then at the end of the year versus A&M, you're going to be in a situation where you're probably going to go about 10-2, get in the playoffs, maybe get to Atlanta and see what happens there. But, Arch Manning's only had 2 starts prior to this season. Sark didn't do him any favors last week against a really good defense. But I think at this point, even with a loss to Ohio State, like you still got to feel pretty good about Texas's chances of making the playoff. As far as Arch Manning winning the Heisman, being the number 1 overall draft pick, I think that's kind of toast, but maybe that's more of a conversation for 2027.
Yeah, fair enough. We're talking with John Bueller here on Inside the Betting Lines. Give John a follow on X at Bueller118. We're talking college football week 2. Bunch of good games going on right now. John, Iowa State, Iowa. You mentioned you were kind of high on Iowa going into the season. Iowa State's had a great start. They have that big win in Dublin over Kansas State. Another great opportunity for them today. This Big 12 was wide open to start the year, and you could have made a case for like 7 or 8 different teams. Who was your pick to win the Big 12 before the season started? And now after watching a week of college football, is there a team that impressed you that maybe you like now in the Big 12?
At the start of the year, I had Arizona State beating Utah. My fiance is an Arizona State alum, so it's been easy kind of to root for the Sun Devils from afar. I think that they've got probably the best combination of quarterback, running back, and wide receiver in the Big 12. But I'm very high on Iowa State, but also I'm really high on Utah. I think Devin Dampier is going to have a fantastic year there for the Utes. And I'm of the belief that Kyle Whittingham is going to retire as soon as Utah makes the playoff. Maybe it's this year, maybe it's next, but the guy's been a lifer there in Salt Lake. I think he's got a quarterback right now that could potentially get him to Arlington and beyond. So very high on Utah this year.
I'm with you, man. Dampier looked awesome against UCLA,
Yeah.
and we know that Utah team can play some defense as well. John, I know you're there in Atlanta. You're a big Georgia Bulldog fan. They're going up against Austin Peay today. I actually bet Austin Peay, John, because I saw this stat that Kirby Smart is 0-9 against the spread against FCS teams, and he's been terrible against the spread, is a 40-point favorite against SBS teams. So whatever it is about Georgia, they always win these games, but they never win by margin. And then with Tennessee on deck next week, obviously that's a big rivalry game, big matchup. I took Austin Peay to maybe lose by 40 today or 38 and keep it within the number. Is that the way you would lean? Do you think Georgia wins today, but maybe wins by 35, or do you think they win by 50 or 60 today?
I'd probably take Austin Peay getting the points here because there'll become a point where look, we don't want anybody getting hurt heading into the big game versus the Vols next week. I know Tennessee is probably going to be down their 2 best cornerbacks. So, and again, you want to see the offense with Gunnar Stockton, Zachariah Branch, Nate Frazier, a whole bunch of other new pieces coming together. Just try to find some sort of a rapport and balance here. But Georgia, once they're up, they'll sit on the football. They may see if Ryan Puglisi and the backups want to do something. But Austin Peay played pretty well. I mean, they beat the tar out of Middle Tennessee last week. This is a really strong FCS program. It's just but you're going up against a perennial power in Georgia. But I think you're on the right side of the coin there of probably taking the Governors to get some points here.
John, I don't know how you feel about it, man, but it feels like there was so much talk about Texas in the offseason, year 2 under Kellen DeBoer with Bama, people in LSU, all these teams, and it's are we really going to do this again with Georgia? They still got the best coach in the country. This team won 2 national titles not too long ago, and now after what Texas looked like in week 1 and Bama looked like in week 1, here we are, Georgia favored to win the SEC. Do you think Georgia is the team to beat in the Southeastern Conference this season?
Right now, I would say so. Entering the season, I had them splitting with Texas. I had them beating Texas in Athens, and then maybe being 12-0, losing in the SEC championship because it's just really hard. But I think that what we saw out of the Longhorns last week kind of shows that maybe the offense, there's some incongruencies there. Gunnar Stockton's just a better fit in Mike Bobo's system than Carson Beck ever was. He was kind of more of a Todd Monken guy, but I am fully aware and fully preparing for some other flavor of the week in the SEC to leapfrog Georgia. I mean, we saw LSU go ahead of them in the AP Top 25 poll. Love me some Garrett Nussmeier, but the Brian Kelly of it all, you're kind of okay, are we going to be able to hold steady there? I'm also pretty high on Ole Miss this year, and Georgia's got to play them again later after losing to them in Oxford last year.
John, to kind of bring 2 SEC teams together, were you more impressed with LSU's performance last week or more down on how Bama performed against Florida State last week?
That's a really close call because you can make the argument either way. I would probably say a little bit more down on Alabama, probably because I was not super impressed with what Clemson did. I kind of felt like this is a game that I've been wanting to see Cade Klubnik win. I'm like, you have some adversity, you got to handle this. And I thought Nussmeier went out there, looked the part, and played fantastic football. Blake Baker's defense looked fantastic too. I think with Alabama, though, it's nobody fears them anymore. And Thomas Castellanos was able to back up all of his smack talk from the offseason and play good. Also, Gus Malzahn just owns Bama for some reason. It's unbelievable.
He does, man. He really does. He even tweeted out it was like old times today, So he knows he loves beating the Tide. Last college football question, John. I want to get some NFL thoughts from you. Marquee game of the day, Michigan, Oklahoma in Norman tonight. Our first chance to really see Bryce Underwood, big spotlight against a great defense. John Mateer comes over. People are excited about this Oklahoma team. Who do you like to win that game tonight?
It's very close. I feel whoever wins this game's going to have a lot of momentum. Like, they're going to be like, okay, I think we can maybe make the playoff this year. I don't want to be the losing team here. And I'm going to go with Oklahoma for 3 reasons. One, I think Mateer just has more experience than Underwood. There will be leaps, there'll be ups and downs with Underwood this season. 2, I think it's in Norman. And then I think 3, Venables is just a little bit more seasoned as a head coach. And even though I think Sharon Moore is going to be very fired up for this game going back to alma mater, he is going to be serving a suspension the 2 games after this. So there's a lot. It's a really tall ask there for the Wolverines. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan won. I just think Oklahoma's got a little bit better of an edge here.
All right, we're talking with John Bueller here on Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. John, let's flip over to the NFL. We got an NFC South matchup tomorrow with the 2 projected teams at the top of that division, the Bucs and the Falcons. You know these games are always close, and both teams are really dealing with some injuries, especially on the offensive line. No blindside protection for Michael Penix, no blindside protection for Baker Mayfield, so both guys are really missing their star worlds up front. How do you project, what do you see happening in this game tomorrow? Do you like Atlanta at home, or do you think Tampa gets the win?
I do like Atlanta at home a little bit here. I think that their weapons are a little bit healthier. It remains to be seen if Darnell Mooney is going to play at all, or just be a decoy out there. But you're absolutely right. Tristan Wirfs being out for the Bucs is tough, and losing a Caleb McGarry for the season for Atlanta is not great either. Atlanta did complete the season sweep of Tampa a year ago. The margins are not that much, I would say, between Atlanta and Tampa. I have them both as playoff teams this year. Both capable of winning around 10 or so games. I think that they probably split. Atlanta gets the home game here, and I think Tampa wins like the Thursday night game later. You're looking at like a Young Wei field goal to win this game, like 27-24 or something like that.
Definitely feels that way. Like that game is going to come right down to the wire. John, what are you expecting out of Kyle Pitts this season? I feel like we asked that question for the last 4 years, right? Top 5 pick, all the talent in the world. Guy just hasn't been able to produce like they thought he would. But now you have one of the best backs in Bijan Robinson. I think Drake London's going to have a monster year. Should open things up for Kyle Pitts. Do you think this is his best season that he has as a pro this year?
It'll be in the range of what he had like his rookie year with Matt Ryan throwing him the football. I think Penix being in the offense for like a second season. Again, Zach Robinson's coming over from the LA Rams. They're running 11 personnel, very different from what Arthur Smith and Dave Ragone ran beforehand. So maybe they've got a better idea and a better fit for what they want to use out of him. But again, he's playing out his 5th-year contract year. If he plays really well, he's just going to end up signing in free agency with his hometown Eagles. We all know that's going to happen. If he doesn't play very well, probably won't bring him back. It just kind of feels like he seems like the ultimate kind of contract year player. So I think he'll probably push like for, I don't know, he's been around like 600 yards or so a year. Maybe he's like 850 here, a couple touchdowns. It does seem as though him and Penix have a pretty good rapport. Like Penix looked at him pretty early in his first 3 starts last season. So I'm bullish on Pitts, but this could totally blow up my face.
John, we got about a minute left, man. Who do you like to win that NFC South division, and how many playoff teams do you think make it out of that division this season?
Oh, this is going to go down to the wire. I have them both, the Falcons and the Bucs, going 11-6. I think I have Atlanta winning by like the 6th tiebreaker. It's unbelievable. You're looking at Atlanta as something like the 3 or 4 seed, depending on how you view the NFC West champion. Mm-hmm. And then I've got Tampa getting in as like the 6 or 7 seed as well. but I don't think either of them are going to be playing in an NFC Championship game this year. Really high in Philadelphia. Really think Washington is legit. I don't think Detroit pulls back that far. And then Green Bay is a team that I think them getting a player like Micah Parsons is like them getting, Charles Woodson back in the day or, Reggie White. So maybe the Packers have a special year to them.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. Get maybe the best defensive player in all of football. He's John Bueller. Give him a follow on X, @Bueller118. Lead writer for Fanside, host of the Blog and Dirty podcast, co-host College Football Fall Start as well. John, appreciate the time, man. Enjoy College Football Week 2, NFL Week 1. Hope to talk to you again soon.
All right, appreciate it, PJ. You take care.
All right, great stuff there from John Bueller joining us here. And let's update you guys on some scores real quick before we head to break. Iowa State up 3-0 on Iowa. Duke 3-0 on Illinois. And SMU up 10-0 on Baylor. We will come back. More Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. Stay with us.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It took them about 12 minutes of game time, and Texas finally on the board as they lead 7-0 against San Jose State. Arch Manning with that was a long touchdown.
83 yards.
83 yards for Arch Manning. His second career college passing touchdown as Longhorns strike first today. 7-0 lead against San Jose State. The live line currently off the board. Penn State also up 7-0. Duke, while we were away, was getting ready to get the ball back. They muffed a punt. Illinois takes over in the red zone, and it looks like the receiver is going to have the first down, but the touchdown is going to come back. So it's going to be 1st and goal at the 1 for Illinois. Iowa State setting up for their second field goal of the day, a 27-yarder, looking to take a 6-0 lead on Iowa. And, he just sneaks it in. So that's a 6-0 lead for the Cyclones. SMU takes has a 10-0 lead on Baylor, 4th and 4. The punt unit is out. Now they call timeout to go over things. Iowa's a 7.5-point dog right now against Iowa State. Yeah, I'm going to bet that. See, this is why I love live betting, Addy. You get the better number. We got Baylor at 10.5. Now we got Iowa at plus 7.5. So I'm on the Hawkeyes plus the points, and I am on Baylor plus the points. I got the under in this Duke-Illinois game at 49.5, so I did not appreciate that muff punt. Hopefully Duke's defense can make a stand. 2nd and goal at the 1. Illinois is going to run it up the middle, and he's in for a touchdown. So Illinois takes a 7-3 lead over Duke. We'll update you on what the live line is. Texas now a 33.5-point favorite after scoring that touchdown. Indiana's up 14-0 on Kennesaw State. Texas Tech up 21-0 in the first quarter on Kent State. You have Minnesota's up 28-0 in the first quarter on Northwestern State. How about Virginia-NC State? That's a good game. 14-14, just starting the second quarter. That live total is at 70.5. And then UConn with a 7-0 lead right now on Syracuse. So a lot of good games going on currently. Illinois capitalizes off that muffed punt. San Jose State gets the ball back after giving up the first touchdown of the day, and we have an interception. So there you go. Texas starting to wake up, get some momentum with 2:44 to go in the first quarter. All right, a promo from our friends. We got to tell you about, we got a loaded NFL Week 1 coming up tomorrow on the BetMGM Network, and it all starts right here. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kate Constable, Jason Lockenforth set the stage from 8 to 11 Eastern. Then it's You Better You Bet Countdown to kickoff. Nick Costos and Sammy P from 11 to 1, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props to fantasy, we have you covered right here on the BetMGM Network. Dan Miller, sports director, Fox 2 in Detroit, going to join us coming up here in about 15 minutes. Lions and Packers coming up tomorrow from Lambeau Field. That should be a fun one. So the live line now in the Illinois game is Illinois 4.5, and the live total is back up to 47.5. So if you like Duke at 3, if you like Duke at 2.5, you can now get them at 4.5. I'm going to stay away, though. I like having Iowa at 7.5. I like having Baylor at 10.5. So those are my two plays that I'm rolling with right now. Some of the later games we have coming up. Something I would keep an eye on throughout the college football season that was extremely profitable throughout the year for me last year was in games where you have massive point spreads. If you see line movement on the underdog, you should bet them. That was really profitable for me last year, and we have that in Clemson and Troy today, where Clemson opened up as a 33.5-point favorite. Now they're all the way down to 30.5 on BetMGM, and I think it makes sense. Again, Clemson's coming off that big emotional game against LSU last week. They're on the road against Georgia Tech next week, so a sandwich spot, letdown spot, potentially looking ahead. And I've been trying to tell you guys all offseason, if you've listened to my show, send it in here on the BetMGM Network, which you can catch 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Mondays through Fridays. I've talked about how Cade Klubnik is overrated. People this year that were betting Clemson to win the national title, thinking this guy should be in the Heisman contention, the Heisman conversation. If you erase the Texas playoff game from last year, where he absolutely played his best game as a Clemson Tiger. Against SEC teams in his career, he has zero, or in his last 4 games, 0 touchdowns, 7 interceptions for Cade Klubnik in his last 4 games against SEC opponents. Does that sound like a quarterback that Clemson's going to win the national title with? Does that sound like a guy who's going to win the Heisman Trophy? Now, they absolutely can win the ACC. They did it last year with Cade Klubnik, so they definitely can do that. But people, big picture on Cade Klubnik, not buying it. Troy's got a pretty good defense. And again, with Georgia Tech upcoming next week, I like Troy, plus the 30.5 against Clemson. What about Ole Miss and Kentucky? I got a couple bets on this game that I kind of think are correlated. I like the under 50.5, and I also like Kentucky plus 9.5 against Ole Miss. These games tend to be close between these two teams. Lane Kiffin has not been good in SEC openers, especially on the road. He has struggled. And we saw a theme last week, right? A lot of these young quarterbacks going on the road, playing in some big games, how they struggled. I like Austin Simmons a lot this year. Ole Miss's quarterback, he is super talented, but I am a little bit concerned about what they could potentially look like today on the road against a good Kentucky defense. I think Kentucky is the worst offense in the SEC. Their quarterback, Zach Calzada, threw for 85 yards last week against Toledo. So I do not think that Kentucky's going to light up the scoreboard, but I do think that they're going to keep it close. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. Feels like 20-17, 17-13 to me. I'll take the under, and I'll take Kentucky to keep it close. Kansas and Missouri should be a really interesting game today. Missouri's laying 5.5 at home against Kansas with the total of 49.5. This is a great rivalry game. These two universities, fan bases do not like each other at all. And Kansas has been taking a little bit of money. Missouri was a 7-point favorite earlier in the week. Now they are down to 5.5. I like the under in this game. And you've seen it move from 50.5 to 49.5. Missouri's got one of the best defenses in the SEC. They were great last year, and they returned 9 starters from that defense. Offensively, meanwhile, they bring in Bo Prabula from Penn State, who was Drew Aller's backup the last couple of years. Very talented athlete, very good runner. The question is, what's Prabula going to be as a passer? And he showed some flashes in their Week 1 game, but now we get a little bit of a step up in competition going up against Kansas today. So I like the under in this game because Kansas, their offense hasn't been as impressive as I thought maybe it would be with Jalen Daniels coming back for another year and being their quarterback. Defensively, though, pretty decent. And I've been pretty impressed with what I've seen the first couple games. So I like under 49.5. Again, rivalry game. It's going to be physical, nasty. Taking the under 49.5. I also like Rutgers minus 14.5 today against Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio is a team that I am looking to fade early on this season. They lost 17-0 in Week 1 against Wisconsin. They crossed the 50-yard line one time. They do not have a single starter returning from their team last year, and before the Wisconsin game, only a combined 3 starts for them on the offensive line. Now they're going up against a Rutgers team whose offense looked pretty good against Ohio University, but Parker Navarro and the Bobcats shredded Rutgers, and that's not going to happen today. With a retooled, revamped Miami of Ohio offense that's still trying to figure themselves out, feels like Rutgers is going to win this game like 31-7 to me, so I like them minus 14.5. And then we also got Navy. I laid the 21 with them today against UAB coming up at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. UAB last week gave up 520 total yards to Alabama State. 520 yards to FCS Alabama State. Nearly gave up 5 yards a carry, 220 yards on the ground. Well, now you got to face Navy, who obviously is one of the best running teams in college football, led by Blake Horvath. So I think Navy's going to be able to score a bunch of points in this game, get enough stops on UAB. I'll take Navy minus 21 against the Blazers. And then the other game I like coming up middle of the day today is going to be Florida and South Florida. Gators 18.5-point favorites today against USF. Now, a lot of people saw USF dominate Boise State last Thursday. A bunch of us thought Boise State would be one of the best group of five teams in college football. They obviously were in the playoff last year. We knew they were going to miss Ashton Genty. I don't know if we knew they were going to miss him that much. They looked inept. They didn't look like they could do anything offensively. So I think that game was more about Boise. I think USF is a good team. I like their quarterback Byron Brown a lot. But I am concerned for USF today going up against Florida Florida's roster is super talented. NFL players all over the field. One of the best quarterbacks in college football in DJ Lagway. Think it's a trap taking USF today. People are going to see what they look like against Boise. It's a big number. Florida's the real deal, and I think they win this game by 3 or 4 touchdowns today. I like the Gators in a rout. I laid the 17.5. I still like it at 18.5 today. So that's what I like in some of those middle games that we have upcoming today in college football. Addy Bates, was there anything that you liked today in the middle slate of college football? Oregon, Oregon State, Ole Miss, Kentucky, Kansas, Missouri, Florida, South Florida, anything that you bet today?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to go against you on this one. I like the over in Kansas and Mizzou. I feel like the 2-0 start for Kansas, they were 77-14. Yes, maybe they didn't look that great, but 80% pass completions. I feel like the over is a safe bet on that one for me. So that's the only one I think that I went against you on.
All right, fair enough. And that's the beauty of this show. We disagree on bets. Some people like the over, some people like the under. I'll ride with the under today. I do have Baylor plus 10.5. We took them after SMU took a 10-0 lead, and right now the Bears driving down the field, so we love that. Iowa State and Iowa, right now they're reviewing to see if one of the fumbles was recovered. Well, it touched the Iowa State punt returner. That was a big play in the Duke and Illinois game. Might have a muff punt in this Iowa State game as well, so they're waiting to check that out. Illinois with a 7-3 lead right now over Duke, but the Blue Devils are putting together a nice drive right now, trying to answer back. That was a beautiful throw, just a drop pass from the Duke wide receiver. All right, we're going to take a quick time out here inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM. Dan Miller going to join us upcoming. We're going to talk about the Detroit Lions, 2-point dogs tomorrow on the road in Lambeau, taking on the Packers, and what should be one of the better games of the day. Lions, a lot of expectations this season. They won the NFC North last year. They had the number 1 seed going into the playoffs. What's this year going to look like for Detroit? We'll talk about that with Dan Miller, and we'll also talk with Gene Battaglia coming up in hour 2. Talk a little Buffalo Bills with Gene. Stick with us inside the betting lines presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network.
Inside the betting lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Texas up 21-0 on San Jose State. They recover a fumble. Next play, Arch Manning with his second touchdown pass of the day. Duke is driving right now, trailing 7-3, but looking to retake the lead against Illinois. Baylor with the touchdown. They cut it to 10-7 against SMU, fourth down in that game. And then Iowa, after recovering a muff punt, they are inside the red zone, a 3rd and 7 at the Iowa State 16 upcoming. So we were looking forward to these 4 games today, and there's 3 games today, and all 3 of them so far looking really good. Duke finds drop the pass. Looked like a touchdown. 7-3 Illinois still. We'll keep you posted on those games upcoming. Let's look at the NFL, though, and look at tomorrow's Lions-Packers game, which should be a great one out in Lambeau. And to talk that, we welcome on Dan Miller. Give him a follow on X at Dan Miller Fox 2, sports director for Fox 2 Detroit, and the Lions radio play-by-play voice. Dan, appreciate you making some time, man, to join us tomorrow. How excited are you for the season get underway tomorrow at Lambeau?
I think anybody that's been through, the off season and then 6 weeks of training camp and, calling 4 games because the Lions had an extra one with the Hall of Fame game that don't count. I think everybody, fans, players, coaches, media, I think everybody's ready to get to something that counts and to start off with a game at Lambeau against one of the teams you have to beat along the way to win another division title. It's pretty exciting. It's really, I don't think you could ask for much more than this in an opener.
No, not at all. And Dan, recently the Lions have played really well against the Packers. What do you think have been the keys for the Lions that have given them success against Green Bay here recently?
Well, I've played smart football. They've won 6 out of 7 against Green Bay, and in those 6 wins, they haven't lost a turnover battle in any of those games. And the game they lost, they were -3. So I just think it's sometimes in the NFL it's not too complicated. Make less mistakes than the other guy. The Lions are obviously really talented. The Packers are really talented. So it kind of comes down sometimes to forcing the other guy to make a mistake, seeing if you can get a couple of takeaways, give them some empty possessions that you turn into points. And I think that'll be a big part of this game. Obviously, there's the staples. You got to stop the run. They'd love to get Jacobs going. The Lions would love to get Gibbs and David Montgomery going. So, I mean, those things are certainly there, but my eye tends to usually go to that takeaway column and see who can win that advantage. And, with offenses like these two, both of which were very good last year, you stick them with an empty possession, that can be significant because the other guy very well might score and you find yourself down 2 scores. So it's I think, something to watch in this game. Obviously, the regular stuff matters as well. Sacks, stopping the run, finding a way to slow some of these receivers down. But first place my eye would go after the game is to see who took it away more often.
Dan, I think a lot of us were fired up for this matchup, and then Green Bay makes that trade for Micah Parsons, and it's like, whoa, now this game, I mean, you throw in this extra wrinkle. Do you think Detroit, how much do you think they've kind of tweaked their offensive game plan? Because we know when Micah Parsons is on the other side, you put on the film, you're creating a game plan, you do everything you can to neutralize that guy. So familiarity with both of these teams' division, but now with Parsons in his first game, do you think the Lions almost went back to the drawing board? How much of their game plan do you think they really kind of recreated with the Parsons trade?
Well, I think, number one, you don't have really much on him in terms of how Green Bay is going to use him, so you go by what you've seen before, and they've faced him before. Normally, when I ask Dan Campbell about one of these outstanding edge rushers in this league, he gives them respect, and he understands that they can change a game, but he'll also say, I like my guys out there, and that's Penei Sewell and Taylor Decker. So a lot of it will fall on them. Look, they're got some changes in their offensive line this year. They got to figure that thing out and see how those guys perform in a game like this, which is, brighter lights than Tate Ratledge has seen. It's his first game in the NFL. Christian Mahogany, the other guard, hasn't had a lot of time in the NFL, and they're relying a lot on Graham Glasgow to replace one of the best players in the NFL and Frank Ragnow at center. So I think it's an interesting matchup because, like I said, there are some questions about the Lions' offensive line, but I think they feel real good about having those 2 tackles, and more often than not, you would figure that's what Micah Parsons is going to be up against. But, look, it's a huge trade, and it obviously gives Green Bay a guy that can change a game in one snap. Lions feel like they have one of those guys in Hutchinson. So we will see. You're right. It certainly shines an even brighter light on this game. But along the way, Lions have won this thing 2 times in a row. They're not going to bow down to anybody, and somebody's going to have to take it from them.
Dan, so much was made about the injuries that the Lions suffered last season on defense, and they were just ravaged by the end of the year. Who are give us a player on defense outside of Aiden Hutchinson, because he's one of the better players in the league and people know about him coming back. But who's another player or two on that defense that was hurt last year that you think is really going to help the Lions in a game like this and certainly this season?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you 3, and that is, as you said, Hutch, and then there's Marcus Davenport, who the biggest question for him is, can he stay healthy? When he's been healthy, he's a productive player. I mean, the Lions feel like he's the perfect guy to be on the other end of Hutch. He's been terrific in camp. I mean, really tough to handle, but his history is he doesn't stay healthy. So biggest question for him is going to be availability. He will be there in this game, and they're counting on him to be a factor. And the other guy would be Derek Barnes, who got hurt last year early in the season and missed pretty much the whole season after the Arizona game. So they're counting on him to be a real chess piece that they can move around. He can play the traditional linebacker position. They can put him up on the line. There's a lot of different ways to use him, and he was off to a great start last year. So as you look at that defense, the key pieces that weren't there a year ago, and Alex Anzalone missed some time, but he was back by the end. Those 3 guys I would say really stand out to me as guys that will start in this game and play a lot of snaps in this game that were missing for much of last year.
We're talking with Lions Radio play-by-play voice Dan Miller here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM. Dan, which team in that division outside of Detroit are you most excited to watch this season? Because Minnesota, we don't know what to expect from J.J. McCarthy, and obviously the Bears hiring Ben Johnson, and the Packers now with the trade of Micah Parsons and the expectations that they have. Obviously, the Lions, what they're going to look like with the new coordinators and some of the new coaches and guys coming back from injury. But if you couldn't pick the Lions, which team are you just most excited to see kind of how their season turns out?
I'll give you Chicago just because obviously of Ben's ties to Detroit and seeing him become a head coach for the first time, and the questions about Caleb Williams. Those guys are tied at the hip. I mean, Caleb is obviously a former number 1 overall pick, did not have a good year last year. They're anticipating and hoping that Ben Johnson's tutelage can help him turn that thing around and that he can become the kind of quarterback that his skills indicate he's got the potential to be. So I think that's certainly one. And Chicago spent a lot of money in free agency. They brought in some talent. So I think there's a lot to watch there. But to me, it's a fascinating division because, look, when you're Green Bay and you trade from Micah Parsons, that's you pushing all your chips into the middle of the table. And then, as you said, Minnesota, who's got, again, a ton of talent, went out and signed some more guys on that defensive line, which was already good. And then, Jefferson is one of the best players in the league. And you've got a quarterback who's never thrown a pass in the NFL. So how's that going to work out? I got a lot of respect for Kevin O'Connell and the job that he does as a head coach. I've seen him work with some guys that I didn't think were real big NFL quarterbacks, and he's given them a chance to win. So I just have a ton of respect for everybody in the North. Those 3 teams won 40 games between them last year, and I anticipate this year it's going to go right down to the finish again, and there's going to be a rock fight between these 3, and we'll see how quickly Chicago can come together.
Dan, back to the Lions. Obviously, they've lost a lot this offseason, but I think one of their bigger losses was losing Ragnow, the center. Talk about that kind of loss to the offensive line, the center, for Jared Goff, and how they hope to replace his production.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, he's one of the best players in the league. I mean, Frank was an All-Pro for a reason. He's a terrific player. And you don't replace guys like that easily. And they tried Ratledge there for a couple of days in camp. But I think long-term he will be their center. But I think they felt better going back to Glasgow, who has played the position in the NFL and has experience. And you can put the 2 young guys to either side of him. And then they're also sandwiched by veterans in Sewell and Decker. But that is absolutely one of the biggest things that happened to them this offseason with losing him. And one of the biggest questions they have is replacing him, and really the interior of that line, because Kevin Zeitler left as well. So that's one of the things that I'll be watching in this game to see how those guys respond. That running game is a big part of what they do, and the interior of that offensive line is going to have to be good for them to keep that running game going. So Frank was, great guy on the field, great guy off the field, and a tough guy to not have there this year. But that's what they're dealing with right now, is trying to find a way to replace him and keep this offense, which was the number one offense in the NFL in terms of scoring last year, operating at peak efficiency.
Do you think Sam Laporta, Dan, has more of the season we saw a couple of years ago? I know he was banged up a little bit and had a strong close to the season. But do you think this year he really turns into the guy that we saw 2 years ago for this Lions offense?
Yeah, and I'm not sure he wasn't last year. I mean, yeah, he was banged up a little bit. Here's the problem. When you have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta, Gibbs, Montgomery, this offense is loaded. And it's hard for everybody to get all the touches that you'd like to have that will make people, feel like they're being fully used. And Sam talked about that during the offseason, how he constantly got asked about his lower production this year than they had a year ago. And certainly it was a topic, but I just think it's hard when you're in this offense that somebody from time to time is going to be left out. I think he looks great. I think he's obviously healthy, which is a great place to start. And I think whenever Jared needs him, he's going to be there. I just think week to week you could see somebody different on this offense that's going to be highlighted. And Jared always says, whatever the defense wants to try to take away, they can take it away because I got someplace else to go. And with the weapons on this team, some weeks it might be Sam, some weeks it might be Amon-Ra, some weeks it might be J-Mo, what might be one of those backs. Isaac Tesla has had a terrific season. I think he's going to get some snaps, and they love using Khalif Raymond as well. So I think Sam is going to be just fine. I just think there's going to be some weeks where you look down and say, oh, why did this happen? And then you might look up and they scored 34 points, and you're like, well, they figured it out.
Dan, do you think expectations are bigger this year for Detroit? Last year, they were coming off that NFC Championship berth, and I think people were so excited going into last season because we knew how great they were going to be again, all the continuity back on that roster. This year, I mean, that roster is still top tier in the league. They lose all those coaches. Where are you? Obviously, somebody who follows the team, calls the games, knows the fan base. What would you say the expectations are going into this season compared to what they were last year? Do you feel like they're the same?
Well, I would start with this. That roster is stacked. I mean, they've got a lot of guys that are the core of this team that are 26 and under and still getting better. But look, there are questions that they have to answer. And you've rebuilt the middle of that offensive line, and you do have two new coordinators. And for all the talk, and believe me, that is all anybody has talked about nationally, locally. Everybody has talked about Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn leaving, and then that offensive line. Fact is, it's just talk. You can't answer those questions until these guys get out on the field. They may be absolutely fine at coordinator. These guys might hit the ground running. Ben Johnson left. Aaron Glenn left. They didn't take the players with them. Those players are still here. And most coaches will tell you players make coaches. It's not to, take anything away from what those guys did, but these coordinators walked into very well-stocked cupboards when they took over here in Detroit. So, look, I think in the end, there's absolutely no difference in the goal this year than it was last year. This is a Super Bowl caliber team, but they do have to figure some things out and answer some questions, and we're all going to see what the answers are and whether or not it's more significant of a hurdle than we thought when they take on Green Bay tomorrow. It might not hit the ground the way you'd like to or the way it did last year because of the changes, but I think ultimately still there's a ton of talent on this team that anything less than saying they're a Super Bowl type team, I think is a disservice to who they are because they are loaded.
That they are, and they got a big one tomorrow. Can't wait to watch it. Dan Miller, give him a follow on X at Dan Miller Fox 2, sports director, Fox 2 Detroit and Lions Radio, play-by-play voice. Be on the call for Lions-Packers tomorrow at Lambeau. Dan, appreciate the time, man. Know you're getting ready for the game. You're busy. Thanks for spending some moments with us here on Inside the Betting Lines. Have a great call tomorrow, and I hope to talk to you again soon.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
All right, great stuff there. Dan Miller talking Detroit Lions, and there's no doubt. I mean, that roster is still really, really good. Can't wait for Lions and Packers tomorrow. College football update. How about Texas? 28-0 lead on San Jose State. Now 49.5-point favorite. Penn State's only up 7-0 on Florida International. What is going on in that game? Illinois up 7-6 right now on Duke. Iowa State 6-3 over Iowa. SMU 17-7 over Baylor. And Virginia up 17-14 over NC State. So a lot going on right now in college football. But another great guest joins us, Gene Battaglia, to talk some Buffalo Bills, co-host of the Sports Bar. Stick around with us.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, I think I'm getting ready to live bet Duke here against Illinois because the Illini are getting ready to punch it in for a touchdown. They're up 7-6 right now. They got first and goal at the 4-yard line. Iowa just threw an interception to Iowa State, so they take over at the Hawkeye 18-yard line, and Anthony Beck's going to run for about 6 yards. And then after Baylor scored a touchdown, SMU 2 plays later with a 75-yard touchdown. How about Kevin Jennings today, the quarterback for SMU? 10 for 10, 236 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So a good start there for SMU as Illinois is trying to punch it in the end zone. So I'm looking at a live bet here on Duke. I'll keep an eye on the Blue Devils in that game. Let's check in, though, with our next guest, the great Gene Battaglia. Give him a follow on X at Gene Battaglia. Make sure you guys check out The Sports Bar, 3 to 6 p.m. weekdays with Gene Battaglia, Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan, Rochester. Gene, one more sleep until Bills-Ravens. How we doing, bud?
Oh, we've been waiting for this for how long, PJ? I'm doing great. It's sunny out here in Western New York. Forecast looks very friendly tomorrow. Feeling like fall here, buddy.
Gene, what is your favorite NFL week of the year? Is it Super Bowl Sunday? Is it championship week? Is it divisional week? Is it week 1? I feel like for people it's different. I think they all have their strengths and what make them great. But what is your favorite football week of the year? Because week 1 NFL Sunday, definitely one of the top days on the sports calendar.
I think if I had to say a favorite day, it's Championship Sunday, because those games always, I think, deliver more than the Super Bowl itself over the course of time. But if you had to say what is a favorite weekend, it's this, and there is some recency bias in this, but we all have memories of what this is like, and I think we also forget how exciting it is. When we have a little bit of action, or whether you're a fantasy guy, or maybe it's your survivor pick, what a sweat is actually like. It gets your heart racing just a little bit. So to me, just having that feeling once again of just kind of diving into something that when we're working jobs and we have stresses of life, just to enjoy football again, it's awesome.
Gene, does this game tomorrow night feel to you at all like the playoff game did, where Buffalo's the home team, Ravens are the slight favorite, just about feels like everybody's picking Baltimore. They have a key injury to one of their receivers. Last year, no Zay Flowers. This year, no Likely. And here we are with the Bills at home, and it just doesn't feel like many people are picking them. You guys have been talking about this game all week. Have you mentioned maybe the similarities to the game? Does it all remind you of when they met in the divisional round last year?
Yeah, it's noteworthy. Last time the Bills were a home underdog in the regular season, you've got to go back to 2020. That was Seattle coming in here, and the Bills were just kind of coming into their own. And granted, they were coming off their first playoff season with Josh Allen. It's been that long, and for the idea that the line flipped this week, and I just think that might be a lot of emotional money. But that being said, I think the money's on the right side here. I think that for Baltimore, this is something that should have been sticking in their craw all last year. Did the Bills win that game? Sure. Did Baltimore last year in January have something to do with that, handing them the game? Of course they did. You don't turn the ball over 3 times in a meaningful game like that. You have to, not drop the ball in the end zone like Mark Andrews. There's a lot of things that the Ravens left on the table. Don't forget Derrick Henry on the opening drive. He drops an easy pass in the flat. If he takes the distance, so many mistakes Baltimore made in that game. I expect a cleaner performance coming up tomorrow night from Baltimore.
How much of a concern is that Bills secondary? I think that's been one of the big talking points this week. No Maxwell Harrison got injured. No Trey White. They are banged up in the secondary, Gene. Again, the Ravens are going to be without Likely, so they are missing one of their top receivers and a guy who had a great playoff game last year. But for you, is that really one of the areas of concern going into the game? Is the Bills back end?
Yeah, it's the area of concern. The idea that you have to start a third-string corner in this game. And your second-string corner, Tre'Davious White was an all-pro and he was okay with Baltimore last year, but that wasn't the plan when the Bills drafted Maxwell Harrison. The Bills didn't spend in free agency at that position. But beyond that, PJ, it was kind of a down camp for Cole Bishop. He missed a lot of time when he was in there. missing some assignments. The idea that they had to play him a lot in the Chicago game just to get him some reps. So we're not sure what the position next to Taylor Rapp is going to hold for Buffalo. So granted, you have Christian Benford. He's a top 10 corner in this league, I believe. But beyond that, in the Bills secondary, I think there's going to be some opportunities for Baltimore to take advantage of.
We're talking with Gene Battaglia here on Inside the Betting Lines, co-host of the Sports Bar, 3 to 6 p.m. weekdays. The Fan, 95.7 The Fan in Rochester. Gene, obviously a big talking point last year was kind of who was going to be the number one receiver for the Bills, who was going to be Josh Allen's go-to guy. And I think it's one of the big reasons he won MVP. He didn't have Diggs in his ear every possession. He could kind of just go out, distribute, play point guard. Shakir emerged as his top guy, but we definitely don't think of him as a number one. Going into this season, would you expect Shakir again to be the top target? I know there are some people that think Keon Coleman could have a big year too. How do you kind of see the Bills receiving distribution looking this season?
It's funny. There's some people that think that Josh Palmer, the former Charger, could be that guy too. Shakir coming off an ankle injury. Now, he practiced fully this week, but this might not be the Keon Coleman week. He was limited a little bit. There is some sort of groin issue, soft tissue injuries at the beginning of the season. Not always a good thing. But as far as the Bills' distribution with Joe Brady as the offensive coordinator, I don't expect anything to change. So when it comes to prop bets here, PJ, when it comes to which receiver should I play in fantasy, I think it's always kind of a dicey thing for Buffalo. The cliche and fantasy or whack-a-mole, like which guy is going to pop up this week. I don't think you're going to have any one particular receiver pop, and that includes Dalton Kincaid. The safest thing I could say though is James Cook is a true difference maker from Buffalo. Is he going to get to 16 touchdowns this season? I don't think so, but certainly he's a true number one in this Bills backfield as far as game-breaking ability.
The total, a lot of people are talking about that, Gene. Normally, if you just kind of blind bet a total this high, week one, primetime, right? Primetime unders, 50.5. Last year, I mean, this game was 27-25, so went barely over the total. You have two of the top quarterbacks in the league, the last two MVPs, two great offenses. Weather shouldn't be that much of a factor on Sunday night. You think we get a shootout? Do you think it's more of like a 24-23 type game, like 50.5, Gene, if you had to make a play, over under for you tomorrow night?
I called it under, and the reason for this is I've watched enough Bills Chiefs over the years, and the way the Bills like to play those games, they like to maximize every possession. They're not go 13 seconds. They took some shots downfield in that game, but I would be surprised. I would think it'd be a lot of ball control, making sure that we're not turning the ball over. I don't expect this game to go over. Also, if you look at recent Bills history in week one, last year, they're down 14-0 to Arizona. So it took a little while for that offense to go. 2 years ago, Allen turns the ball over 4 times and they lose to Zach Wilson. Aaron Rodgers was only in there for a little bit. You go back 4 years, the Bills lose to the Steelers at home. He did have a win in Los Angeles against the Rams, but over the last 4 years, I mean, it's a small sample size, but this is a Bills offense that sometimes week one, they're not, all ready to go right out of the gate.
Gene, let's talk big picture with Buffalo. And I'm sure you know it by now. A lot of people are picking the Bills this year to win the Super Bowl, right? Like, how does that make you feel? Do you like it when everybody's backing your team? Are you like, all right, people are seeing maybe what we're seeing? Like, we know this team's good enough. Does it make you nervous when everybody's on your team? Like, how do you feel about it? Peter Schrager, who's like known for picking the Super Bowl winner every year, likes the Bills this year. So how do you feel about a lot of people liking the Bills to win the Super Bowl?
I think it's a mental thing, PJ. Meaning, okay, are the Bills going to win the division? Yes. Will the Bills win the divisional round? They always seemingly do as a 2 seed or whoever is the one that get the 7. When you get to that position, when you need a play, are the Bills going to rise to the occasion? Can somebody on defense step up and make a play? Can the coaching staff make the right call? It's always come down to one thing or here or there for the Bills when it comes to their postseason losses. What can change that for Buffalo this year? How about an easier path in the McDermott era? They have yet to get the 1 seed. Isn't that crazy? Like, they have won all these games, but Baltimore's been a 1. Kansas City a bunch of times. I think that would go a long way. I know that you just kind of skip past the wild card round, but it also gives you the opportunity to rest some guys. And this is a veteran team. So I think that is step one. Step two is, what would be the other key? Who on this defense is going to be the guy that can make the play at a critical time? You've hoped over the years it's Ed Oliver. We've seen flashes from Greg Rousseau. Can one of those guys kind of step up? Or could you have a Joey Bosa, like the forgotten guy here? Like he was on the scrap heap. He comes in 1 year, $12 million, kind of a prove it deal. Joey Bosa on Buffalo. That's interesting to me. Is this going to work? And everybody looks great in the summer, PJ, but how will it translate over the course of the season? And again, like you mentioned right at the top here, the secondary. What are we going to have when Maxwell Harrison is healthy? What are we going to get out of Dorian Strong? Dorian Strong, a rookie who's going to start. I mean, there are so many questions on the defense, both from the guys that are new to the veterans that we're expecting bigger plays from.
Would you take a look at Josh to win MVP again? I mean, look, he's one of the top quarterbacks in the league. He's probably going to put up great numbers again. We know it's hard for a guy to go back-to-back and win the award. But do you think there's a great chance, Gene? He just gets better and better every year. I mean, do you think he can win it again?
To answer your question, yes, I think he could. Do I think he will, though? No. And I think the MVP, a lot of it comes down to narrative. And I thought the conversation last year was, hey, Lamar is a great player. Me saying Josh Allen is the MVP, it's not disparaging Lamar. There could be, so whoever that quarterback is this year, I'll make a prediction. Whoever gets the 1 seed will go a long way to determining who gets the MVP. And that's quite often the case, right?
Yep.
So we were, Kansas City won games last year, but was it because of Mahomes, or was it because we viewed that team getting lucky that took them out of any MVP conversation? And the Bills finished ahead of the Ravens. So to me, that was kind of ultimately the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Chiefs lose a 1-score game last night, Gene, I forgot what that looked like. I think a lot of us did, right? We're like, whoa, that can happen to that team? Crazy. Gene, we got about 3 minutes left. Let's talk about the division. The Bills are heavy favorites. They're the biggest favorite to win the AFC East than any team is to win their division in the NFL this season. I think the real interesting talking point for the AFC East, how many teams make the playoffs, and who is the second team to the Bills in that division. Most would tell you New England. I think it might be the Jets, Gene. Who do you think finishes second in the AFC East?
I'm with trepidation. I'm saying New England because it's all new there, right? We get to kind of see that. Would it surprise me for the Raiders to go on their win? Absolutely not. It's a long season. The Jets are interesting, and I think what this year should be for the Jets are, can they go through a season, where you're not embarrassed as a Jet fan to watch this team and root for this team? Can the new head coach, Aaron Glenn, establish a culture? Can this be the team that nobody wants to play because they're going to give full effort? I think that's the hope for the Jets, is that by the end of the year, maybe they'll have 7-8 wins, but they're playing hard and you don't want them on the schedule. So could the Jets be this team on the rise? They just need to figure out ultimately who their quarterback is going to be. I'm really concerned about Miami and the Dolphins, and I don't know if they get off to a slow start here, how long Mike McDaniel is to be the head coach there.
Yeah, all right, great stuff. As always, Gene Battaglia joining us, giving some time. Give him a follow on X at Gene Battaglia. Make sure you guys check out the Sports Bar, 3 to 6 p.m. weekdays with Gene, Mike Danger, the fan in Rochester. Great show. I'm on there every Wednesday, too, so make sure you guys check it out. All right, Gene, always good talking to you.
3:25 Eastern, where PJ brings us his plays, and if you're a hockey fan, we call it the home and home here. That's what we call it.
Yeah, that we do. Gene, I'm watching this Iowa State game. Do you know who the quarterback for Iowa State is?
Tell me.
Rocco Becht is the quarterback for Iowa State. Gene, I'll see you Wednesday, pal. Enjoy the game tomorrow.
PJ, you're the best.
All right, man. Great stuff there from Gene Battaglia. Addy, every week I go on that show and I do a Baltimore accent. We have to, we they want the name. So sometimes if it's golf season, Bryson DeChambeau. A lot of times it'll be an NFL guy though. So whenever I'm with Gene, I gotta, the accent.
What's the best NFL name to do in a Baltimore accent?
Man, best NFL name to do. I do love, the fact that he was the quarterback for the Ravens, like, it's hard not to love Joe Flacco like that. I mean, that's a pretty good one. Joe Burrow is a good one. Tim Tebow is also, like, any of those. But I think the fact that Flacco was the quarterback for the Ravens, like, it just, I mean, it's perfection. So I think he's got to be one. But I could do it all day. I love him. Gene's the best. Great talking to him. Bills Ravens tomorrow night should be a ton of fun. 2 more great guests still coming. Matthew Paris going to join us at 2 p.m. Eastern. Jenny Carlson going to join us at 2:20. Coming up next, though, we'll talk some more college football, update you on the games going on, and talk about the late slate that we got tonight.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Man, it's so good to have college football back. All these games going on, absolutely love it. And no matter where the college football action is, there's nothing like getting in the game and leveling up your next parlay. Use this Parlay Boost token to boost your potential payout from a winning college football parlay. So make sure you take advantage of that. We got halftime getting ready to hit in a lot of these 12 noon Eastern time starts. Illinois is up 14-6 on Duke. There's 45 seconds to go until halftime. Duke airing it out, going deep, and that is incomplete. Illinois up 14-6, currently 7.5-point favorites on the live lines, and the total is at 43.5. Duke losing the turnover battle right now 2-0, which is definitely helping out Illinois. Duke just fumbled in the red zone in their last possession. Big play here in Iowa State. Cyclones up 13-3, 58 seconds to go. We got a 3rd and 1 at the Iowa State 11. Iowa's going to keep it on the ground, go quarterback run. They're going to get the first down, and they're going to have 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line with 1 timeout left. So scoring probably going to be at a premium in that game. Definitely a touchdown there for Iowa would be huge. Duke picks up the first down on 3rd and 10, 35 seconds to go. Duke has 2 timeouts remaining. Let's see if Iowa can punch it in the end zone. Took the Hawkeyes plus 7.5 on the live line, and they're going to get out of bounds, gain of about 3, so 2nd and 7 upcoming. Texas up 28-7 on San Jose State. 3 minutes to go until halftime in that game. Arch Manning looking very good thus far. 3 touchdowns today. Nice bounce back for him after the Ohio State game. SMU and Baylor, though, if you guys don't have that game on while you're listening to us, I mean, you are missing out. The live total in Baylor SMU is 79.5. SMU is up 24-21. They're currently 2.5-point favorites on the live line at BetMGM minus 140. All right, back to Iowa. This is a big possession here. Need a touchdown from the Hawkeyes. 2nd and 8. Gronkowski's just not looked good so far. I mean, what is that duck out there? Incomplete pass. Had the guy wide open. Instead, incompletion. 3rd and 8 for Iowa. Indiana's up 21-6 on Kennesaw State right now at halftime. How about Texas Tech? 48.5-point favorites today against Kent State. They're up 48-0 at halftime. Minnesota is up 59-0 at halftime over Northwestern State. I didn't know Minnesota was capable of scoring 59 points. Virginia up 24-14 on NC State at halftime. Pitt 24-10 on Central Michigan. UConn up 14-6 on Syracuse. Jacksonville State 14-7 on Liberty. And Texas A&M's up 17-6 on Utah State. We're going to get a timeout from Iowa State before a big 3rd and 8. Texas has the ball. Arch Manning looking to continue his good first half. And Duke, again, 35 seconds to go in the first half right now. 1st and 10. Let me bring in my co-host for today, Addie Bates, who has been living and dying with this Texas game. Addie, how are we feeling so far? How do you think Arch Manning has looked in week number 2?
Now, I understand it is this isn't Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
I recognize that. But, man, he looks a lot better. And, by the way, this Texas defense, fantastic. 2 forced fumbles over here.
Yep.
That's why Texas has the ball right now. Now 1st and 10, up 28-7 on San Jose State. And I cannot say how excited I am about Arch. The way he looks, he does look a little injured, I will say that. But if he is injured, and he's playing really well injured. So I'm excited about this game. The other one that I'm pretty locked in on is Illinois and Duke.
Dude, this game is really good. I know, because I have Duke and I have the under, it's like I'm kind of rooting for like opposite things a little bit, but like not really. Duke just completed a long 40-yard pass. Now they're going to go pass over the middle. Ooh, breaks a tackle, gets down. They got 2 timeouts, probably going to have to use one of them, and they do. 23 seconds left for Duke inside the 20, looking for a touchdown against Illinois. Iowa State, big 3rd and 8, 40 seconds to go until halftime, and the Iowa quarterback gets sacked. So they'll run down the clock. We do have a flag. So we will see what that is on. Maybe it's on the Iowa State secondary. That would be nice. So hold everything right here. Did you do anything in that game today, Addie? Iowa State, Iowa? Any bets for you?
I liked Iowa initially to win that one, and I haven't bet anything live yet. I still have faith in Iowa to win it, actually. I mean, that's closer than I thought. I knew it was going to be close, but actually, I thought Iowa State maybe had the edge, and that's why I was going to back Iowa. But
See, I just look for these kind of things. Like when they've won 6 straight games at Iowa State. So if Iowa State is going to win, it's not going to be easy. It's probably going to be a 1-score game. That's why when I saw the 7.5, I wanted to bet Iowa, so I do like that. We have 2 penalties on Iowa State. Wow, so a defensive holding, which is going to make it first down. Then they get called for an unsportsmanlike conduct, which is going to move the ball even closer to the goal line. So a huge opportunity here for Iowa to cut into this lead, and some bad mistakes for Iowa State. Duke now 2nd and 8. They're going to complete a 5-yard pass, get out of bounds. So a 3rd and 3 upcoming here for Duke against Illinois. How about the fact that spread, Addy, to start the day was Illinois minus 2.5. Duke kicks a field goal here. It's 14-9, and then you can get some weird scores, and maybe they lose by 2 or something like that. That's why if you like an underdog, usually, it's always important to take those points. You just never know.
While we've been talking, by the way, I was about to hop on and then sprinkle some more money on Iowa money line because it was at 340, and in 30 seconds it went down to 250 after that flag right there.
That's how quickly, and there's a touchdown for Iowa as they get into the end zone. So what a huge turn of events right there. You get the holding penalty, the unsportsmanlike conduct, makes it 1st and goal at the 3, and Iowa punches it in for a touchdown. Illinois now is called for a roughing the passer penalty. That'll move it closer to the goal line. So with 14 seconds left, Duke is going to have some time here to take some shots at the end zone. They also have one more timeout if they want to run the ball. Don't know if they will, but that is also an option. But, man, could you imagine having some first-half tickets on some of these games or the total? That over, first-half over just cashed because of that touchdown. So, brutal beat there. Duke, if you have them first-half spread, you're living and dying with this. First-half total is also up in the air as well. So, crazy.
What's your favorite live bet for Duke and Illinois right now?
I'll let you know after we see what happens in these next 14 seconds.
I'll sprinkle it.
Let's
live.
see what happens. Duke, quarterback's got to get rid of it. 10 seconds left. Oh, he's out of bounds. Yep. He's out of bounds. So we got they're calling it a touchdown.
No way.
Wow. Yeah, I'm with you. Initial thought looked like he did not get that toe down, but those officials were right there, and they both agreed that he was in. So we will see. Right now, calling it a touchdown, and it's a 14-12 game. Addy, was his toe in bounds? Yes, it was.
What do we know?
Dragged that toe.
Wow.
Sure did. That's gonna be a touchdown for Duke to make it 14-12. Now, would you go for 2 and try to tie it, or is it early enough where you would just take the point and kick the extra point?
Oh, it's early enough for me. Just take the extra point.
I agree. I would just take the extra point as well. Now, the only question is, did he maintain possession after he dragged the toe? Right there, he's in.
Wow.
But was there a bobble at all? Yeah, that's a touchdown. But if they play it out, was there a bobble? I think that's going to be a touchdown. They called it a touchdown. I don't think there's enough to overturn that. Texas looking for another touchdown of their own. They got 3rd and 2 with 1:15 to go before the half. So what a huge swing of events for the Iowa Hawkeyes. So they get a touchdown. Now a 13-10 game. Iowa State on top. Still waiting for the start of the second half between SMU and Baylor, which is a good one right now. SMU on top, 24-21. And then let's see if they call this a touchdown in Duke and Illinois. How about Penn State? It's only up 10-0 on Florida International. Would you take Penn State live at 30.5? So if they score 3 touchdowns and Florida International doesn't score, you're cashing your bet.
No.
Would you take that?
No.
I don't think I would either. I think Penn State's just screwing around. They just want to get a win and get out of there. But, God, do they look bad. They do call it a touchdown for Duke. So they are in the end zone. And how about Arch Manning throwing an interception at the goal line? So San Jose State with a pick keeps it a 28-7 game, which is good for your under, Addy. Very good for your under. Arch's arm got hit as he was throwing back. That was a bad throw into double coverage. So an interception there. Duke is going to take the extra point to make it a 14-13 game with 8 seconds left. The Illini on top by 1. Now, there's 21 seconds left in Iowa State and Iowa before halftime. Iowa did just get called for a pass interference, so that moves the ball up about 15 yards. No timeouts, though, for Iowa State. They do have a very good field goal kicker, and they're saying right now on Fox that the target line is about like at the 45-yard line. So, but that play's not. Oh, what a great tackle. Keep it in bounds. That just might do it to end the first half. We'll see. Iowa State might have to make a Hail Mary. But, Addy, all these games are really good. You asked me, what would my live bet be on Illinois and Duke? So, Illinois is up 14-13. Live line, Illinois minus 1.5, minus 145 money line. The total is 50.5. I would take the under. I would go under 50.5. I like the under 49.5 to begin with. I think this game slows down in the second half as long as we don't get some crazy turnovers. So, I like the under. What would your play be?
I like the under as well. The other game that now intrigues me even more as it goes into halftime, Iowa State again. I just watched the numbers change. Under 42.5, plus 100. And I do actually like the under in that game. So
like the under?
I've switched.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. What about Iowa, plus 4.5 against Iowa State? I don't know if I'd take that. I got Iowa plus 7.5, which I really like, obviously.
Yeah.
The 4.5, I don't know. I might buy back with some Iowa State. I kind of think they win by 6. I think they kick yeah, I do. I could see like, I don't know, like 19-13, honestly. Like each team just kicking field goals in the second half. We will see. Illinois is going to take a knee here and head to the locker room. San Jose State, 11 seconds left before the half. They're going to try and get themselves into field goal range, kick a field goal, and make it 28-10. Florida State, if you were wondering there'd be any letdown against an FCS school after the Bama win, not happening today. 49-0 over East Texas A&M. Indiana's up 21-6 on Kennesaw State at halftime, and NC State just scored to start the second half, so that is now a 24-21 Virginia lead. How about UConn up 14-6 over Syracuse? Could be a long year for the Cuse, man. They have one of the toughest schedules in the ACC. Lost to Tennessee last week and now trailing to UConn 14-6. Texas A&M up 17-6 on Utah State as well. We're going to talk some more NFL. Matthew Paris going to join us to kick off hour number 2 of the Times-Picayune and the Advocate for the New Orleans Saints. We'll get Matthew's thoughts on Saints-Cardinals. And is there anything to be excited about for the Saints this season? Stay with us.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser here with you. Hour 3 Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We got halftime of a bunch of these college football games going on in week 2. Iowa State up 13-10 on Iowa at the intermission. Illinois 14-3 over Duke. Texas up 28-7 on San Jose State. Penn State's only up 13-0 on FIU. With 7 minutes to go in the third quarter. And then a big fourth down stop there for SMU as they have a 24-21 lead on Baylor as those teams just started the second half. So a lot of great games going on this noon Eastern slate in college football. We'll talk plenty of college coming up over the next couple hours, but let's dive back in to the NFL and look at the New Orleans Saints. And to talk Saints, we welcome on Matthew Paris. Give Matthew a follow on X at Matthew_Paris, New Orleans Saints beat reporter for the Times-Picayune and the Advocate as well. Matthew, appreciate you joining us, man. How's everything going?
Hey, it's going well. Thanks for having me.
Man, start of the season tomorrow. How excited are you for that to get going?
Yeah, it'll be nice to write about something else other than, just how training camp has gone. It's been kind of an overhaul in New Orleans this offseason with a new head coach. Derek Carr suddenly retiring, them going with Spencer Rattler, and it'll be interesting to see how all the pieces fit together.
Matthew, there's been a lot of negative around the Saints team when people just like projecting what the season could look like and them being one of the worst teams in the NFL. What are some positives with this Saints team? Like what maybe is an area of their team that could be solid this season?
Yeah, I think they've really invested heavily on the offensive line. Now, whether those players all pan out, I'm not sure, but if they're essentially making 3 bets on the offensive line. Kelvin Banks, the 9th overall pick, to pan out at left tackle. Talise Fuago, the first rounder from last year, they're moving back to right tackle, his college position. And then Trevor Penning, who's not playing this week, but they've moved him from right tackle to guard. If all 3 of those hit, and then you throw in Eric McCoy, who's one of the best centers in the league, and Cesar Ruiz, who's a solid right guard, then you have the potential to be maybe a top 10 unit if all of them go together. And with Spencer Rattler at quarterback and kind of just a younger offense in general, you kind of need that offensive line to come together. And if all 3 of those hit, then they have a pretty solid unit.
Spencer Rattler going to be the starter tomorrow, Matthew, against the Arizona Cardinals. What ultimately do you think made Kellen Moore go with Rattler over Tyler Shuck?
Yeah, I think Rattler was just more decisive throughout camp. Tyler Shuck had definitely a learning curve as a rookie coming in. He got better as camp went along and started to be faster, particularly once he got into those preseason games. But Rattler, you could tell that the experience from last year really gave him a leg up in the competition. Being able to play in 7 games, start 6 of them, even though he went winless in those opportunities, he just processes things a little bit faster, a little bit more decisive. And I think he showed some improvement, cutting down on his turnovers in camp. He's still an aggressive player, but Kellen Moore has talked about how he's a little smarter with it. And I think Tyler Shuck might get an opportunity at some point, but right now they're rolling with Rattler.
Would you expect a heavy dose of Alvin Kamara tomorrow and early on in the season while you still have a young quarterback in Rattler? You mentioned they invested in the offensive line. Kellen Moore, first year as a head coach, do you think they're going to be more run-heavy, Matthew, tomorrow early on in the season, or do you think they try and air it out with 2 good receivers in Olave and Shaheed?
Yeah, I could see a mix of both. I definitely think it makes sense to lean on Kamara. He only had 1 snap in the preseason. He's still pretty fresh from that standpoint. It was interesting in camp. They didn't really run the ball a whole lot just because they were trying to evaluate the quarterback the whole time. So, it's shifting on the fly. How is that going to work? But Kamara is the type of running back that I think can handle a heavy workload. He's talked a lot about how he works best with a complement. That seems to be Kendre Miller in that RB2 spot. And then if they want to change of pace, as you mentioned, Olave and Rashid Shaheed are really electric receivers and can really stretch the field. So they definitely will have them involved, but I would expect to see a lot of Kamara at least early.
Do you think the Saints, Matthew, long-term, are they looking at giving Rattler and Shuck every opportunity to be their franchise quarterback? Do they kind of just look at this as maybe a lost season because of the Derek Carr retirement, and they're maybe looking at drafting a quarterback for next year. How do you think New Orleans front office, they're approaching the quarterback position for this season and how they view it for years to come?
Yeah, I think they are open to the idea of Rattler or Shuck being their guy long term, but at the same time, they've got to prove it. And unfortunately, in the NFL these days, the leash is pretty short. Mickey Loomis is a pretty patient GM, but if you're New Orleans and you're at the top of the draft last year, and given especially the quarterbacks supposed to come out in next year's draft, it would be tempting to pass on one of those guys. But basically to answer your question, I think Rattler or Shuck would have to show something really significant to convince the Saints that they're the quarterback of the future, because I don't think the season is going to be all that sunny.
What have been the early impressions of Kellen Moore so far as a head coach?
Yeah, really smart guy. A lot of players have talked about kind of the way he's been able to communicate the offense, that everything kind of has a purpose behind it. Real emphasis on tempo. Kellen Moore said that they want to like the Indiana Pacers, kind of just that up and down style. We've seen him bring tempo from each of his stops in Dallas with the Chargers and Philadelphia. And so, I think they're going to be pretty multiple, a lot of 11 personnel, but the reviews so far have been really positive. Players have talked a lot about how he's kind of brought a new energy to the place, and the vibes are good.
We're talking with Matthew Paris here on Inside the Betting Lines, presented by BetMGM, New Orleans Saints beat reporter for the Times-Picayune and The Advocate. Matthew, this division is going to be interesting this year. The Bucs have been the team to beat in the NFC South. A lot of people think the Falcons have a chance to have a really good year. And then Carolina, with the way that Bryce Young and the Panthers closed the second half of last season, people are excited to see if they can kind of take that momentum into this year. Who do you like to win the NFC South this season?
Good team. In the past, they've kind of been one of those teams where you think they're good and then they disappoint in a big spot. But I like what they did in the draft with adding another receiver in the first round. They've really kind of invested overall, and I think Baker Mayfield's a pretty good quarterback. So, the Falcons, we'll see. I'm not completely sold on them yet. And then the Panthers, while Bryce Young is, he showed some nice progress, I think their defense is still a little bit shaky. So we'll see. I think the Buccaneers are a clear favorite, in my opinion.
What are your thoughts on tomorrow's game between the Saints and the Cardinals? Like when you're previewing the game, you're writing your handicaps. What do you think are going to be the biggest factors in tomorrow's matchup?
Yeah, to me, I think the key is to see how Spencer Rattler reacts to this Cardinals defense. They're really a type of defense that makes the quarterback make decisions quickly, even though they don't get a lot of pressure on the quarterback. It's still Jonathan Gannon and his defensive staff, they do a really nice job of kind of making quarterbacks react quickly. And so I just think that for the Saints, it'll be you've got to convert drives into points. And a lot of the problems with Spencer Rattler is that, that the drive stall and that they end up kicking long field goals. But I think that might be a positive. But, and then on the defensive side of the ball, they've got to stop the Cardinals' run game, and that includes Kyler Murray. The Saints have been really bad the last few years at stopping mobile quarterbacks. Kyler Murray is one of them. And so, ultimately I think the Cardinals are probably going to have a leg up here. Another sprint's 6.5. I like that for them to cover. I just think it's going to be kind of not a long day for New Orleans. I just think there's some talent areas that Arizona is better in.
It's a good note about New Orleans struggling against mobile quarterbacks, Matthew. You might have just talked me into a Kyler Murray rushing prop potentially. So I do like that. What do you expect the atmosphere to be like in the Superdome tomorrow? We all know, when that place is rocking, it's one of the best advantages in the NFL. For a week one game, even though the expectations aren't high, would you expect it to be a good home field advantage tomorrow? You think there are going to be a good amount of people in the crowd?
I do, yeah. I think New Orleans is always this type of city that has passion. When they're there. Now, tickets on the secondhand market, you can get them for $25. It's not the most expensive ticket in the world, but fans still show up. They're still if there are moments where the Saints do well, then that place will be rocking. I remember last year, similar, not complete the same enthusiasm, but the fans were kind of wait and see on last year's Saint team, and then they blew them out in week one, blew the Carolina Panthers out in week one, and that place was just so loud. So, if the Saints do well, they'll come to life. But I still expect, a good amount of fans to be there on Sunday.
In your mind, Matthew, this season for the New Orleans Saints, what would deem it successful in the year 2025, 2026? What do you think would be a good year for New Orleans?
Yeah, I think just coming out and feeling overall positive about the coaching staff, even if you don't win a lot of games, just knowing that these are the guys to lead you going forward. Quarterback is, it'd be a home run if they had an answer at quarterback, but I just, given, the circumstances of Rattler being a fifth-round pick from a year ago and Tyler Sheck being a second-round pick this year, more likely than not, they're going to be in the quarterback market again next year. But as long as you feel good about the coaching staff, you build some momentum, and say the offensive line, like I talked about, this defense, if some of their young corners, for instance, take a step forward, you just want to feel good about certain parts and then rebuild it on the fly as it goes.
Very good. Great stuff. Matthew Paris, give him a follow on X at Matthew_Paris, New Orleans Saints beat reporter for the Times-Picayune and the Advocate. Matt, really appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the game tomorrow. I hope to catch up with you again soon.
Yeah, man, anytime. Thanks.
All right, great stuff there. Matthew Paris talking the Saints and Cardinals. Addie Bates, my producer, my co-host today, big Saints fan. Addie, how do we feel about tomorrow's game? Are we taking the 6.5 with New Orleans?
Yes. Absolutely. And this might be actually the only game this season where I am going to take anything New Orleans related.
Wow.
If it's anything like last season, which I know it's not going to be, you got different coaches, different quarterback, all that jazz, not going to be as good. But the Saints are notorious for showing in week one.
They are.
Notorious.
That's a good call. I mean, the Panthers wasn't like as impressive, because they were like the worst team in football last year. But I mean, the way that they beat them, we were like, oh. But then the Cowboys game, we were like, what did we miss? Like, are the Saints gonna win the Super Bowl? This is crazy. Yeah, but all right, that's good to know. First game, they normally start fast. I like that. I love the Saints this week, plus 6.5. I think they're kind of gonna win the game. Do you think they might win the game?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. No, so for this game, and I've talked so many people into this. It's plus 240 right now, money line, Saints money line at BetMGM. I think it's worth sprinkling a little money on. I'm just saying. I think that is a good number. I don't think they're going to come out there looking great, but I also don't think the Cardinals are this crazy team. The Saints have one of the easiest schedules this season, so I'm hoping they can start strong here because I know to win the NFC South is like plus 1,000 right now. So,
yeah. If you had to bet any player prop tomorrow, Matthew was just talking about like the Saints have struggled against mobile quarterbacks. I think Kyler Murray over rushing yards tomorrow could be interesting. Would you look at like Shaheed longest reception, Olave props, Kamara props, Spencer Rattler? Like when you look at this matchup, would there be any props that you would target?
So this one's weird. Over passing touchdowns for Kyler is at 1.5 right now. So I feel like that's at plus money right now. It's nothing crazy. It's plus 105. So I'm okay with that one. I'm not a big fan of that one.
Yeah, plus 105.
I don't know if I mean,
his rushing yards is 24.5, which isn't terrible. Don't hate that at all. I don't know. I kind of think tomorrow could be a good Kamara game. Because, look, when Kamara's good, he's awesome. But at this part in his career, he's just always banged up. He's always hurt. So, like, if you're going to bet him with props, you got to do it early in the season. And I would kind of look at him in the receiving market. Because, again, Rattler, who's a quarterback that probably doesn't want to make mistakes, even though he's a gunslinger, and he will take chances. Kellen Moore definitely wants to get the ball to his best weapons, as all offensive coaches do. Kamara's receiving totals at 27.5. I think that's more than doable. I kind of like that. So I think I might look Kamara receiving, Kyler Murray over rushing yards. I think those could be some good looks for tomorrow.
The other one that I'm actually really interested in is Alvin Kamara to score 2 touchdowns. Oh, I like that one.
What's that price?
Plus 320. I actually will sprinkle something on that one.
You like that?
I do like that.
Plus
I mean, come on. Captain Comerica. I got all faith in him. If there's one thing that's going to go right tomorrow,
Comerica.
It is going to be Alvin Kamara.
That is it's pretty sensational. Well, I like that.
You can steal it.
I might bet it too, just because of the nickname. Arizona 6.5-point favorite. The total in the game is 43. I like the Saints. People are going to probably take Arizona in their survivor pools and things like that. I would not be one of those people. I'd be a little bit nervous to do that. Arizona is a team. Kyler Murray is 15-17 straight up as a favorite. So he's got a losing record when he's favored in NFL games. You're going on the road. You just heard Matthew say, week 1, the Superdome, there are going to be some people in there. They're going to be making noise. And if the Saints are as competitive in this game as I think they will be, as Addy thinks that they will be, it'll be a tough environment. And laying 6.5 on the road in the NFL is a lot of points. And for a team like Arizona that's not used to doing that all that much, I think could cause some issues. So give me the Saints, baby. Plus the points. Give me some money line as well. I think that's an upset tomorrow. Saints taking down the Cardinals. Back to college football we go. Game of the day, Michigan, Oklahoma. Jenny Carlson will join us to talk Sooners, Wolverines.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
We thought these games in these early window for week 2 in college football would be good, and man, there's really good games going on right now. Illinois up 14-13 on Duke. Illini driving their 3.5-point favorites right now against the Blue Devils. Iowa State up 13-10 on Iowa. Hawkeyes putting together a little bit of a drive. We are tied in Dallas. SMU, Baylor all knotted up at 24. And then NC State is taking a 35-31 lead on Virginia with 1 minute to go in the third quarter. Live total in that game is 80.5, so we're getting plenty of points in that one. But a lot of great games. This is why we've live bet these games, right? Earlier on, first hour in the show, we had some big deficits, and now all these games are close. So, you guys don't have to bet these games at the initial numbers. If you see there's value, if you know these games are going to be close, just wait 2 quarters, and see if you can get a better number. So that is what we're doing. So we like that. Texas also up 28-7 on San Jose State. Penn State has scored another touchdown. They're up 20-0 on Florida International. You have Florida State up 63-0 on East Texas A&M. Indiana 35-9 on Kennesaw State. Texas Tech 48-0 on Kent State. And Pitt is up 24-10 on Central Michigan. Also UConn 17-6 over Syracuse. We got a lot going on right now in college football. Let's continue talking college football, including a couple games upcoming later today. Oklahoma State, Oregon, and Oklahoma, Michigan to join us. We welcome on Jenny Carlson. Give Jenny a follow on X at Jenny Carlson _OK, sports columnist in the Oklahoman. And Jenny, really appreciate you joining us. I hear you're out in Eugene today taking in Oklahoma State and Oregon.
Yes, that's right, PJ. And I have to tell you, I can never live on the West Coast because I've spent the whole time I've been here trying to figure out what time it is everywhere else in the country. So I am not made for a West Coast time, unfortunately.
Is it your first trip to Eugene and Autzen Stadium?
I have been to Eugene before, but not for football. So this will be my introduction into the zoo, and I really cannot wait.
Yeah, oh man, that's supposed to be one of the best environments, Jenny. Very jealous. That should be a fun one today. Oregon's they're big favorites. They're 4-touchdown favorites. They're one of the best teams in the country. So how do you think Oklahoma State, how would they be able to keep this game close today against the Ducks?
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. They're going to have to do some things that they didn't do last week, starting with running the ball better. Their offensive line just didn't really clear the way very well. And as we see around a lot of college football nowadays, stuff gets rebuilt with transfers. And when an offensive line gets rebuilt with transfers, lots of times it takes a minute for them to get their footing, get their chemistry. And we just didn't see much physicality out of this offensive line a week ago in their opener against UT Martin. So they're going to have to be way more physical to open up some holes for the running game and to take some pressure off of first-time starter Zane Flores at quarterback. What a tough assignment he's drawn for his first start as a college quarterback. So, they need to run the ball better. But then I think their defense needs to get a couple turnovers. I think at least 2 turnovers by the defense. And they may even need to score or set up a short field that allows the offense to score more easily. I think it's going to take something like that to really give Oklahoma State a chance because, Oregon's one of the premier teams in the country right now. You said it, PJ. And Oklahoma State they're in rebuild mode in a lot of ways. And it's going to be a tall task. They're going to need to sort of do some things that maybe not out of the ordinary, but sort of on the, sort of special items checklist to get an upset today.
Jenny, you mentioned Zane Flores is going to be the quarterback. He was 13 for 20 for 136 yards. They also had Haas Hengy play last week as well. You think Gundy goes with 2 quarterbacks again today? Is it primarily going to be Zane Flores? How do you think that goes with the quarterbacks?
Yeah, well, if they had them both available, yes, probably. But Haas Haney is injured and out for a few weeks. He broke his foot in the opener, which we didn't know until later. But he is out for, they're saying, at least 5 weeks with a fractured foot. So when he comes back, the thought is that they may play both of these guys. But today it's Zane Flores' show, which, by the way, even though it is spelled Flores, it's floors, like the thing you stand on. It's his show for now. And so he's going to be the guy that they're going to use at quarterback, which, going into the year, this is a guy that we thought was in the mix. We thought it was a 2-horse race. it came down to those two guys. They went with Haney. The question about him was he going to be able to throw it well enough? He showed signs of being probably a better thrower than we expected him to be. Flores is definitely not as mobile as Haney. Haney's kind of got that sprinter speed, and we saw it a little bit in the opener. So you won't see the quarterback run game quite the same. But I do think Flores can move around, and I think probably getting him out of the pocket and finding some space might be something that they end up doing a little bit today. But, yeah, Flores is the guy, and will be at least for, the next month or so as Haney recovers from that foot injury.
Jenny, and then on the defensive side, Todd Grantham takes over the play calling as DC this year. Obviously, Jim Knowles was there, years ago, and Oklahoma State's defense was awesome. They're hoping to get back to that elite level of defense. What have been the early impressions of Todd Grantham's unit? And like you said, they're going to have their handful today against Oregon.
For sure. Yeah, but we did see some positive signs in the opener. Yes, it was UT Martin, but you saw a defense that looked more athletic, more competitive. Even with the challenge today, I do think there are some fairly positive steps. It just looks like they've got more playmakers on defense, which really last year that was problematic. They had basically two guys that were, sort of change makers on the defense in Nick Martin and Colin Oliver, and then both of those guys got hurt, and they were really up against it. They just really didn't have guys that could go out and make a difference. And it looks like they might have a couple different guys who can do that. They've got a couple linebackers and Brandon Rawls and Brian McCoy. Both had double-digit tackles in the opener. I think both those guys are really going to be solid in the middle of that defense. And then their defensive line, Wendell Gregory, actually had a off-field issue over the weekend. Last weekend was arrested for some shoplifting that happened back in the spring. But as far as we know, he's available today. We haven't heard any different. He had 3 sacks in the first half against UT Martin. Again, I know it's UT Martin, but still seeing positive signs with the defense. I do think Oklahoma State is taking steps on that side of the ball, but it's weird after last week playing an opponent, UT Martin, that was hard to gauge, how good were things. I think we may have a similar problem today because of how good Oregon is. We may see some improvement on offensive line play, on, the defense might play really well. These guys might still lose by 3 or 4 touchdowns. So it's definitely interesting to have 2 games that are so polar opposite as far as quality opponent, and yet to still come to the end of both potentially saying, not exactly sure where this team is right now.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be an interesting litmus test for Oklahoma State today. No question about it. We're talking with Jenny Carlson. Give her a follow on X at @JennyCarlson_OK. So, Jenny, I know that you're in Eugene. You'll be watching Oklahoma State and Oregon. I'm sure when that game wraps up, you're going to have your eye on the big one tonight in Norman between Michigan and Oklahoma. What are your impressions of that game? Obviously a big year for Brett Venables and company. They're going up against a super talented freshman quarterback in Bryce Underwood. How do you see that game playing out?
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how this one goes. I think Oklahoma has the better team. And at home and against a true freshman quarterback making his first road start, Oklahoma needs to win this game. Need to win and must win, even though I say that, what are they must winning for? I don't know, but I think to see some positive steps forward, I think this is the type of game you don't just want to be competitive in if you're Oklahoma. You want to win it. You want to go and you want to beat a team that has that same type of blue blood pedigree on your home field. So I think this is a game that Oklahoma needs to win to sort of show where they are as a program, because last year, 6-7, a second losing season in 3 seasons under Brent Venables, not the type of numbers that you want to put out there if you're Oklahoma. So they definitely need to go win this game. And I think they've got a great chance to. Bryce Underwood, obviously, they need to pressure him. They've got a really good defensive front, so I think they'll get after him. Obviously the fans could affect that by making it difficult to communicate, sort of adding to making him feel uncomfortable. But then I think it's interesting, John Mateer obviously has played some good opponents in his career at Washington State, but this is the first time as the Oklahoma quarterback he's going to be facing one of those premier situations. So how does he perform? He was really good in the opener, broke the record for passing yards in a Sooner quarterback debut, went for 392. Again, not a very good opponent, Illinois State, but still, there's been a lot of not really good opponents that have been debuts for other guys, and they never passed for that yardage. So how does he do in this marquee situation? I think that's a big question. But I think the biggest thing is Oklahoma's defense looks, again, to be really good. They were solid last year, I think ranked 12th overall in the country once all was said and done, even with that record. And I think that the defense is really good again, and they need to affect this game as much as anything. And then let the Oklahoma offense, which still has some question marks, see if they can answer some of those, particularly in the running game. That's the biggest question mark coming out of the opener for them.
I mean, Jenny, as you know, Oklahoma was so beat up last year with injuries, especially at wide receiver and offensive line. I mean, for you in this game, which one do you think is going to be more important? Is it going to be the O-line, making some room in the run game, protecting Mateer, or is it going to be the receivers helping out the quarterback and making some plays against a good Michigan defense?
I think the offensive line has to step up. I think at receiver they've got Deion Burks is back. He was one of those guys that was banged up last year. He looks like a guy that's always going to be a steady hand, a guy that John Mateer can look to. And then some of the transfers. Keontez Lewis had a huge game last week, a couple touchdowns in his OU debut. So I think they've got, again, if injuries don't get him at wide receiver like they did last year, they've got plenty of capable hands at wide receiver. But last week against Illinois State, that run game was not very good. Now, Jaden Knott, the transfer from Cal, did not play very much. It was really kind of weird because he had gotten hurt during fall camp, and we weren't even sure he was going to play at all. But then he was out there on some kickoff returns, and then really late in the game they brought him in. So I'm not exactly sure where he is in terms of health and, explosiveness and all that. So that's going to be a big question mark. But offensive line, they've got a couple freshmen that they're really excited about. And they've got some returners that will be in the mix as well. But Ryan Foji, a true freshman, played 56 snaps in the opener. Michael Fasusi, who was the number one overall offensive line recruit a year ago, another true freshman, he did not play in the opener after he had an incident in practice that he got overheated, and they're just trying to be really cautious about bringing him back. But he's expected to play as well. So they could have two true freshmen that they really, really love on the offensive line. So to me, that offensive line has got to do some things, whether Ott is healthy and 100%, or they use one of their other backs, which they've got two guys in Javonte Barnes and Xavier Robinson, who both have had moments as Sooners that have been really, really productive. So if they can clear some space up front and give, those guys, but also Mateer, because he can run around, if they can give those guys some space, I think they'll be fine in the pass game, but I think that offensive line has got to really bring it to another level against Michigan tonight.
Yeah, man, can't wait for that game. Oklahoma State, Oregon as well. Jenny Carlson, give her a follow on X at JennyCarlson_OK. Sports columnist, the Oklahoman, and check out the website, https://oklahoman.com. Jenny, enjoy the game out in Eugene today. We'll talk again soon. Appreciate it.
Thanks, PJ. Always enjoy being with you.
All right, you as well, Jenny. Great stuff there. Big day in the state of Oklahoma. Oklahoma State, tough road trip. That's going to be difficult out in Oregon. And then the big one tonight, Oklahoma and Michigan. Let's update you on some scores going on right now in college football. Illinois just forces another turnover. I think it just might be their day. 3 turnovers for Duke, none for Illinois. They're up 21-13, 7.5-point favorites on the live line. Iowa kicked a field goal to tie that game up at 13, so that is great. Baylor and SMU tied at 24, and I think Baylor just muffed a punt again. So I don't understand if there's a new rule in college football. This is the thing about being in the studio, is that we can't have the sound on while we're doing the show. Addie, this Baylor punt returner just got trucked while he was trying to catch the ball, and they called a flag, but then they picked it up, and now they're saying it's a fumble. And SMU, I don't understand how that's not running into the receiver. Like he completely trucked him before he had a chance to catch the ball. I don't know if you see the replay.
No, I need them to replay it.
I don't understand.
Admittedly, while you were talking with the interview, I was putting money on Michigan.
There you go. But you know what's funny is the same thing happened earlier in this Iowa State game that happened in the Baylor game. So I wonder if there's a new rule in college football, because Iowa also ran into the Iowa State punt returner before he caught the ball, and it was Iowa ball because it touched the Iowa State guy first. They picked up the flag, and same thing in SMU and Baylor. So I'm really not sure what's happening, but as somebody who took Baylor plus 10.5, not actually loving it. The fact that SMU takes over at the Baylor 22-yard line. All right, so when we come back, we'll update you on those games going on. Talk about the night slate tonight in college football, and then get to some NFL in the fourth and final hour.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Oh, man. Illinois, you guys, they just might feel like that team of destiny. There's like a team or two every year in college football that just gets the lucky bounces, and they're not as good as their record is, and they just find ways to win games. And I just kind of get the vibe that Illinois might be having something special going there this season. They won the turnover battle 3-0 today over Duke. You can see why the spread was what it was, why a lot of sharp bettors, professional bettors like Duke today. But Illinois is up 28-13, and my 7.5 is not only in danger, but my under 49.5 very much in danger as well. Iowa and Iowa State, a good one like it normally is. Iowa State up tied 13-13. They are 2.5-point favorites on the live line. Juiced to -165. They're -190 on the money line, and the live total is 37.5. Baylor and SMU all tied up at 24. That is an awesome game going on in Dallas. Texas Tech 55-0 on Kent State. Indiana 42-9 over Kennesaw State. Minnesota 66-0 over Northwestern State. Can I interest you in Northwestern State plus 75.5, Addie Bates?
I'm sorry. Big Northwestern State fan
All
over
right.
here.
Can I interest you in a 75.5? We have NC State up 35-31 on Virginia. NC State 2.5-point favorite. Pitt is up 31-17 on Central Michigan. UConn 17-6 over Syracuse. And then you have Texas A&M up 30-6 over Utah State. Jacksonville State also up 17-7 on Liberty. So those are the live games that we are monitoring right now. And we're going to be looking at NFL Week 1 coming up in a little bit. We're going to talk NFL Week 1 final hour of the show. But a winning football Sunday starts right here with the BetMGM Network. Wake up with BetMGM Game Day. Joe O, Kate Constable, Jason Lockenfor set the stage from 8 to 11 Eastern. Then it's the You Better You Bet countdown to kickoff. Nick Costos, Sammy P from 11 to 1, getting you ready for every game. Line movement, props, fantasy. We have you covered right here on the BetMGM Network. All right, let's talk about some games coming up later on today. Starting at about 6 p.m. Eastern time. Who wants to get nuts and take Missouri State plus 8.5 against Marshall? Yeah, you do. You want to take some Missouri State plus 8.5. Now, I was on USC last week, minus 35.5 against Missouri State. So I watched that game probably more than a lot of other people did, and probably more than people should. And I actually was impressed with Missouri State. They lost 73-13, and I was actually impressed with Missouri State. Their offense wasn't bad. And yes, their defense got shredded, but they were going up against Lincoln Riley and USC. Now they're playing against Marshall, who's coming off a game against Georgia. So they're probably still beaten up and feeling the lingering effects from that game against the Bulldogs. Marshall also had 60 new players come into their team in the offseason. So it's a completely brand new roster. And I don't know if they should be laying 8.5 points to anybody. So I like Missouri State, and I think maybe Missouri State worth a bet on the money line at plus 260 as Iowa State, incomplete on 3rd and 5. What a great play by the DB. Duke answering right back against Illinois. Oh, baby, this under is so cooked, but hopefully Duke can cover the 7.5 for us. What else we got tonight? Houston and Rice is an interesting game. Low total of 38.5. Rice's new coach wants to just run. It's very much like a military academy team watching them, so they don't throw the ball very much. Houston's defense is solid. Willie Fritz, the head coach, used to be at Tulane. There's a reason that total is that low. I'd honestly look at the under, maybe even like a Rice team total under could be the way to go as well, but that's probably the way I would attack that game. LSU, Louisiana Tech's an interesting one. LSU coming off the big win against Clemson. They got Florida next week, so that is a nice little sandwich spot against Louisiana Tech. I would maybe lean Louisiana Tech there, but I don't know if I can get to the window with that one. And then 2 interesting games tonight. Arizona State, Mississippi State in Starkville. Arizona State, you might have seen the videos with their coaches, ringing the cowbells and like two of it's until you go to Mississippi State, you can't appreciate how annoying those cowbells are. And that's something that Arizona State is going to have to deal with tonight. So that could be a close game. Mississippi State went into the transfer portal. They got a lot of talent. They're way better than they were last year. I think they could keep that game close. If you obviously can shop around and get a 7, definitely take that with Mississippi State plus the points. 3rd and goal here for Duke, and it's now going to be 4th and goal for Duke. We'll see what Manny Diaz decides to do as they're at the 5-yard line. 4.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. He's probably going to go for it. Michigan and Oklahoma, the Sooners 5.5-point favorites tonight against Michigan. Total 43.5. I like Oklahoma in the game. I think they're a great money line bet at -200. Look, Bryce Underwood, super, super talented. Great player. And he's going to be a really good player for a long time. Probably going to be a really good NFL player. But first career true road start against a really good defense in a hostile environment. I think there are going to be some growing pains. So I do like Oklahoma tonight in that game. Big 4th and goal for Duke. And they're in the end zone for a touchdown. Now, will they go for 2 is the question. With 4 minutes left, they can kick the extra point, keep it a 1-score game. Andrell Anthony into the end zone. Well, that under is cooked and was not a good bet. But maybe we can root Duke home and see if they can cover, as it looks like they're going for 2, Addy. So this is going to be significant to some as SMU breaks one up the middle for a touchdown. So that is now 31-24 SMU into the end zone. Arch Manning still in the game for Texas as they are up 31-7 on San Jose State. Arch looking to take off, and he comes up short of the first down, so it's going to be 4th and 2 for Texas. Duke going for 2, rolling the quarterback out, nowhere to go, flips it in the end zone, and it's out of play. So 28-19, do some quick math, that's 47 points. Okay, so can't have any more points the rest of the way to cash our under, which isn't going to happen. So now we just got to root Duke home, plus the points. Some other games tonight. Virginia Tech and Vandy. Tech is a 2.5-point favorite. Man, that under has come way down. It was 47.5. Now it's 44.5. Virginia Tech's very good defense. Both teams want to run the football, so that should be a low-scoring game. I think Virginia Tech money line would be the play that I would make in that game. Akron has also taken some money against Nebraska. God, I watched Akron last week against Wyoming. Boy, are they bad. They got shut out. They didn't score a point. They're a disaster. But so is Nebraska. So maybe look at Akron plus the points. In that game, Bama, Louisiana, Monroe tonight. I think everybody is going to expect Bama to bounce back, win by like 50. But I'm sure people expected Texas to do the same thing today, and they've been kind of struggling with San Jose State. So I think Bama's going to struggle too. I would look at Louisiana, Monroe, plus 34.5. UCLA on the road tonight taking on UNLV. Kind of like UNLV as home dogs, plus 105. Nico's not good, and neither is UCLA. And UNLV, first year of Dan Mullen, their defense is a disaster, but I think that UNLV is going to be able to win that game at home. So I kind of like the Rebels tonight at home against UCLA. That's what we got tonight on the night slate. Addy Bates, anything for you in any of these night games that you like?
Yeah, so the only 2 things I have are going to be in Michigan versus OU, because if I look at the clock right now, it's 2:49 and OU still sucks. So I have Michigan money line. I got that at plus 165. And then I do like Michigan, 5.5. I like that cover the spread there. So
okay.
Those are the 2 that I have for tonight. Right now, I'm still sweating out my Iowa money line right now.
Yeah, the tie game, 13-all in the fourth quarter, 12:44 to go. They got the ball. It's going to be 2nd and 9 at their own 12-yard line. So you figured that'd be a close game, and it is coming down to the wire. Need a big drive here out of my Baylor Bears as they are down by 7. I got them at plus 10.5, so we're still good, but would love a touchdown here. Sawyer Robertson's playing great, 27 for 38, 313 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Arch Manning's going to take off, and he is, I think he got in for a touchdown.
I think I need you to talk more trash about Texas, because every time you're like, oh, they're struggling. Oh, he's not. Look at that.
Look at that.
So thank you, PJ.
Into the end zone. I might just do that and then bet them so that they continue to do well. 38-7. Arch in with a rushing touchdown. Iowa quarterback Gronkowski's in some trouble. He's trying to scramble away. And he does for about 6 yards. Going to be 3rd and 3 for Iowa upcoming. 2nd and 8 for Baylor at their own 30 with less than 14 minutes to go in the game. And Baylor needs a good drive here. They're going to have about a 3rd and 3 coming up. Oh, no, fumble. Ball on the ground. Oh, no. SMU ball. This is just, we can't have this. Illinois 28-19 as Duke was unable to get the 2-point conversion. So Illini's still up 2 touchdowns. All right, real quick, let's look into week 1 in the NFL. We'll talk plenty of week 1 coming up here in the final hour. Talked about the Saints-Cardinals game. We like the Saints. Plus 6.5. We think they are live on the money line in that game as well at plus 240. Buccaneers and Falcons. Tampa is a 1-point favorite, minus 120 on the money line. Total is 47. Addie, this is your division, NFC South. What do you like in Bucks, Falcons tomorrow?
I actually think I would stay away from this game. I mean, 1 point difference isn't a lot for me. Buccaneers minus 120 money line, total 47, which I could see that going under. I actually maybe the total under 47, but other than that, I think I would stay away from this game.
Kind of think I like the under 47. Divisional unders in week 1, normally very profitable. Both teams missing some key offensive linemen. Buccaneers wide receiver depth is banged up as well. And I just think, you look at both of these teams. Atlanta, a lot of their best players are on offense. Tampa, a lot of their best players are on offense. But it's the third straight year that Baker's had a new offensive coordinator. And the first game of that, I don't know. This game to me feels like it could be like 21-17, 21-20. So kind of like the under, 47, Bucks and Falcons. Probably the way that would lean in that game. As for the side, tend to agree with you. I think I would stay away. You could have gotten the Falcons at plus 2.5 for a couple days, and now it's all the way down to -1. So feels like the value with Atlanta's probably gone because I would probably want to take them plus the points. This is the kind of game, Addy, where I think like even at 2.5, you would bet the Falcons and take the points because it could be a 1 or a 2 point game. Maybe take like Younghoe Koo field goal props as well. I could see him kicking some field goals in a game like this. I think actually that's what I might do. I want to see what his prop for tomorrow is. For over 1.5 field goals for Younghoe Koo is -110. I like that. I'm going to bet that. Over 1.5 field goals for Younghoe Koo. I think he could hit 2 or 3 of them. So that'll be my play. Might take the under as well in Falcons and Bucks. So that's what I would look at for that NFC South matchup. All right, we come back. We'll talk Panthers and Jags, Bengals, Browns. Get to some more of these games. Week 1 in the NFL.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
PJ Glasser here with you. Fourth and final hour of Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. As, let's see, I'm just going through some live bets that I want to make on some of these games. Like in Rutgers later today, like in Troy later today as well. So, we'll see what happens in some of those games. Austin Peay keeping it close against Georgia. Love that. Taking Austin Peay today. Kirby Smart 0-9 against the spread against FCS teams. For whatever reason, Kirby just doesn't get up for those games. So we're going to bet Austin Peay today and hoping that they can keep it close. Iowa State and Iowa always close. Right now, Cyclones a 1.5-point favorite. They are minus 118 on the money line. Iowa is minus 105 on the money line. Addie has them Iowa to win outright, so she'll be rooting for that. I got Iowa plus 7.5 live. I also have Baylor at plus 10.5 live, which was looking great because the game was tied up at 24. Then SMU broke a big run, and then Baylor fumbled, and then SMU just scored again. So it's 38-24, SMU on top. They're 11.5-point favorites right now with the total at 69.5. Virginia looking to pull the upset off NC State. They have the ball trailing by 4. They are plus 260 right now on the money line. Addie, is it okay if I change the Texas game to Virginia and NC State?
No.
For the final 2 minutes?
No.
Is that okay?
No.
I got to see what channel the game's
That's
on.
awful.
Is that not okay? I don't know what the.
You changed it to Corgi Racing.
Well, I don't know what channel the Virginia game on. It might be on. God. I think it's on. Oh, you just turned all the TVs off. I think the game's on like ACC Network Extra or something. So.
Just turned off our phone. You're
right.
welcome.
This is why you don't mess with Texas, right? Right here.
Look what you did.
This is what I did. This is what I did. Oh my goodness. Trying to turn all the TVs back on. Virginia's now a plus 300 favorite. I'll put Texas back on the top TV for you.
That's okay.
Trying to get these bottom TVs working. Oh, we got the bottom two now. This is great radio. Here, can you just go up to each TV and just point at the power button at the top two?
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
That's my fourth job.
That is your fourth job for today. Penn State up 27-0 on Florida International. Texas 38-7 on San Jose State. Illinois up 28-19 on Duke. Iowa State and Iowa tied at 13. SMU 38-24 on Baylor. Indiana up 49-9 on Kennesaw State. Texas Tech 55-14 on Kent State. Minnesota's up 66-0. Pitt 38-17 over Central Michigan. UConn 17-12 over Syracuse as well. And then Jacksonville State 17-10 over Liberty. Here, Addie, you got to go to that TV there, and you got to press input to the bottom one. We got to have the Iowa State game on. We're sweating that out. Yep, there you go. Input to that TV, and then to the first, that unknown. There you go. There we go. Now we're cooking. Iowa State. Illinois got a 4th and 7, trying to make it a 12-point ball game, which will help us because we have Duke plus the points. So we're hoping they can stay within a possession. We got them plus 7.5. David Olano is out for the field goal, 35 yards away. This cashes my under in this game is cooked, and there goes the under as Illinois takes an 11-point lead, 12-point lead, 31-19, 14 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Need Baylor to backdoor this, lose 38-31. That would be awesome. 8.5 minutes to go, still a lot of time in that game. All right, let's get back to NFL Week 1, Addie. Panthers and Jags. Jacksonville, 3.5-point favorite. Total is 46.5. What do you like in Panthers-Jags tomorrow? Who would you take in that game?
Ooh, I actually do like the Panthers tomorrow. I'm kind of like higher up on them this season. I don't think they're going to win the NFC South, but I think versus the Jags, I feel like my plus 155 is a good number there. I do like 3.5 for the spread, so I'd even sprinkle a little money on that. I like both of those, actually. More than I like having to fix TVs in this room.
Yeah, amen.
I wish people could have seen that.
That was a struggle. You're trying to point it at one, and then the other ones pick it up. I'm not going to bet anything in Panthers Jags. I just kind of want to sit back and watch that game. I have no real thoughts. I think both teams are super interesting this year. There's a lot of excitement around both of them, but I have my concerns about both teams. Like, is Trevor Lawrence good? We're playing this game like, oh, Jacksonville has Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter and Liam Cohn. That's cool. But is Trevor Lawrence good? Or does he just kind of stink? We'll see. Bryce Young, awesome. Played awesome the last 5-6 games of last year. Will that translate? Because oddly enough, Bryce Young reminds me a lot of Trevor Lawrence, where they both had bad rookie seasons. Then they both got new head coaches. It was a struggle the first half, and then they both look good in the second half. And now you're wondering how it's going to go in year 3. And for Trevor Lawrence, it did not grow great. So we'll see how it goes for Bryce Young. But that is a stay-away game for me. Bengals and Browns. Cincinnati, a 5.5-point favorite. Total is 47.5. Addie, anything for you in Bengals-Browns?
If there's anything, it'd probably be the over for the total 47.5.
Just fading that Bengal defense?
Yes. The Bengals defense, the offense, fantastic, but that defense obviously struggled last season. The Browns, do we know what we're going to see from them? Is it are we sure? I think we have so many thoughts on this team this year with their carousel of quarterbacks. I'm not high on the Browns by any means, but I'm also not high on the Bengals defense, even though maybe it should improve from last season, but I feel like the over in that one is a safe bet.
So I like the Bengals in the game, actually, -5.5. A lot of smart people, like I just see on Twitter or hear talk about the game, they like the Browns plus the points, and I can understand why. Divisional home dog, think they can keep it close. I think Cincinnati, though, is going to take care of business, wins this game by a touchdown. What I do like, though, Joe Flacco pass attempts is at 36.5. When he was with the Browns 2 years ago, he threw the ball 42 times or more in 5 of those 6 games. And here we are, and that pass attempt prop is at 36.5 against a very bad Bengal defense. And, why wouldn't you throw the ball? So I think that's what the Browns are going to do. Remember, no more Nick Chubb. Their running game is a mess. Passing game's not much better either, but with Flacco in there, I think they're going to want to throw the ball a little bit more. So I do like Flacco over pass attempts, and I do like the Bengals, -5.5 as well. Dolphins and Colts tomorrow. All right. Indy, -110. Dolphins, -110. It's a pick'em. Total in the game is 46.5. Feel like a lot of people I've heard from, Addie, a lot of people I've had on my show this week, everybody loves the Dolphins. Not me. What about you?
This is, in terms of my own money, I would stay away from this game. Now, if I had somebody else's money, I think I would. I do also like the Dolphins in this game. The Colts just, I never know with them every season. That's just the recurring theme for me with the Colts. The Dolphins, man, they've been bad for such a long time, but I feel like I don't like that number, so I would stay away, but I'd lean towards the Dolphins.
The reason I like the Colts in the game, it's a narrative play for me. Jim Irsay passed away this offseason, the Colts owner, and it's the first game since his passing. They're at home, and I think they're going to win it for him. And Daniel Jones is terrible. I get that, but Miami also has the worst secondary, I think, in the NFL. The strength of their defense is their front four and their pass rush. But with Jonathan Taylor, I think Indy's going to be able to neutralize that. I also think the Colts made some good improvements to their defense this offseason, and I think they're going to be pretty good. So I like Indy in the game, Addie, at -110. It's going to be my biggest bet tomorrow. I really like the Colts. I think they take care of business. So give me Indy -110 against the Dolphins. Giants and Commanders. All right, Washington favored by 6. Total in the game is 45.5. Do you want me to blow your mind with a stat in this game? Okay. So in the last 20 years, we have had 26 instances, including on Thursday night between the Cowboys and the Eagles, where you've had a divisional game, a team who made the playoffs versus a team who didn't make the playoffs. And last year, the team who didn't make the playoffs got swept against that team in the regular season. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Giants fit that parameter?
Yeah.
So in 26 instances, what would be your guess of what the team is against the spread if you were to bet the Giants? What do you think? How successful do you think that trend has been? In 26 tries, if you had to guess. Think it's 15-11? You think it's 18? And what do you think the trend is?
20-6.
How about 24-2?
Whoo!
Against the spread. If you take the Giants, right? Pretty good. Pretty good. So again, All you have to do is team like the Giants who missed the playoffs versus a team like the Commanders who made it. They're division rivals, and the Commanders swept the Giants last year in the regular season. Just like the Eagles against the Cowboys on Thursday. Eagles made the playoffs. Cowboys didn't. Eagles swept them. Cowboys are dogs. Cowboys cover the spread. Giants +6 against the Commanders. Taking that.
Oh, I think you might have convinced me on
Also,
that one.
maybe take a little money line as well. The Giants also always play Washington tough in D.C. They always do. So I like Washington in that game I like the Giants in that game against Washington. That's what we're rolling with.
I was about to say that, I don't know, +225, that's an interesting number for me because I thought it would be closer than that. Russell Wilson, I wouldn't say he's amazing. I don't think he's washed or anything like that, so I feel like that's a pretty...
Well, I'm just looking to fade Washington this season. I mean, they had a lot of fortunate outcomes last season, and I think there's going to be some regression, and I love Jaden Daniels. He's a star. But the Giants do have a good pass rush. And, Russell Wilson's not the player that he once was, but I still think he can make plays. Malik Neighbors is a guy that I would target in props in this one. He feasted on Washington last year. In 2 matchups against the Commanders last year, Addy, he had 28 targets in those 2 games. So they featured him a lot in that matchup. He loves this matchup. I think he goes crazy again tomorrow. So look at Neighbors props, and I like the Giants +6 in that game against the Commanders. We got the Steelers and the Jets tomorrow. Aaron Rodgers against his former team. Justin Fields against his former team. Total in the game is 38. Jets suffered a tough injury to one of their offensive linemen, Elijah Vera Tucker, who's not going to be available this season. He had season-ending surgery. So that's why this line has gone back up from 2.5 to 3. Steelers favored in the game. Addy, any play for you in this one?
Yeah, I like the under in this game. I mean, I can't say that Jets defense I think there's a lot of talent on that team. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to expect from Aaron Rodgers yet. I love the idea of playing a former team, if you want to even call it that, because I feel like he was there for basically just a hot dog and a drink. But I do actually like this. I can't say the Jets offense has anything to write home about. So because of that, I like the under in this game.
Yeah, I'm tend to agree with you. Look, it's low, but it's low for a reason. And both defenses are very good. I normally like betting Steelers unders early in the season when their defense is healthy, they're fresh, they're ready to go. That's when they tend to play their best. So I do like the under in this game. I would also target field goal props in this one as well. Like, don't be afraid to look at Boswell's super juiced at -155. So if you just want to look at his kicking points, maybe it's 7.5. I think he kicks like 3 or 4 field goals in this game. If you want to go Nick Folk for the Jets, I think that's an option in the game too. I kind of want to take the Jets at +3 also. I'm just high on the Jets this season. I think Aaron Glenn is going to do a great job there. He's a culture guy, which is what the Jets need. And he saw firsthand what a culture guy can do to a losing franchise when Dan Campbell went into the Lions organization and turned them around. He got the culture right, and then his front office started nailing draft picks, and they've been getting superstars. And the Jets, they've missed on some of their later round draft picks, but they've had Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall, and they've hit on some of these top guys. So they just need a coach to come in there and put away this Jets stigma. Jim Harbaugh's doing that with the Chargers. They're not chargering anymore. They won a 1-score game last night. Sean Payton did the same thing with the Broncos. This is what good coaches do, and I think Aaron Glenn is a good coach. So I like the Jets at +3 against the Steelers if I had to make it. But, Addy, I think you're right. Under feels like the way to go. That feels like a low, ugly score game to me.
Absolutely. No, like I said, I think for me it's the uncertainties with I'm higher on the Steelers this season than I am the Jets, but it's not the same Aaron Rodgers when he was with Green Bay, so I can't look at it that way and be like, oh, this is an automatic lock. But that Jets defense, I don't think it's that bad. I think there's a lot of talent on that defense.
So Illinois just forced their 4th turnover of the game against Duke. It's just one of those games, like if you're on Duke, it's just, right bet, wrong execution. And Illinois is up 12 right now, 10 minutes to go in the game. They're trying to run down the clock a little bit. Texas is up 38-7. They're up 31 points. Spread in this game was 36.5, so they need one more touchdown. Arch is still in there with 8 minutes to go. And the under, Addy, also still looking pretty good. 38-7, so you're at 45. I believe it closed 52.5.
Yep.
So even one more touchdown, and you are chilling. So the total looking decent. But that spread, people who bet Texas going to need one more out of the Longhorns in that one. Baylor did just score a touchdown, so that game continues to be a sweat as it's 38-31. And let's see, Baylor is trailing by 7, and SMU 7.5-point favorites on the live line. Total in the game is 75.5. Then we have Iowa State and Iowa. Cyclones are driving down the field, 13-13. I think they're still a little too far out of field goal range. They're minus 300 on the money line, though. NC State did end up beating Virginia and covering the spread. So 35-31, NC State, a winner there. UConn up 17-12 on Syracuse with 2 minutes left. So they're trying to hang on to the win as well. Indiana beat down over Kennesaw. Texas Tech beat down Kent State. Minnesota won 66-0. I gave you 75.5 with Northwestern State, and you didn't want it. But could have hit your bet. Could have hit your bet, Addy. Would have been a winner. All right, we'll update you on the college games. We come back from break and talk some more Week 1 NFL. Stay with us.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Baylor has beat SMU 13 straight times. The Mustang trying to snap that streak. 2 minutes, 23 seconds to go in the game. Baylor gets a stop on defense. They have the ball back on their own 18-yard line, needing a touchdown to tie the game. Sawyer Robertson airs it out. They're looking for a flag, and they do not get one. So it'll be 2nd and 10. Illinois trying to chew the clock away against Duke as they're up by 12, 31-19. The Illini have forced 4 turnovers against the Blue Devils today as they're looking for a big road win in Durham. Texas up 38-7 on San Jose State, so another opportunity for the Longhorns to try and cover the spread. And then how about in Ames, Iowa State, 54-yard field goal, 16-13 lead over the Hawkeyes. As Iowa State looking for their first win against Iowa at home in their last 7 tries. So the man that they went out and got in the portal, Mark Gronowski from South Dakota State, trying to lead Iowa down the field to cash Addy's money line ticket, or just send it to overtime as well. Tie the game up at 16. Addy, do you have faith that Iowa is going to score a field goal to tie it or a touchdown to win it?
Absolutely. Probably
you do.
Okay, a field goal, yes. Touchdown, I don't think so. don't miss me with that, actually.
Okay.
But I think they can tie it here. They have a lot of time left on the clock. It doesn't say minute 48.
Minute 48. They have one timeout, and as everybody knows, in college, clock stops after a first down momentarily so they can reset the chain. So it is a good amount of time, but also Iowa's not built to do this. So we will see. And Mark Gronowski, 12 for 22, 77 yards, and an interception on the day. So he will essentially need to throw on this drive for as many yards as he has the whole game if they want to score a touchdown. We'll see if he can do it. They start off with about a 5-yard pass. Duke is really bothering me right now. I can just tell Illinois is going to be one of these teams that everybody's going to continue to bet and fade all year, and they're just going to find ways to win games. It's going to be really, really annoying. But they've done the job today, winning the turnover battle. That's really been the big story. Iowa takes a sack. Oh, can't have that. So 3rd down now. Minute 22 to go. They're going to have to use that final time out as Iowa State get closer and closer to a big win today at home against Iowa and go to 3-0 and have 2 good wins on their resume against Iowa and Kansas State. Sorry, Addy.
No, it's okay. The game's not over yet.
Not over yet. Waiting for Baylor and SMU to come back as they have hit the 2-minute warning. Illinois with the 1st and 10 here against Duke. And it gets about nothing. All right, let's go back to the NFL. Raiders and Patriots tomorrow. I love the Raiders in this game. Plus 125 against New England. Addy, I'm just not there with Drake May like everybody else is. The guy is 1-9 as a starting quarterback. And his team, the win total is 8.5. They're favored in 11 games this year. I love Mike Vrabel. Big Vrabel guy. I think he's an awesome coach. But it just seems like that we've, like, as a consensus, like, the market is, like, sold on Drake May. I'm just not there. I think the Raiders are better. I think they're going to win this game. So I like Las Vegas plus 2.5 and plus 125. What about you?
I like plus 125. The other things I want to look at here, Geno Smith. See, I'm not the big... Man, when he went to Las Vegas, everybody was losing their minds. I'm not super high on him. I like under 226.5 passing yards.
Mm-hmm.
Probably sprinkle something on that just because I'm not a big Geno Smith fan. But plus, other than that, I do like plus 125 for just straight up money line.
I think that's the play. I think they're going to win the game. No props for me in that one. I do like the Geno pickup. Pete Carroll, great hire in the offseason, getting an adult head coach. Genty, I think, is going to be a star. Brock Bowers is best young tight end in football. So, yeah, I like the Raiders tomorrow. Plus 125. Time ticking down on Iowa. They got a 4th and 16. Gronowski trying to buy time, airs it out, and it's incomplete. No flags, and Iowa State 16-13, a win over Iowa. So Iowa plus 7.5, Iowa plus 3.5 if you had it. They cash all those numbers. Money line, unfortunately, does not get home. Baylor now trying to get that home as they have a 4th and 3 upcoming here against SMU. They still have 2 timeouts left, so If they don't get this, the game is not quite over yet, but certainly not looking good. Illinois got a second and goal here, so my live bet on Duke definitely is not looking good. So I'm hoping to hit 2 out of the 3 bets that I have here with Baylor needing to cover this spread. We'll see what they can do on 4th and 3 from their own 25-yard line. Robertson, wide open receiver. Wide open receiver, big gain out towards midfield, so Baylor keeps it alive. Texas, meanwhile, with 5 minutes to go, gets a first down. They're at their own 46-yard line trying to cover the spread against San Jose State. But that'll do it. A final from Ames. Iowa State 16-13 victory over Iowa. Great win for Matt Campbell as Iowa State finally gets the win at home over Kirk Ferentz and the Hawkeyes. Titans and Broncos tomorrow in Denver. Addy, Broncos an 8.5-point favorite. Total in the game is 42.5. Are you in any survivor pools? Any NFL survivor
No, but if I was, this is where I would be picking the Broncos.
You like Denver?
I like Denver in this game, and it's just because I think the Titans are going to be atrocious this year.
Really? You're not big on the Titans?
No, I'm not big. I mean, it's also, which is like saying something because the Broncos, yes, I love Sean Payton, trust me. I was very mad whenever he retired than whenever went to the Broncos. I'm not super high on Bo Nix, but I'm so down on the Titans, and I feel like if you're going to go to Denver, if you're going to be playing in Denver, I mean, you're going to have a solid team, and I just don't think that's the Titans this season.
So I do like the Broncos as my survivor play. I'm with you there. I think the Broncos are going to win the game. Rookie quarterback in his first start on the road in altitude against that defense. It's a tall task for Cam Ward and the Broncos. I kind of like the Titans, though, plus the 8.5 in this game.
Really?
Because you have a Broncos team that was one of the best against the spread last year versus a Titans team that was one of the all-time, actually the worst team all-time against the spread. They only covered 2 games last year against the spread. So I think the Titans can hang around. I also would look at Cam Ward rushing props over 12.5. I'd also maybe take some alts, 25 plus, 30, maybe 40 plus. Because look, rookie quarterback making his first start, his team's likely going to be trailing. And Cam Ward is electrifying, man. He can make some really fun plays and can run around and scramble. And going up against that Broncos defense and Pat Surtain in the back end, stuff's going to break down. He's going to have to make plays, and I think he's going to use his legs. So I think 12.5 is too low. I like the Titans plus the 8.5, and I like Cam Ward over rushing yards as well. But I think the Broncos win the game. So I do like them in Survivor. But I think the Titans keep it close. I like them plus the points. No thoughts for me on the total in the game at 42.5. Wouldn't touch that in that one. Let's see. Baylor on 2nd and 10 overshoots his man. So it's going to be 3rd and 10 for the Bears. 49ers and Seahawks. We've seen some line movement in this game, too. San Francisco all the way down to -1. They're -118 on the money line. Seahawks -102. The total in the game is 43. Doesn't look like we're going to have Christian McCaffrey in the game, which is why this total has come down. The spread has come down. The total has also come down. Who do you like in Seattle, San Francisco tomorrow?
So, I mean, I lean towards the 49ers just because I like Brock Purdy, but I'm not in love with Brock Purdy. I think in terms for the spread, also like 49ers. I do like that bet right there. But for over-unders, man, that one I'm on the fence about. Just because I have no idea without McCaffrey. I think I would lean under, actually.
You'd lean under?
Yeah, for total.
So, again, Seahawks were +2.5. They were +2. Now they're +1. We'll see what happens with McCaffrey. I don't think I'll bet this game. I think it might be a nice game to bet live. I'm high on the Seahawks this season. I think they have a chance to be pretty good, maybe even win that division. So I do like Seattle. I'm staying away, though, from this game. 49ers -1. Just no strong feeling. Brock Purdy under passing yards, I think, could be worth a look. 243.5. Yes, without McCaffrey, they probably lean on him a little bit more. But I'm a big fan of Mike McDonald, their defensive coordinator, and I think he's going to do a good job keeping him in check. So I'm going to pass on that game. Lions and Packers. We had Dan Miller on talking about this game, talking about the Lions season. They're 2-point dogs against the Packers. Total in the game is 47.5. Addie, who do you like in Packers-Lions?
I'm going to go with the Lions here, which I know someone is listening who's a diehard Packers fan right now, and he's going to be so disappointed in me that I just said that. But I do like the Lions in this game. Yes, there's a lot of uncertainties with obviously a lot of people, coaching staff and some players leaving. But I'm a little bit higher up on the Lions this season. I still think they're going to win that division. I know Micah Parsons was huge for the Packers, but at the same time, he's also, injured.
Mhm.
So I don't actually think it's that great of a trade as other people do. The other thing I like in that, I do like the under 47.5. I feel like that's a pretty good number. I would stay away from the spread.
Okay. Nothing for you in the spread. I like the Packers in the offseason and leading up to the game. And then I liked him at -1, -1.5. And then Parsons get traded, and it's just changed the whole thought process on Green Bay from a lot of people. And now I just want to stay away. I don't really have thoughts. I think the Lions in a teaser are a good bet if you want to use Detroit at +8. I think that's a nice number to bet the Lions. But no real strong thoughts for me on that game. I'm going to stay away. Baylor ties it up as they were down 38-24 with like 5 minutes to go. And bang, bang, touchdown, 38-37. What's Dave Aranda going to do? Is he going to go for 2? Or is he just going to let it go to overtime? Looks like he's sending the field goal unit out. So SMU had it. They were up 14, but when you've beaten a team 13 straight times, it's never, ever easy. And Baylor's come back to make it a 1-point game with a chance to tie. 34 seconds to go. Yeah, nothing for me. Packers Lions. Going to pass on that one. What about the Texans and the Rams? Rams, 3-point favorite. Total in the game is 43.5. Do you have any strong plays in that game?
Yeah, I like the Texans money line at +140. Another one that I like, actually, just because of injury-prone Stafford, is I like his under for 237.5 passing yards. That's at -115, obviously, but I like that just because I'm not sure what I'm going to see for him. I love CJ Stroud. I'm pretty high on him. Yes, I think he had a bit of a slump last season, but I expect him to bounce back, so I would just straight up take Texans money line for this one.
Texans money line. I definitely like him +3. I'm surprised we've gotten the +3. I thought this would stay at 2.5. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game, though, just like Iowa State was today, 16-13. Like, I could see this game potentially being that. I think Kaimi Fairbairn, field goal props, somebody that I would look at potentially. But yeah, this Texans defense going up against an old, injured quarterback who's dealing with back pains, not ideal. I think Texans are live in this game. I think the money line could be worth a bet for sure, but I just like them, +3 against the Rams. So I'll roll with the Texans. And what about Sunday Night Football? Ravens and Bills. Baltimore, 1-point favorite, -120 on the money line. The total is 50.5. Who do you like?
Oh, I'm so excited for this one because I think we're going to be on opposite sides of the ball for this one. So I'm going Bills money line easily because go Bills. But then also I do like Bills +1, so I like the spread on that one. Although I'm looking at everybody else for some reason is liking the Ravens for that one.
A lot of people do.
Everybody, actually. And I'm so high on the Bills this year. You said it earlier, and I'm one of those people, whatever. I could see them actually winning the Super Bowl. And this is a good Ravens team. I feel like this would be actually, honestly, whoever wins this game, I think is going to win the Super Bowl. I think these are the two teams I'm most high on.
Yeah, I mean, both capable of doing it. Two of the best quarterbacks in the league. I like the Bills, Addy. Like when I was talking to Gene, this game just has so much feel to when they played in the playoffs where the Bills were favored and then the Ravens took money and they became the favorites. And everybody, it felt like, was back in Baltimore. But you got the Bills at home as home dogs and Josh Allen and I don't know. I've just seen this movie before. I think it's a close game. I think it comes down to the wire, but I think the Bills find a way to pull it out. So I like Buffalo +100 on the money line as well. Player props that I would target in the game. Lamar Jackson over 46.5 rushing yards. Last year in week 1, when Lamar played the Chiefs, he had 16 carries for 122 yards, right? This game's the same exact spot. You're on the road in prime time against the team that knocked you out of the playoffs last year. When Lamar goes up against the Chiefs and the Bills, it's just a little bit different, especially the Chiefs, but I think now losing to the Bills, he's going to want to run, make plays. It's early on in the season. You're willing to take more hits. You're fresh. We saw Patrick Mahomes run a ton yesterday. So I think Lamar over rushing yards is a good look. And then Mark Andrews, revenge game, right? Back at the scene of the crime where he had those drop passes and let his team down. He fumbled the ball. I'd look at receiving yards for Mark Andrews, anytime touchdown, and first touchdown score as well. Give me Mark Andrews. Ravens-Bills should be a good one. What about Monday Night Football, Addy? We got a minute left. Vikings-Bears. Who do you like in that game?
So I'm actually going to stay away from this game, and the reason why is I don't know what to expect really from J.J. McCarthy. There's a lot of turmoil on the Bears side with Caleb Williams. I don't know if everybody else has been reading that, so I would stay away because, there's too much going on here. I understand that Kevin O'Connell is amazing with calling plays, but I just still don't know what to expect with a newer quarterback per se.
Yeah, I mean, look, JJ McCarthy, essentially a rookie. He didn't play last year. So he's making his first start on the road against a divisional opponent in a hostile environment. I just like the Bears. I think this is a WTF, wrong team favored. So give me the Bears, plus 100 against the Vikings. All right, we wrap the show next. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We'll give you all of our favorite plays coming up later today. College football.
Inside the Betting Lines. We'll be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Inside the Betting Lines on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Shout out to the men of Troy, up 7-0 on Clemson. What a start. We got them plus 31.5 today against the Tigers. Illinois up 45-19 on the Dukies. SMU trying a game-winning field goal. What a game this has been. 38-38. Baylor was down 14 with 5 minutes to go. And Baylor scored 2 touchdowns. And now we got a block extra point. Oh, and he's going to get tackled. Kansas with a block extra point. Can't return it for 2 points. So 6-0 Missouri on top. But here's SMU, 57-yard field goal for the win. Addy Bates, do you think he makes it?
No.
Okay. Baylor took a timeout, so he thought about it. So we'll see. I think he does.
You do?
I do.
I feel like I've been wrong a couple times. I think
he makes it.
But also, can we talk about the best game of the day, which is Georgia versus Austin Peay?
Austin Peay.
Again.
What'd I tell you?
Austin
My dogs.
Peay.
Telling you, in college football, you just look for the massive spreads. And when the dog takes money and the spread goes down, just bet the dog. These guys, they know. The line on these big games, they know. They know. There was line movement on the Penn State game as well. They knew with FIU. This is what I look for. Austin Peay, baby, keeping it close. Absolutely love that. What else? I also took Gardner Webb today against Georgia Tech. That line did not go down, but Georgia Tech's got Clemson next week, so I'm hoping that they're looking ahead. They're coming off a big physical game against Colorado as well. So I just thought nice sandwich spot. Take Gardner Webb. He did not make the field goal. You were correct. We're going to overtime. Baylor, SMU, tied at 38. Do we have a live line on that game? We do not yet. They're waiting. They got to wait to see who gets the coin toss first and all that good stuff. But the beauty of having Baylor plus 10.5 is that I'm a winner in overtime, because I guess not. They could score and get it pick six, so I better not say anything. I probably would lose that way. Baylor is the small favorite right now, though, minus 115 to win the game against SMU. You want to take some Baylor? I don't know, Addy. Kind of think they're going to win. SMU is begging to lose this game.
I like Baylor.
The way that it has gone down. Oregon already up 7-0 on Oklahoma State. They're now a 35.5-point favorite. Tennessee already up 7-0 on ETSU. Kansas trailing Missouri 6-0, as we mentioned. Rutgers, Miami of Ohio getting ready to kick off. Oregon State, Fresno, Georgia Tech, and Gardner Webb, the big one. Bowling Green and Cincinnati kicking off. Delaware, Colorado, scoreless. App State up 7-0 on Lindenwood. Texas State 2-0 on UTSA. Navy already into the end zone, 7-0 midshipman against UAB. How about it, Navy? So that's what we got going today. But I am locked in on the men of Troy right now. Addy Bates up 7-0. Just lose by 30, boys. That's all we need to do. Just lose by 30.
I also feel like I need to say this, and we've been talking about it off air, how amazing the months of September and October are, because tomorrow, oh my gosh, Center versus Alcaraz, got baseball. I got Saints football, which I will be disappointed. But the idea of now having all of these sports going on at the same time, oh my gosh. I'm so excited right now. I'm just excited.
I'm glad you bring up Sinner and Alcaraz, because what is the line on that match tomorrow? Got the U.S. Open women final tonight between Sabalenka and Anisimova going off in 30 minutes. Sabalenka's a minus 175 favorite. Sinner is the favorite tomorrow, minus 125 against Carly.
Yeah, he is.
Do I need to even... Are we taking a Sinner Saints moneyline parlay tomorrow?
Oh.
Need to do it.
I'm going to build that right. Let's do it.
Sinner Saints. All right, you build that. You tell me what that pays out over at BetMGM. So I got Navy minus 21.5 going up against UAB right now that we're sweating out. We got Troy plus 30.5. We got Georgia plus 46.5. And I feel like I had one more game. Oh, yeah, Ole Miss, Kentucky getting ready to start. I got Kentucky plus 10.5. I got the under in that game as well. So got some action, Addy, in these middle games. But that noon slate was very excited for a lot of those games. Iowa State came right down to the wire. We got overtime between SMU and Baylor. Illinois forced 5 turnovers and whopped Duke today. So a lot of good matchups. Missouri State, though, I think they're going to beat Marshall today. Missouri State plus 240. That's my play. The boys.
So I'm going to tell you this right now. I am putting money on this because center money line and Saints money line, it's plus 512. But the reason why that's amazing is because I'm from Austin, Texas. My area code is 512, and I feel like that's a sign. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those people. I'm like, that is a sign right there.
I love that.
So I'm doing that as we speak.
I won't tail you on that because that has no significance to me, and I want you to hit that bet because that means the Saints win the game, and I'm definitely going to bet them money line. So I'll just let you ride. How about the Troy defense, Addy, forcing a 3-and-out, up 7-0, getting the ball back? Do I hear 14-0, boys? Come on now.
Wow.
Love that for Troy.
Wow.
Gonna be locked in to that game later on today. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So we got all those games going on later today. My bets in college football. We're taking Florida. They get going in about 30 minutes, laying the 17.5 with the Gators today against South Florida. Again, I think a lot of people were impressed with what they saw out of South Florida against Boise State. How can you not? They looked really, really good. But they're facing a whole different beast today, going up against DJ Lagway and the Gators. So I like Florida minus 18.5. Also took Byron Brown under 41.5 rushing yards. Remember, in college football, if you get sacked, counts towards rushing yards. Where in the NFL, if you get sacked, it's towards your passing yards. I like Byron Brown under 41.5 rushing yards. I think that Florida defensive line gets after him today. So we'll take that under as well. Missouri State plus the points and on the money line. Love them today. What else do we got in this late slate? I do like Oklahoma money line. They're down to minus 4.5 now, so I think I'm going to be on that. They were at 5.5 down to 4.5. Like them. Like Mississippi State tonight as well. Virginia Tech, I would lean towards them on the money line. Akron and Nebraska is another game where Akron's going down, so we're going to bet them tonight against Nebraska plus 33.5. Give me the Zips. And I kind of think UL Monroe is going to keep it close against Bama. That line also went down, but I think that's because Ryan Williams is injured. He's out with a concussion. I think we have a lightning delay in this Clemson-Troy game. So they're going, gosh, it's the worst. Troy had all the momentum. All the momentum. I mean, really? Lightning delay? Brutal.
Are you kidding me?
Just what a buzzkill, man. Brutal. Like UNLV tonight is home dogs against UCLA as well. So those are the games that I'm looking at. But we're in overtime. Baylor and SMU. Baylor down to the 5-yard line. 1st and goal. Man, what a game this has been. What a win this would be for Baylor as well. So we got a weather delay, but the fans in Clemson, they're not moving anywhere. They're not moving a muscle. They're staying locked in. So who knows? During a lightning delay, are you the kind of person that also likes to stay in your seat, or do you go back in the concessions?
No. I'll stay in my seat. I've been in games where it started raining, but I'm like, okay, no, they're taking the tarp off. I got to be there.
Addie, go into the concourse. Stay dry. Don't
crazy.
Get sick.
You
are.
I'm crazy.
What do you think is more fun, being at a concert when it's raining or a sporting event?
Concert.
Have you been to a concert when it's raining?
That's a great question.
I mean, you've been to like 200 of them, so I would assume yes.
I have been. But I feel like,
but nothing that sticks out, though, because I feel like if you were in the rain, it'd be like memorable. So
when you've been to over 100 concerts in your lifetime, at my ripe age of 23, I'm trying to think about the last concert I went to where it was raining. Have you been to a concert when it's raining?
Like drizzling, I don't think like pouring down rain or anything like that. But like is it Go-Go Dolls? I can never remember. Goo Goo Dolls? Which one is it?
The Goo Goo Dolls.
Goo Goo Dolls. Their performance in Buffalo is like iconic.
Oh yeah.
For like Down in the Rain.
Yeah.
Like no, I've never experienced anything like that.
Really?
Ever? No.
I've been at like music festivals where like they've actually like ended the festival because of lightning like miles away.
Oh wow.
Which I'm like, it was crazy. It was actually a 1-day festival in California, and they were like, well, we'll just move everything to tomorrow. People were like, well, our flights are tomorrow. So a lot of people were mad. It was crazy.
Oh, I believe it. Baylor into the end zone to start overtime. They take a 44-38 lead. They kick extra points in the first overtime, and then they will go for 2-point conversions in the second overtime if they get that far. And then once we go to third overtimes, dueling 2-point conversions. But Kansas in the end zone, look at that. They're letting people on the field watching the game today against Missouri. Big rivalry game today. Kansas, Missouri. Those fan bases do not like each other. But a nice start there for Kansas. They have a 7-6 lead. UAB answers right back with a touchdown against Navy, 7-6. Dang it. Not great there for Navy. I can't believe this Troy game is in a rain delay. That's actually bothering me. It's bothering me because Clemson is down to a 19.5-point favorite. I might just, I don't know. Maybe that game will resume pretty soon. I was saying maybe I just cash out and take a little bit of my winnings because this is like one of those games going to end at like 10 o'clock. I just don't even want to deal with it. Now that it's gone to the rain delay, vibes are not good right now. It's just not, I'm just not feeling it right now.
Max did comment in the chat. He goes, the Go-Go Dolls brother.
I can never, that's one of those band names I can never, ever remember. Goo Goo Dolls. Goo Goo Dolls, yeah. Max, apologies, dude. Can't, I just, I know how it's spelled. I can see the name in my head, but I'm like,
how do you pronounce goo?
Goo?
Yeah, you said you know how it's spelled. Two O's makes a ooh sound.
Yeah, but maybe it's just go, but it's not like G-O, but they just do go with 2 O's. Maybe they just do go with 2 O's. I don't know what they do.
That's okay.
I don't know.
Max said you're killing him.
Oh, man. SMU, touchdown, first play of overtime. What a game. 45-44, extra point pending. They're trying to send it to double OT. Ole Miss, Kentucky, underway. We got Kentucky plus the points. We need them to hang around in this game. It's going to be heck of a weekend, man. Rest of the college football slate. We have NFL Week 1 Sunday tomorrow. Can't wait. Golfing with my buddies early in the morning. Got an 8 a.m. tee time.
Ooh.
Get a golf round in. Get back. Watch football. I mean, I can't wait.
Half a day, PJ
let me tell you.
Glasser.
Bills, Ravens, Sunday Night Football. So my team's playing in a standalone primetime game. I don't have to try and watch it's going to be a perfect day. I can't wait tomorrow. I'm going to fire off so many bets. Can't wait. It's going to be awesome. Paul Aspen going to join us next week. He'll be my co-host for Inside the Betting Lines. But Addy, great job filling in. Appreciate you. Wearing many hats today. Co-host, producer. So, you did it all. Max, always appreciate you. Kenny in Chicago, you guys are the best. Good looking out. We'll be back with you next week. Inside the Betting Lines presented by BetMGM. We'll see you for Week 3 college football. Let's go, Troy.
You've been listening to Inside the Betting Lines. If you missed any of the action, listen back on the Odyssey app. Coming up next is Bet Nation.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome into the Better Angle here on the BetMGM Network. I am Kate Constable. He is Pete Futek in for Cam Smith.
Is Cam
today.
Smith bringing coffee cake?
No, he doesn't bring coffee
Exactly.
cake.
MVP right here.
That's right. Pete brought in the most delicious
I don't
chocolate
disappoint
coffee
like
cake.
SMU kickers do. I'll bring a little bit more than that.
SMU Baylor tied at 45. SMU kicker has missed two
And
game
no big deal, 20-year-old kid. Just it's going a lifetime of therapy after you let down an entire university, including your donors who pay millions of dollars for this. But hey, it's all right.
We'll keep an eye on that game again in double OT. We'll also recap a lot of these early morning college football games. But we got to get you ready for a big one later tonight. And so we're going to dive right into things, bringing in John Jansen, who's the Michigan color analyst, also a former star at Michigan and played for the Redskins/Commanders.
As a Wisconsin grad, you're an Iowa grad.
Yeah.
You went to Michigan, so we'll have to speak slowly.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
don't
exactly.
use big words.
Right.
It's okay.
Right. John, we appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I know you're probably very busy with the game tonight. Down in Oklahoma, Bryce Underwood making his first big-time start, or at least against an SEC school down south. What do you expect from him this afternoon?
First, I need to address the slander that just happened. I mean, are you kidding me? The #1 public university from a cheesehead and a corn cob?
Hey, Michigan's the first place to take my fake ID. I love the University of Michigan for forever for that.
No, I got to give you guys a hard time. And I actually just walked into Memorial Stadium here. It's my first time here, a lot of people's first time, and it's a great environment. And Bryce, he aced the first test, but it's New Mexico, right? And so you've got to find a way to gain some confidence from that. Also some reality that this Brent Venables defense is going to be much tougher than anything that he saw last week. And so he did last week. That's great. Now you've got to take it to the next step. And the reason I think he can isn't so much Bryce. He showed composure. He showed a lot of great things. It's the fact that Chip Lindsey, offensive coordinator, allowed him to go out there and make plays, put him in position to be successful, and I expect a lot more of that today.
Two crazy fun stats from all this, which I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with the question here, but one, this is only the second time these two superpower programs have ever played.
Really?
And two, that's just Underwood's first game, and he threw for more yards, way more yards, than any Michigan quarterback did last year. They only hit 200 yards twice last season. So is Michigan prepared for the downfield pass now, I guess is my question, because they are, because there's the good and the bad about being so young is you can just let it rip, and it looks like the coaching staff's going to let him do that.
Yeah, and they're going to have to grow up in a hurry. We got a couple of young quarters. Jair Hill played well. Zeke Berry. They're going to swap him between corner and nickel. There's a lot that's going on in that secondary, but I'm going to give you a couple of names. Brandon Hillman and Mason Curtis, a couple of really young players that are going to, I think, going to have big games. The thing that Mason Curtis does, he's a great ball hawk. The thing about Brandon Hillman is we've seen this. We saw it at the end of the year last year in the Indiana Northwestern game. He is an absolute heat-seeking missile. So, yeah, they're going to have to be able to cover well, but those receivers are also going to have their heads on a swivel knowing that those two guys are roaming around in the secondary ready to really lay some lumber.
John Mateer, the quarterback for Oklahoma. What do you guys expect from him, and how do you think your defense is going to be able to affect him in a positive way?
Well, they're going to have to be very disciplined in their rush lanes. He's such a threat when he gets out and runs the ball. We saw that last week, Chuck. We saw that when he was a quarterback at Washington State. It's all part of his game. When he does, you got to make him pay. Sometimes he'll carry that ball like a loaf of bread, a little bit of a reckless runner, and when he does, you got to make him pay. And if not, he's going to have a huge advantage in this game. And then, this Oklahoma team last year devastated at the receiver position by injuries. They're all back now, and they're really good players. They went in the transfer portal and solidified that group. So they're going to have to find a way to get after John Mateer, be disciplined in their rush lanes, contain him in the pocket, make him be a pocket passer, and don't let him. He excels when he gets outside the pocket and the play breaks down.
Last year's team Michigan team obviously had several issues, the offense, but they still found ways to get the job done at times. Like at the end of last year, it seemed like they had a better attitude going on the road to Ohio State, and all the pressure in the world was on the Ohio State side. Beating Alabama when Alabama was pretty much full, Michigan got up early, and again, it was kind of like we know we can't do stuff, so we're going to figure out a way to win this game. And it seemed like they had that sort of attitude. Does going on the road is this almost a plus for this team? Does that have that kind of mentality yet? At least what you can see from this team so far.
Well, it did last year. Now, obviously, this is a completely different team and a lot of the same players, especially on defense, but you're going to have to generate your own identity. You're going to have to figure out what it is that makes you special, makes you unique this year. And I think they can. And being away from home, being here with just 75 guys and then in the coaches and the travel group, like there's a special feeling when you look around and you look to the left and the right, the only people here that are going to help you are your buddies, the guys that you just spent training camp with. So if they can generate some of those emotions, some of those feelings, then yeah, I think that'll be an advantage for Michigan.
We're talking with John Jansen, Michigan color analyst and former Michigan football player. John, how big of an impact is it going to be in the first half without Jayshon Barnum being with that targeting suspension in that last game?
Well, so obviously Jayshon's not going to be there in the first half, but what we saw in the second half when he was out is kind of what we thought we had. That's the most deep and talented group on this team, the linebackers. Ernie Hausman is as good a linebacker as you're going to find in the country. Cole Sullivan, who backs up Jayshon, came in, had an interception, had a sack. He's going to have to play big. He's a second-year player along with Jimmy Rolder, who's a little bit older, but had a great spring ball and fall camp, and he's finally healthy. So there's a number of players that can step in and hold down the fort and wait for Jayshon to come back in the second half.
Is there any sort of feeling that you're getting being down there that, like you saw last week in week 1 across the country, where places like Tallahassee and even Miami, for whatever fan base that has, that there are these programs that just seem like they were dying to bust out. And after 2 losing seasons in 3 years, that seems to be Oklahoma. Do you get a sense that like this is an Oklahoma bust out moment? It's like, Oklahoma crowds are notoriously crazy. Are you getting a sense that this is about to be like a crazy environment for this Wolverine team?
Oh, absolutely. This is a red letter game for both of these programs. And, obviously last year was Sharon's first year. And, it was a transition year. Now, the transition year is over. The expectations you're going to be a college football playoff team. And it's the same thing with Oklahoma. It's a very proud program here. And 2-6 in the SEC in their first year, that's not good enough. They know it. And this is an opportunity for both programs to really, set a standard moving forward. And it's not I wouldn't say make or break for both programs, but it's as close as you're going to get this early in the season.
Is that even a thought? Because it kind of is. Because if you look at Oklahoma's schedule, that's a 5-7 schedule for any mortal team. They play everybody, whereas Michigan's got tough games, but nothing like Oklahoma, where it seems like almost like Oklahoma had better win this or season over, whereas Michigan can probably survive with a loss. But if it wins, that's rocket fuel. That's 10-2. That's college football playoff time.
Well, it should be, especially with the schedule. It's not the schedule they had last year, and I mean we got to go on the road to USC, got to go on the road to Nebraska, and so there'll be some tough environments, but not the teams that Oklahoma is playing. And I agree with you that it's a tough schedule, but if Oklahoma can stay healthy, and that's because that was their big thing on the offensive line and receiver last year. If they can just simply stay healthy, I think they're going to be all right, and that's why Brent Venables took over this defense. He knows that this is the make-or-break season for them and for him.
The total in this game, we're looking at 43.5 right now. That's a fairly low total for a college football game. Is this just going to be a defensive slugfest despite the talent that both of these teams have on offense?
I think it will be because, Brent Venables, we know what he's done at the college level, and Rick Martindale is a tremendous defensive coordinator and really started to find a nice rhythm of calling his defense last year. A lot of those guys, as you mentioned, against Alabama, that defense that was on the field last year is back this year. So I do think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and it's really, I think, going to come down to which team is going to make the least amount of mistakes offensively. You can't have turnovers. You can't have penalties that kill drives. And in turn, if you can capitalize on any of those mistakes that happen, that's going to be the team that wins this game.
How good is this offensive line? I mean, compared to the last few years, I mean, the national championships were basically based around it. How good is this one?
Well, this offensive line is still developing, and they had a couple of injuries in camp, but Evan Link and Giovanni Ohadi, they both played together last year on the right side. Now they're on the left, which is their more comfortable position. Andrew Sprague is a second-year player. He's the right tackle. They've got some talent up front. It's just unproven, and a lot of people don't know about this offensive line. This is another game where it's, we talk about make or break for these teams. It's an opportunity for, whether it's Bryce Underwood, this offensive line, if it's Justice Haynes, Jordan Marshall, like there could be a lot of names that are made in this game.
Well, John, we're excited to watch later tonight. I'm sure you're excited to be there as well. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
All right, sounds good. Enjoy your college football Saturdays.
You as well.
Thanks, John.
John Jansen, analyst for Michigan football, also former player. Does that change your mind at all on how you were thinking about this game?
You know what? I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out because I could see one of several things happening. Because I think I'm mentally scarred from Alabama, Florida State, where you had Florida State, which after last year's 2-10 season, and the way the season ended 2 years ago, and a fan base that no one believes in us. Well, yeah, no one did believe in Florida State, and they came out like they were shot out of a cannon, and that place was just bananas. Oklahoma's kind of in the same boat because they were supposed to be just about that good, and when they came to the SEC, and they weren't. This is their breakout moment where, and like I kind of mentioned, they'd better win this because I see if I can find it real quick here. Their schedule is
so
absolutely
tough.
brutal. So like they can if they win this, they've still got issues, but at the it's going to be tough for them to do anything else if they don't pull this one off. So all the pressure in the world is on the Oklahoma side.
I like John Mateer for Heisman, or I did prior to the start of the season, because of how tough their schedule is.
Because of his hair?
Well, yeah, he's got great hair as well. I mean, it looks kind of like yours. You got some flow. Do you guys share
God
products?
bless you, Constable. Yes, I could. Actually. I wish I could. I should wear the headband. I should actually do that sort of look in here. Yeah. Give me a couple months and one more coffee cake that adds more 10 pounds to this fatter and bigger hair.
Doesn't Pete look like someone famous? Every time I see him, like who? Is it a little
Denzel?
Is it a little Ben? I mean, is it a little Ben Affleck or
Randy,
no?
you're asking like the,
I will absolutely
the
take
worst
that deal.
person.
I'll absolutely take that
You
deal.
kind of look like the guy in Californication.
Oh, David Duchovny?
Well, I don't know his name, but
keep
like,
going.
Yeah.
I will absolutely take any of that.
Okay.
I will take.
Right?
Yeah, David Duchovny. Yeah.
David.
Yeah, please take that one. I'll take whatever I can get.
Yeah.
All right. I'll
David
absolutely take
Duchovny.
that deal.
Wow, Randy, you watch
Darn good deal.
Californication?
Never seen an episode, but I was. He's been in a bunch of movies I've watched.
All right, that's pretty good.
I never watched that show he was on Fox. I forgot what it was called.
X-Files.
X-Files. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I've never seen that either.
Well, geez,
Well, you bring
Thank
in
you.
coffee cake and get compliments.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
what
you.
happens
It could be way worse. I'll take that deal, and you don't look like someone bad. But I actually have a family friend who looks exactly like God. I cannot believe I'm Jennifer Coolidge.
Oh,
looks exactly like. But that was Stifler's mom. So back in the
that's
day,
true.
that's kind
true.
of. But she has the exact same manners. Didn't like that very much.
I can imagine
didn't
that
take
that
it with
one.
the joie de vivre that I was, going.
Jennifer Coolidge nowadays is a little bit different than Jennifer Coolidge back in the day.
Yeah. Hey, look, for an older woman, great.
Yeah.
Not bad. All right, still for his mom. Big win.
So John Mateer, back to him.
Go ahead. This is a showcase moment. I mean, this is, week one, the whole thing was, okay, if Arch goes off and he's amazing against Ohio State and then Heisman over. He was going to get it if Texas wins and Arch is just good enough. That would have been it. There's nothing else happening today. All the rest of the games today are kind of meh. Like you said, only ranked game. Everyone's going to be watching. If Mateer rips it up, then it's game on. However, the problem, and as I just alluded to before, after this they go to Temple, which odd game they have to go to Philadelphia, all right, after this Michigan game. Then they start off the SEC season with Auburn, then a layup at Kent State. So if they win this, they are probably 5-0. And woohoo, Oklahoma, they're ranked in the top 10.
But the
Everyone's
real
happy.
test is starting.
I've called all off season. I said they're going to beat Texas. So let's say they're 6-0. So you got that, and then we will discuss the rest when we come back from break.
Wow, look at that. Pete with the tease. You heard him. We'll be right back. games going on this afternoon. Had quite a few early on this morning. Let's just get it out of the way, Pete. You know where I'm going here.
I hate your Iowa team.
I hate them too.
Look,
it's awful football. It's not fun to watch.
Believe in your team. If you've got this quarterback in Mark Gronowski, who's a probably the most talented player they've had there in a while at the position.
Yes.
Like an ESPN analyst at the position, quarterback position. Then use him. Like, it's okay to throw the ball downfield. It's okay to go for it on fourth downs, and know who you're playing on the other side. Iowa State, Rocco Beck are great at finding ways of pulling off games late. And sure enough, Iowa played not to lose right up until they did. And they have a kicker who can hit it from 50 yards. So all they got to do is hit one play or two, and then all of a sudden you lose the game. And
they were just dinking and dunking, running the ball, doing nothing downfield. So of course the defense you're not going to stretch the field at all. It makes you so easy for the defense to cover.
And that's is that the first game, I want to say the last 5 that the home team won?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I picked Iowa at the end. But
they covered.
Which is all that matters, actually.
Right.
Yeah, we have to get right to the point here. Like, we did a couple of game, these things in March and in May, and it was delightful. We had a good time. We had some laughs, we cried. It just we exchanged recipes. We did. This is serious. This is money making time.
Our job today is to rob the books, Pete.
Exactly. Like, we're losing America money right here by not giving them our brilliant college football takes at this point.
Yeah.
But by the way, my number one pick of the day actually hit, which was the Texas Tech Kent State over, hit with ease, which yay. And Oklahoma State Oregon, hey, we're going to get there. We're going to get there it looks like they're going to get to the over in the first quarter here. At least Oregon will be by itself. So So we're doing all right.
Dang, yeah, Oregon up 20-0 already in the first quarter. Almost covering the spread by itself there. Penn State got an easy win earlier this afternoon. We had a absolute barn burner in Baylor SMU. Baylor comes away with the 48-45 win, double overtime.
That's huge. And what we're seeing right now, look at the overarching picture. Look at the Big 12. I mean, everyone's like, North Carolina was awful. TCU's great.
Yeah.
TCU got everyone back. They won 9 games the year before. They loaded up through the transfer portal. And then all of a sudden, they got mad that everyone was paying attention to North Carolina, and they came out and rocked. Utah, oh gosh, UCLA is awful. Utah's awesome. Utah's really that good. And so what we're seeing now in Kansas today is lighting up Mizzou to start at least. That's a big one because Baylor should have beaten Auburn, and week 1 they should have beaten Auburn.
I had Baylor in that game. Oof, not good.
Yeah, and this is a strong team, and to go into SMU and thank you, Baylor. Like, I don't want to deal with another year of should SMU be in the college football playoffs.
No, we don't need that. It's just not fun.
We're good. SMU, nice job last year. God bless, but we're good.
Okay, so Utah, speaking of Utah, they're top 25 now, 25th in the AP poll. They play Cal Poly tonight. Like, what we've seen today, Pete, is these big schools just absolutely beating up on these little guys. So 41.5 is the spread there. I'm tempted to lay it with Utah.
It's a lot, and I'm with you. And in general, I'm a believer. Like, if you're walking to the stadium up 41.5 to nothing, quirky things have to happen. It's hard.
Well, it's like Penn State was 48-point favorite today. They didn't cover.
Yeah,
they
didn't even. But see, sometimes they just go through the motions. They didn't extend themselves. They didn't try. If they had to, I mean, Minnesota put up 66 on Northwestern State. So sometimes they use these paycheck games as a reason to let's get everything moving. Sometimes it's get in. All right, let's play. Everyone has a few laughs, and then
get healthy, get out.
Get out. So you never quite know the mindset of where these teams are. But Utah seems like one of those teams where even their backups are going to try. So they'll put up 34 in the first half. And then do they shut it down? Do they keep going? Historically, they kind of keep sort of half trying. And it's one of those things, too, if you run the ball a lot, sometimes your backups can just run all over and you can't tell them not stop trying. So, yes, that's a lot of points, but I would take Utah on the points. Anytime FCS teams, usually the final score is always somewhere between, 38 to 60 to 3, so.
So maybe what I'm hearing is maybe I look at a little first half.
Yeah, I think so because you get out because you want to get the starters in, get them working, and get over with and get out.
This Kansas, Missouri.
I had Mizzou. First I had the over.
I had the over too, and I got the over at 50.5, and it came down to 49.5 before kickoff. And I heard so many people all week long talking about the under.
No,
I mean,
who are these people? They're bad people.
In the first NFL game of the season, it looked like the over was going to be just fine through the first half of Cowboys and Eagles, and then we all know that did not end up hitting. So we can't count our ducks before they hatch.
Look, I know the channel, the network, everything. You need content. I don't mean to like ruin the content. Every NFL game's 24-20. Just what's the pick? 24-20. Okay, that every single NFL game is usually 24-20. You're never going to be necessarily wrong. And what happened the opening night? 24-20. It's exactly like last night. It was close. It was around 20. Every single game comes in around 44 points with exception. But yeah, so college games, this is where it's fun. This is actually money-making day because the overreaction from week 1 kicks in. And you can kind of see where the lines are screwed because everyone saw North Carolina. Everyone's, shell-shocked by what North Carolina did. And what happens? A 13.5-point favorite against Charlotte. Charlotte got, crushed by App State. North Carolina should win this game by several dozen touchdowns. So,
well, I hope they do because you already got me to bet them. It's locked in.
No one gets Kate Constable to do anything Kate Constable doesn't want to do.
That's right.
So let's just...
That's right.
That's your call. All I can do is make polite suggestions.
I follow your suggestions.
Like Oregon's on pace right now to win 80-0
Yep.
and cover take care of the overall by itself.
What is going on with Oklahoma State? I know they were bad last year, but
I'm
are they
shocked?
They're not even competitive. It's the first quarter and you let up 20 points.
Oregon does this. I just give this game time. First of all, I think this what's it at right now? Is it still 27.5? Is that this?
It can't be. It's got to be.
They juiced it at this point.
Oh, for sure. Moved to the moment the first score happened. We are looking at 39.5.
All right, so
in favor of Oregon, 39.5. Total 63.5.
So there's dumb and dangerous, and there's tripling down on dumb and dangerous. Oklahoma State, they got hit with these plays. They looked awful to start. This is not an awful team. This is still a team that has enough there to do a lot better than this. I would say if you're one of those in-game investors, if you're giving me 39.5 at this point,
just drop to 38. I mean, that was like Texas.
That's because we talked about it. The second I brought it up, the line crashed through the floor. So the power we have through this show, we have to remember this.
At the Texas game earlier today, I mean, they put up a boatload of points in the first half and then
quit.
Yeah, in the second.
Yeah,
so you're probably going to get some of that too.
That's the problem. I mean, because that's the week 2 problem where you never know what the mindset is of, the coaches all say they're going to try and they all say they care. And then they kind of get to the third quarter and they're like, all right, we're on to, we're on to Cincinnati. With that.
Unless you're James Franklin.
He says that, but their third game, they don't play anybody in the non-conference schedule. They get to sleepwalk this. So they got in, they got their win. They're just going to move on. Everyone's going to say, oh, they didn't, look great. They're fine. They're still really good. So I'm not worried about that.
200 yards, 2 touchdowns for Drew Aller. That's
Meanwhile,
not too shabby.
I think what's Ohio State doing? I know Jeremiah Smith caught a 119-yard touchdown pass or something here. They finally decide, we're not playing Texas now. We can actually throw to 4.
Who did they have this morning?
They're playing right now.
Grambling.
Yeah,
State.
so that's
21-0.
Historic game, an HBCU game. Ohio State traditionally does not play a lot of FCS teams, so big game for Grambling in this. And welcome to it. And here's Jeremiah Smith, and they did not throw. Ohio State did not take any shots down the field against Texas. This is the game that they're probably going to do that. What is that? That's got to be crazy. That's 55.5. See, that's one of those games where the spread started going into this. I don't know what it's at now, but 55.5 is a heck of a lot of points. You have to it needs so much luck. All it takes is for a lightning strike or one bounce or one quirky grambling touchdown.
59.5 is right now.
It's 59.5.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's insane.
I mean, because again, Ohio State could go up 52-0 and just stop.
Right.
So it's not even about. Of course, Ohio State could beat them by 90 if they wanted. But when you're trying to figure this out, chances are that they're not going to blow past 55.5. Because again, all you need is if you've got the Grambling, all you need is one field goal, one special teams touchdown,
and you're still in
one
it.
of your backup.
You're still in it in terms of covering the spread. You're not in it.
And then it's 63-0, and then you're mad. But that's again, give me 55 points walking into the 58 points walking into the stadium, and I'll take my shot.
Jeremiah Smith, 3 receptions, 1 touchdown, 97 yards.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
All right.
Not bad at all. Randy, how are the Wisconsin Badgers looking?
Ouch!
They're
Ouch.
punting.
Don't take your Iowa hate out on us. I feel that. That was that was your Iowa grouchiness being projected on us.
It's
They won 17-0 week 1 against Miami of Ohio.
That's
It was
fine.
really bad.
Miami's good, actually.
Miami. That's the team I saw was not good. The quarterback could throw the ball, and
DeQuan Finn is good. Miami University to you, by the way. It's not Ohio.
Okay.
They actually is a good team. That was actually
Mohio is what all the kids call them.
Exactly.
Ohio, that's what it is.
That was solid. That was actually I was good with that. Because that was a good MAC team that could win the MAC title this year. And DeQuan Finn is actually really good. He was great at Toledo a few years ago.
That offense was pathetic.
Actually, I gave that to the defense. I thought it was a great day for the Wisconsin defense. This is not okay. Middle Tennessee got crushed by an FCS team 34-14 week 1. I mean, you don't do that. You don't lose by 20 at home to an FCS team. And look, our money went to Wisconsin somehow, and we're paying for this game. We're paying Middle Tennessee to come in and beat us 3-0. I said us. I hate that. I'm sorry. We're not an us. I'm not up there.
Who's your team?
Me, my fantasy team. Actually, that's really my we. I disagree with the whole we us thing.
Okay.
Even though I do believe that if you went to the school, you're fine. It's acceptable.
Yeah.
You can't say we were the pro team because that's a product. Except when I worked for Campus Insiders, my paychecks came from the Chicago White Sox. So theoretically, I could say we because
they're paying you.
Exactly,
Yeah.
they're paying me.
Yeah.
But for a college team, if your money goes there, if you're paying for your kid to go there.
That's a we.
That's a we. I'm good with that. I
pay a lot of money to say we and us.
Dang straight.
Yeah.
I am Michigan State right now. Yeah, we paid that tuition check. But but that's okay. But the super fan who didn't go, just because you wear the T-shirt, and
right?
You like the team,
that doesn't cut it.
It's it's like you can't do that. It's just don't be that person. Don't be the guy that wears the jersey. Just don't be that person.
Okay, so speaking of Michigan State, this is one of the Big Ten games that is actually competitive this week. 3.5-point spread over Boston College in East Lansing here.
I'm taking Michigan State only because it's at home. But this is a 50-50 game. I mean, Boston College, we don't really know Boston College yet. I mean, they exploded week 1. They kind of need this because they got a nasty schedule coming up ahead. But yeah, Michigan State seems like they've got a little more settled. Aiden Childs has now got a couple years under his belt, one at Oregon State, now at Michigan State. It seems like the turnovers hopefully have slowed for them. I am sheepishly going to say Michigan State in covering.
I mean, it feels like it's kind of time for the Spartans to be back on the up and up within the Big Ten.
They're overdue. I mean, this is a good program. It should be a bowl team. I mean, if you're Michigan State, you get anything more than being a very good bowl team that's pesky against Michigan. You want to be that fly in the ointment team. To win the Big Ten in an 18-team league like this, that's asking for a heck of a lot.
Well, I mean, unless you're Ohio State, Michigan,
exactly.
Oregon, you're probably
at some
not
point
going
you got to
to
get through Ohio State and Oregon and Penn State and those teams. And Oregon's about to score Oklahoma State. Look at me. Look at my pick.
Here we go.
Again, if you would.
Oh, that could have been a really nice one-handed grab, but
except he threw it into the third row here.
Yeah.
But no. It should be one of those programs that should at least be in the mix for things. Where on the right year it goes 9-3, and but now in the new world of these massive conferences, it's you're saying, look at what Indiana did. Hey, if you're missing some of these teams, and that's why the North Carolina thing's so big. North Carolina misses Florida State, Miami, Georgia Tech, Louisville, SMU. They miss everybody but Clemson, who they get at home. You got to take advantage of those schedules if you're a Michigan State.
And speaking of Clemson, they are down 7-0 to Troy right now, but we are in a weather delay. Georgia also in a delay. We'll keep an eye on those games, plus many other.
Here's the field goal. The line's about to go down. I told you, America, Oklahoma State, you can't afford not to listen to us.
We'll listen to Steve Cofield next, ESPN Las Vegas.
Watch this dude misses.
K. Constable, Pete Futek here with you today on the Bettor Angle.
It's like it's. I'm actually bored. It's so easy. Like, what am I going to do with all this money? I mean, what do I need it for?
We're going to
really?
buy more chocolate.
I'll buy the
coffee
GLP-1,
cake.
the 3, or whatever it is to get me the.
After we eat
after
all
we
of that.
Eat it all, exactly.
Yeah, it's been easy money this morning, and we're going to continue.
It's not fair.
Hopefully.
I'm ruining the Vegas economy here.
Speaking of the Vegas economy, let's go down to Vegas.
Wow, professional.
Right?
That's why you tune in for a K Constable. You don't get that anywhere. Steve
Cofield, he's the host of Cofield and Company on ESPN Las Vegas. He is also the sideline reporter for UNLV football, and UNLV a big test today against UCLA. Steve, always great to talk to you. Thanks for hopping on with us again. How is the team feeling going into tonight's game against UCLA?
I think they feel pretty good. They had a lot of mistakes to shore up, some teachable moments in their first two games. Not the toughest opponents in Sam Houston and Ohio State, but they're feeling good. And this is a game they've been pointing to for a couple of years. And it's not often that a Power 4 team comes into town with UNLV having a chance. So UCLA, kind of a wounded animal coming in, so it should be a good game.
How good does this team look compared to last year with Barry Odom? I mean, just obviously you got a great coach with Mullen coming in, but so much turnover, so many new parts. It's not like UNLV to be good in the first place in football, much less reload. How does this team look?
Well, I think they've looked pretty good so far. They've been very sloppy and have lacked discipline in key moments, and penalties have hurt them. But again, they have 57 new players. So, I would say you started out saying, how do they look compared to last year? I think last year's team was better. Now, does this team have the upside to be better than last year's team? Yes. Does this team have the ability, potential to take out UCLA today and, knock off the King in Boise? I think they do. But, when you have all these transfers, got to be a little more cohesion, and they have to stop making mistakes. Obviously, the penalties are a problem, and then last week, they gave up a 59-yard passing touchdown on a missed tackle on the sideline on like a 7-yard out, and then they had a gap integrity issue on a 4th and 1 that went for 53 yards. Like, that cannot happen today against UCLA.
So, are we talking like Mountain West champs here if everything goes well? Because I think Boise State, without Ashton Genty this year, they're still a very good football team, but there's some holes for the Broncos.
Yeah, I thought they looked pretty good last night. I actually took Eastern Washington plus the points, and I had no shot in that game. But so Boise looked good running the ball. They have a good quarterback. I thought Genty being gone would put a lot more pressure on Max Madsen. No, week one was terrible. They didn't tackle well. They got boat raced 34-7. So I think UNLV's in the mix. I thought UNLV this year could have a season where they went 8-4. Now, of course, like most places that don't win, you start winning, and then the fans are like, hey, they're going to go 10-2, 11-1, or 12-0. It's like, okay, this is almost a whole new team. But I like this staff. I think Dan Mullen is one of the most fun guys I've covered. I think he's a tremendous guy to play for. So there's good vibes right now around UNLV football.
Speaking of the vibes, to go more big picture here for a second, is there any thought whatsoever that, like, I keep thinking in the expansion world, like, if you're the Pac-12, how do you not get UNLV? How does Vegas not in the Big 12? Like, all these places want to use Las Vegas for the hubs for their media days, for their championships. Is there any rumblings of anything right now over either one, the Big 12 or Pac-12, at least thinking about it in a dream world for UNLV?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we talk about it all the time. The rumblings are there. Now, the Pac-12 actually invited UNLV either 2 or 3 times, and UNLV rebuffed the offer because it got a great money offer from the Mountain West to stay around. I think their target is the Big 12. That may seem like pie in the sky, but I personally believe, and, Pete, you know a lot about college football and City UK, that I think this is going to turn into some sort of like Big 60 or 80, or maybe it's going to be limited, and there's going to be a Division I and a Division II. I think the most important thing for UNLV is to try to get to one of those Power Fours. If those don't exist, then they have to be in that second group. And I think their belief was, let's take the money on the front end from the Mountain West, get our debt situation fixed up, and if we're in the Mountain West or UNLV's playing in the Pac-12, one or the other doesn't really help them get to the Power Four. I think they're looking at it like a Gonzaga model in basketball, where they'll play in a week in Mountain West. Now the pressure is going to be on. They're going to have to schedule non-con, good games. They're going to have to go 10-2 or 11-1 every year to try to make the CFP, but continue to build momentum. And you're right, Vegas is a big draw, and maybe they can get to the Big 12, or maybe they can make this, whatever it's going to be, this Big 60, 70, or 80.
Steve, let's transition over. Unless Pete, you got any more?
No,
questions?
I'm fascinated because that was kind of the thought is that they would be holding out for the Big 12 because again, if it's about markets and it's about cities, why is the Big 10 makes way more money than the SEC because they have all the big cities. Well, if you're the Big 12 again, who doesn't want Las Vegas for everything? Because that's becoming the hub of. It's where the old Pac-12 is going to base everything out of. And now, if you're the Big 12, I'm still shocked that they haven't gotten yet. But anyway, I digress. Go.
All right, Las Vegas Raiders.
Yes.
Another team plays tomorrow. 2 new head coaches, Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel, going at it. Just overall thoughts on the Raiders this season in terms of how many games they can win. How competitive are they going to be with the new head coach, with the new quarterback?
I think if they stay healthy and they can shore up their back end of the defense, and Ashton Genty is a legit top 10 pick, like right out of the gates. He's a bell cow, and he can get somewhere between 13 and 1,500 yards from scrimmage. Then maybe they can win 8, 9, or pie in the sky again. I'll use the reference 10 games. But there's downside because if Geno Smith gets hurt, now their quarterback situation got real messy because their backup went down for 6 to 8 weeks. If Genty isn't an impact running back, can they be a throwing team? Do they have enough receivers? Brock Bowers is great, but do they have a 1, a 2, a 3 who can be relied upon? And like I said, the other big worry is the back end of their defense. Pete Carroll's trying to remake the defensive backfield in the image of the Legion of Boom, so he's trying a lot of long, lean, young guys. So their one cornerback position could be a worry, but there's upside. And here's the thing, the culture's changed. Josh McDaniels was kind of a jackass when he was here. Antonio Pierce just was not ready for the job. You've got an adult in the room. It's a different feeling. I'm telling you, Tom Brady adds some legitimacy, whatever his role is. He's an owner, but whatever his role is, there's a different feeling. They have money, but that doesn't mean they're going to win, make the playoffs this year. I think they hope to, but they could still have a season where they improve and they only win 7 games.
I was just going to say, how as a media person, you get Dan Mullen and Pete Carroll as coaches. I mean, I know everyone's clammed up now, and it's hard to get to the coaches, and they're not as accessible, and it's not like it was 10 years ago. But as coaches go, that's about as much as you can ask for. For college coaches can't say anything anymore, but to get Mullen and Pete Carroll, that's pretty good.
It is good. And before this, like I said, sorry to call him a jackass, but Josh McDaniels was tough to deal with. He's kind of Belichick light with zero of the equity. And they ran a really tight ship. He didn't say anything. The organization was completely dysfunctional, leaks all over the place, kind of like the Patriots are right now. Pete Carroll's I think he's a good selection. As I don't want to call him a bridge because I don't know if he's going to make it. I'm not saying he's going to pass away, but he's going to make it 5 or 7 years. He's 73 years old. But they had to right the ship. And obviously the next assignment after this is if they get 2 years out of Geno Smith, then they've got to get whoever the quarterback is. If it's a young guy who's in the league now or a draft pick, they got to fix the quarterback position. And then, you have a real upward trajectory.
So the headlines to take away from this so far: Jackass, dead Pete Carroll, and Geno Smith is
clickbait's going to be running wild.
No, but
listen, I do sports talk radio 5 days a week. So I just did another show this morning, so I'm firing out.
Is the I know it's a basketball city. It's been a while since the Runnin' Rebels were really awesome, but is the town found a niche with football yet for UNLV football?
Not yet, and today's actually a big test because they play at Allegiant, so it's configured for like 61,000 for a team that, at their old stadium would draw 15 to 20,000. So last year the big crowds are around 35, 38, 41,000. They're really hoping today to get like 45 or 50,000. I don't know if they're going to get that, but here's the thing: you got to win, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the Raiders. If you ever go to a Raiders game here, you'll kind of be blown away by the fact that best case scenario, it's 70-30 Raiders fans. A lot of the games are 50-50. I mean, worst case, if it's the Chiefs, the Packers, the Bears, the Eagles, it feels like it's like 30% Raiders fans, 70% the opposition, and the Raiders are in the same position. Everyone here had an NFL team already, right? So they're not going to jump on board with the Raiders immediately. They're probably going to take a generation here to get the kids into the Raiders. The most important thing for both of them, you got to win, and then people are going to want to scoop up the tickets. Raiders are making boatloads of money. It's just that I think Mark Davis is bothered by the fact that it's not really a home environment. And it's going to take a little while, but they got to win.
So you're telling me people in Las Vegas like winning? That's a shock.
I know. I know.
No.
Well, what's funny? I do feel like there are markets around the country that are loyal to a fault, and they will get kicked in the teeth every year, and they would
Chicago.
still show up to games. Exactly. And there's a lot of places. Like Cleveland does it. There's a lot of places. I'm a Jets fan. Jets fans still show up. Vegas is one of those places. We have a lot of entertainment options.
I was
By
just
the way,
going to say,
the
because you
tickets are
have
not cheap.
stuff to do.
Yes, and the tickets are not cheap. The resale value, first of all, they sold PSLs, anywhere from the high ones for $35,000 up to $75,000. So those people want to recoup their money. So the resale market here is insane. Like the get-in price for that first Monday night game, I would think the get-in upstairs at the back of the stadium is going to be $350 starting. You want to sit downstairs, you're talking $500-$600 minimum.
Yeah, but all you have to do is either listen to this show or go to the tables for 10 minutes. You've paid it.
You win all the money.
That's how Vegas works. It's no big deal. That's 20 minutes on the table. Boom, 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 and you've just paid for that in drinks. You're good.
Steve, we appreciate you taking the time. Good luck to UNLV later tonight. We'll talk to you down the road.
Yeah, thank you so much.
That really is the dream. If you have coaches who are quotable and personalities, and that's about as good to the. So
he's right too, especially coming off of the coaches that the Raiders have had the last couple 5-6 years.
The first time I met Pete Carroll, I asked him a question. I got introduced. I was going to do an interview with a couple of his defensive linemen. I was in L.A. and he started talking, and Pete Carroll started talking to me, and he's like, you know this, Pete, right? And I was like, Pete Carroll knows my name. Oh my God! And then I walked away, and the SAD, he's like, yeah, you have the same name, and I introduced you. So the coach has the trick of hearing that he'll hear, hey, this is Kate, and he'll like in his back of his mind, he'll just say, okay, I'm gonna just talk blah 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 blah, Kate. And then
I feel super special.
Exactly, but
that's what you do to customer service reps, and you get anything. Like you want the better package. Hi, Jane. Great to be on with you today.
I got that from Rahm Emanuel too. He took a tour of the Campus Insiders offices. He's like, "Hey Pete, how you doing?" I'm like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "Oh, my name's on the door right here."
Wow.
Right there. Woo! Really.
Speaking of Pete's, Pete Versich joins us on
repeat.
the
Let's
other
go.
side. We'll talk to the Vikings color analyst. Big Monday night football game coming up.
A couple
against
Minnesotans
the
talking.
Bears.
We'll talk real with him.
Welcome back inside the Bettor Angle here on the BetMGM Network. He's Pete Futek. I'm Kate Constable.
We're making America millions today.
Millions.
Millions.
Close to billions, I heard.
Well, Oregon's going to score again. They're going to go over. We told you that. Missouri just scored. They're going to go over.
We told you to take the over in that game.
I mean, what more do you want from us? I mean, seriously, it's actually exhausting. This needy
hey,
public.
How many times have I yawned since I stepped in the studio today?
This needy public, it's more and more and more. Like, how much do you want to win today? I mean, we can only give you everything. It's all right.
Can we give them any NFL winners?
Absolutely.
That's
yes,
the big
as I
question.
said, every game is 24-10. So every single NFL game, just assume the finals go 44.5 or 43.5 and then go from there.
We're working on getting Pete Bursich on the phone. He's the Vikings color analyst, to talk to him about Monday Night Football, Pete, because it's a big Monday Night Football game.
Do you have any Chicago Bear pangs since you live here?
What are pangs?
Like you kind of want to see them win? Do you like?
Oh, I'm a Bears fan.
You are? Okay.
I did not grow up a Vikings fan.
Okay.
We did not really watch football. Like, Sunday football was not on the TV, really.
Interesting. Not a thing in the
But the first Vikings game I ever went to was like 2 years ago when I went to see the Bears play the Vikings.
I saw a Viking game in Met Stadium. That's how old I am. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, that is pretty old.
I don't remember any of it because I was bored. Because I even as a little kid, I wanted to like be at home to watch the games. Because I like watching football on TV. The sports on TV is so awesome. Actually, going to a game sucks.
Well, I would agree with that, because when you go to a game, and I am going to Monday Night Football, flex, yeah.
Wow.
Which is going to be great because it's Monday night. But like, if you go to a Sunday game, I mean, obviously it's really cool going to an NFL game. A lot of people don't get the chance to do that all that often, but then you miss everything else that goes on throughout the day. So I like being at home. You got the multiple TVs going, Pete, because I was telling you guys in the break, we're hosting our first NFL Sunday, all day long, having friends over. We've got the three TVs
you're
on the
getting up
wall.
at 5 a.m., going to entertain America, make your blue cheese buffalo dip that Randy and I are going to we're not invited, but if we were to, we wouldn't have it.
Well,
and then you're going to go, then the game Monday night, that's massive.
Yeah, it's a big weekend.
Wow,
it's a big weekend.
I know what you're saying. I was at the Ryder Cup in Minnesota a couple years ago.
Yeah, it was at
Hazeltine. Yeah.
Yep.
And first of all, you don't see anything at a golf tournament. I remember texting my brother-in-law being like, this tournament's boring. He's like, are you nuts? This is like the greatest tournament ever. Like, yeah, I can't see it. And my phone died because I sat there watching Red Zone all day because I just wanted to watch. What do I care about, Captain America and Rory going at it? I wanted to watch, my fantasy team playing. But the Sundays should be like, the tangent here is I'm looking up at the women's U.S. Open final. I know it's part of the thing that you do your sporting event when you do it, but men's final, Sinner and Alcaraz, like, I get it, but can't you kind of do that? Maybe can you do it like 10 a.m. or something like that? Can you like do it
not in the middle of
that is like
week
1 o'clock
one.
on 1 o'clock Eastern on Sunday of week 1?
Yeah,
like
I mean, viewership will still be there, but like, think about if football wasn't on, what viewership would be.
Well, that's, again, I don't know.
It's like the WNBA trying to compete with
anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm a bad guy. I know. I'm all for women's sports. I love women's tennis. I love women's sports.
True. It's true. Like, I think the start of the season is like right when the NFL NBA finals is, and it's like, it's just, you're not going to get it.
Yeah. And that's, again, and this is in baseball hits us every year too, where it's like, oh, the playoffs are there, but then you always hear the stat where whatever monster Game 7 playoff game gets wiped off the map by whatever horrible Thursday night thing is on, YouTube TV or something like YouTube, whatever. So, but
whatever the 17 zillion platforms are that you now have to.
I got to admit, it doesn't feel right, and maybe it's just me.
All of the different ones.
Yeah, because it's like if it's on YouTube, it doesn't count.
It was so I didn't watch the game last night. I went to my first, talk about going to sporting events, WWE SmackDown.
Oh God, no.
I know. And I tried to watch YouTube on my phone at this thing to try and watch the game, and there was no service in the building. So I saw John Cena.
Oh, okay.
Like, great.
That's
first fight with John Cena was awesome.
That's cool.
And then live wrestling is so dumb. It was so boring. It was so
You do
slow.
know that all of this really started in Minnesota, right?
I think I
like
did
really the
know
Hulk
that,
Hogan
like,
stuff. Back in the day, that was like Sunday morning.
Yeah, my brother and I would be, one of us would be Hulk and one of us would be
you'd
Goldberg,
go to
and then
church
we'd
and then
wrestle in
come
the
back.
basement.
Mean Gene Okerlund would be doing his thing. That was a Minnesota thing, back in the day. So
yeah,
almost monster Phil. Good
I know
catch.
that's. Oof. So yeah, I didn't watch I watched the late in the second half of the Chiefs Chargers game last night, but
there was a lot of angst between Chiefs players at the end of that game.
Was there?
Well,
because they realized they're not good anymore.
There was a 27-21 Chargers they just sacked Herbert 3rd and 14, and I don't know. Chris Jones was the one, but he did not keep gap integrity maintained.
That's the second gap integrity we've gotten today. We need more gap integrity conversation. We will maintain our gap integrity the rest of the way.
And Herbert just goes outside and runs for 19 yards.
And that was what sealed the deal.
And then he's yelling with another player. Travis Kelce's yelling at the offensive lineman, and then they had a chance to score a touchdown. Wouldn't have made a difference because we've just cut him within 3 or 4 points, but he kind of like stopped his route over the middle, like it was at the 5-yard line. If he catches it, it's a walk-in touchdown. And Mahomes is looking at him like, "What are you doing? Like, keep going." And he kind of just stopped.
Well, it looked like something was weird because Andy Reid, Hall of Fame head coach, and they came to him after going to halftime like, what do you need to do to change for the second half? Well, we need to score touchdowns. Well, no crap.
Well, but I know what he was trying to say is that they 2 field goals and they did the fire drill right before the end of the first half.
That was impressive.
Was brilliant.
That was impressive.
There was no way that wasn't a illegal procedure or something. That was awesome.
I don't think there's too many teams in the league that are that buttoned up to be able to do that type of fire drill field goal.
I thought Patrick Mahomes last night played, and so did Justin Herbert was fantastic. Yeah. But I thought Patrick Mahomes was so good last night. Like, he made that throw late in the game where he was basically almost tackled and threw like 30 yards.
Yeah.
Now, Marquise Brown was wide open, but still, he made some throws yesterday. And again, his top receiver got hurt in the 3rd play of the game.
Did I do this show with you when we were talking about fat Patrick Mahomes?
Yes, because no, it wasn't not with Kate. I think it was with Marshall Harris.
Oh, that's right.
Okay. Yes, but it was the incident where one of the talk show hosts in Kansas City was going after Patrick Mahomes for being fat and having a dad bod.
He's got nobody. Kelsey's 157 years old in Women Weekend Legs, and Xavier Worthy goes out right away, and Rashee Rice is
suspended
for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And so what? Hollywood Brown. I mean, he's got they don't have a running game. I mean, the fact that they're producing like they do, I'm not a real big Mahomes guy. I don't even know why. But man, he just to keep alive again. It was close late because 15 is good.
Yeah, I'm very curious. I haven't looked yet, but Eagles come into Kansas City next week. Ooh. Eagles did not look great, but still they won 24-20 week 1, Pete. And the Chiefs, they got to be underdogs, right, in this game?
Yeah,
I would imagine. Yeah,
right. I mean, the Eagles are the defending champs.
What if the Chiefs start the
them.
season 0-2? That's gonna be the first time in the Patrick Mahomes era.
Yeah, I mean, they a couple of years ago they lost opening night to the Lions.
I remember that.
Right, where receivers dropped like 5 passes that could have led to a win. So if they start off 0-2, and then all of a sudden that division title isn't what we think it's going to be.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of ready for it. I've never liked the Chiefs
thing. I still think Mahomes is Jordan.
He's great. He ain't Jordan. He ain't Jordan. But he's good. I just never really liked him.
He's better than good.
He's very good.
That throw he made, I did see that throw.
He ain't Jordan. That's a whole other. That's a whole other
He's
thing.
already got 3, and he's like 27 years old.
Yeah, but he also lost a couple too.
Okay,
so he's been there.
Yeah, but loser talk.
Yeah, Jordan didn't lose.
That's LeBron. That's LeBron. How about LeBron? How you can make him LeBron maybe. Jordan, that's a whole other thing. You know what? Maybe it's because I'm a monster Jalen Hurts fan, and I just kind of like the demeanor. I mean, I saw this guy when he was like 18 and a freshman starting for Saban, and he had the awesome hair and everything, and that he was an underappreciated college quarterback in so many ways.
He's been underappreciated like everywhere he's been.
In a million years, I never thought he'd be a pro quarterback. When I was because
at Oklahoma,
after Oklahoma, yeah, but I mean, national championship game, I was on the floor. I'm like still patting myself in the back, flexing here, but he was worm burning everything. That's when they brought in Tua and Tua like that. Everyone who covered Alabama, everybody was like, yeah, Jalen Hurts is a really good college quarterback, but wait till you see this Tua Tagovailoa guy, and like that's it. And like my thought was legitimately like, okay, well, Jalen Hurts would be a whale of a free safety. I mean, he's got the size, he's got the speed, he's got the smarts, he's got, all this other stuff, but he can't throw. And then he goes to Oklahoma in that Lincoln Riley offense and bam, bam, bam. And he has just taken over the mindset that guy has. He is so, I mean, he's got it. He's just kind of got that confidence factor. He's obviously, he's a true leader for that team. I guess I'm not a knock against Mahomes. I'm just more of a Hurts guy, I think.
Which is fine.
I know.
But would you put Hurts above Mahomes? Like if you were to start a franchise,
if we were to draft right now, probably not. I mean, Mahomes is awesome. I mean, I don't dog. I mean, he's amazing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just the whole Chiefs thing. Maybe it's just I get annoyed by the war chant, the Florida State ripoff war chant that they do, and the whole thing.
Give the Chargers credit last night too. I thought they looked really good.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert was awesome. 318 yards.
Harbaugh's a great coach.
Yeah.
I mean, for all the stuff, he is a brilliant. He's he's good in the pros. He's good in college. You could here's the crazy argument for an off day. Is he better than Nick Saban overall as a coach? Saban failed when he went to the movies. He's a TV coach. Harbaugh's a legit guy
everywhere
in the NFL, and he's got a national championship here, and he's been brilliant. So he's a great coach, and he's building up the Chargers just like he built up Michigan. The lines. They get they kept pumping up the offensive lines. They got the defensive guys, and Herbert's in his 5th year.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's kind of crazy. What's the stat of Oregon quarterbacks? There's the lineage. It went something insane. It's like Dylan Gabriel, and before that Tyler Shugg was there, and Herbert. It was Anthony Brown, but Herbert before that. So
and then there was another one before that.
Achilles Smith was way back, but
blanking on his name. He won the Heisman.
Marcus Mariota.
Marcus Mariota. Yeah.
So you got a lot of good quarterbacks there. But Herbert, he's boring but awesome.
Yeah. Bo Nix as well. Kenny threw in the chat. Thank you, Kenny.
That's right. Thank you.
Bo Nix.
Exactly right. Yeah. So that is that's a pretty strong lineage. And now we're tied. 42 points, Constable, going into halftime.
First half. What do you know?
Make your
Kansas,
dip with and without
Missouri.
blue cheese.
Missouri's
going to
win this game by 2 touchdowns.
You think?
They were down 21-6. Right?
That's true. They kind of have shut Kansas down.
Kansas hasn't done a thing, and they just went 3 and out and then punted, and I don't know how much.
This game matters so much. I mean, everyone's why rivalries, but this is kind of a low key, deep cuts, 365-day thing where Kansas and Mizzou
they hate each other.
Yeah,
they might hate each other more than Iowa State hates each other.
But does Iowa and Iowa State hate each other that much? I mean, because it's really
it's just the one game.
Look, let's be honest. I mean, it's Iowa, right? And then there's Iowa State, just sort of a school.
Iowa is 1A for sure.
Yeah, that's
Iowa
the
State's
alpha.
3D.
It's not even little brother, right? No. It's just that's does anybody go to Iowa State who got rejected, who got into Iowa first?
If they do, they're stupid.
Well, my mic's on, so I will not say the next line I would say. But no, I'm sure Iowa State's a fantastic school. I'm sure there's lots of scholars and
I've been
people
there. I went to Iowa State my freshman year.
Okay.
I made the mistake of staying in a frat.
What?
I went with a bunch of girlfriends, and these were new. It was
you're pretty
week
fired up
2 of college. I was friends with these girls for 2 more weeks after this, and then never saw them again. But you're just making friends randomly, and the girls are like, "Hey, you want to drive to Iowa State? I know some guys in a frat."
Well, frats, guys, road trip, sure.
Right? It was the most disgusting thing ever. There was vomit all over the bathrooms.
They
guys
just
are
really
so
are.
Gross.
Guys are
so
awful.
gross. So my experience was tainted from the start. But no, Iowa's campus far more beautiful.
That's it. That is legitimate. In every state, it is a thing where University of is the higher than because state, because it's a level of funding. It's a level. There's a reason why it is called
state school.
Iowa State, Arizona State, Michigan State. There are, but I say this with the 2 kids in state schools, but Well,
hey. The state schools that they go to are pretty nice.
Yeah, they're all right. They're fun. No, it's good. Although it's really nice because like we talk about this. In 100 years, I could not get in Wisconsin now. Forget it. Because
I couldn't either.
But the fact that I got into Wisconsin, then like woohoo, everyone in my family.
Did you go to Wisconsin?
Of course, I went to Wisconsin.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I think I probably did at some point, but did not recall. So, but you're not as upset about Wisconsin football as Randy is. You're just more level-headed. Randy,
I'm a realist when it comes to Badger football. I was there when they didn't go to a bowl game. They didn't go to a bowl game in the NCAA tournament my entire college career.
Uh-oh. All right, Pete.
We were there at the same time. Either did I.
Pete Persich, Vikings analyst. He will join us on the other side of the break. We'll get his thoughts on Monday Night Football coming up next here on the Bettor Angle. We got some new sound going in and out of breaks. I kind of like it.
All right.
Some new music.
Stepping up. A little
Yes.
funkier, but okay.
Week 1 of the NFL season. It's underway already. We've had 2 games, Thursday night, Friday night. It doesn't feel like it quite yet.
Because last night's game doesn't count because it was on YouTube. It doesn't matter. It's not in the standings.
No, not at
Friday night. You should not play NFL on Friday night. You should not play it on YouTube. It's been a real chance. If it's a real game, you put it on a channel.
YouTube was just glitching the entire time.
Was it? Actually, I have
me a
YouTube
little
TV, so there's a YouTube channel that was fine on. But
No, I
plus-
had to watch on actual YouTube.
Well, that's partially because it was in Brazil, I'm guessing, too.
Yeah.
They probably had like some
Yeah.
sort of issues of some sort.
The turf in Brazil looked a little bit better this year than last year. Everyone was slipping around last year. So we're fixing things one small step at
It's
a
the
time.
NFL. They're going to make sure it's all right.
Yeah. All right. So from Friday night to Monday night, we got to talk a little bit about Vikings and Bears. We're going to bring in our good friend Pete Bursich, Vikings color analyst and former Viking star himself. Pete, always
And
good.
fellow Minnesotan for the two of us
And,
here.
Yeah, we're both the Minnesotans, Pete, so
here
we'll
in
get the good
Chicago.
old Minnesotan accent going on.
I've never had the Minnesota.
No?
I've never gone Fargo. It's just not.
It comes out every once in a while for me.
You kind of let it slip once in a while.
But Pete, Monday Night Football game, J.J. McCarthy making his first big start as the Vikings quarterback. How are we feeling about McCarthy going into week 1?
Pretty good. I mean, it's like here it is. It's you don't know, and there's just so many variables in this game, so many unknowns. The kid's played at football at a high level. He's played in a lot of big games in college, so you would assume the game isn't going to be too big for him. And the question is just going to be, how does he handle the changes throughout the game? And if you listen to what Kevin O'Connell's been saying, it's a matter of JJ keep playing within himself, meaning fundamentally, with his footwork, with his eyes, with his read progressions, those kinds of things. So unless he gets rattled somehow, I mean, that kind of goes both ways for these quarterbacks. Unless they get rattled somehow, you expect them to play well. It's just how prolific our passing game has been under Kevin O'Connell. Leading the NFL in downfield throws of 10-plus yards. It's just insane how well this offense is done through the air. And I know Kevin will be as anxious as possible to get it back up there, but we might be leaning on Jordan Mason in the running game and Aaron Jones in the running game a little bit more earlier in the season as JJ develops.
Is there too much being put on him? Here in Chicago, like there was the grouchiness that, oh no, Caleb Williams is not Jaden Daniels, and the guy was a rookie, and so back in Patrick Mahomes didn't start as a rookie. Not back in the day. He used to get a couple year or two to warm up. The fact that all of a sudden Williams wasn't amazing right out of the gate, he's getting dogged for not, oh no, is he a bust? Same thing with McCarthy. I mean, he's just getting started. So is there this overpressure thinking, oh, he's going to be Sam Darnold right away?
Well, I think the overpressure comes with the hope that, he's the next one.
It better work,
thing,
basically,
right?
is what they're saying.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And so that part of it gets pushed on there. I don't think that a young quarterback could be in a better position than to be with a Kevin O'Connell type, who's gotten the most out of, I think, every quarterback that's come through here. Sam Darnold, Josh Dobbs. I mean, you name it. But I think that now goes for Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson. And I think that the Bears fans will know a lot more about Caleb Williams by the end of this season as to whether or not he is, the guy and how good he can be. I'm not saying the book will be done by the end of this season. I'm just saying you should be seeing some serious progression on his end too. And he was pretty good last year, right? I mean, he was 83% of the offense. He had a higher percentage of the offense than any other quarterback in the league. Second only, Joe Burrow was the one that was just behind him. So he's shouldered a lot of this offense in a year that was a tough one for him as a rookie. So adding the Ben Johnson to the mix, a guy who's year after year after year had an unbelievably good scoring offense. Who knows what's going to happen? I think, and that's kind of the cool part of the game is I think both fan bases are sitting here going, the Vikings are going, we're going to continue with this play with the young quarterback, and then you guys are saying we finally might have a guy that can get over 4,000. We have a guy that can, light this offense up, and it's be a different type of Bear football.
Pete, Christian Darrisaw is questionable right now. Any update on him, and what is the impact if he's not able to go tomorrow?
No update on him. I think, they're trying to be they're getting him ready for the long haul of the entire season. I mean, his injury occurred on a Thursday night last year out in L.A., right before halftime, too, which was so disappointing. It was kind of the last play before halftime. If they'd have just taken a knee, obviously that wouldn't happen, but hindsight's 20/20. But Justin School, who's a veteran, would be his backup. He started all the preseason games. So one of those two will be in there. I mean, if Darrisaw doesn't play, it's only because they want him healthy for the rest of the entire season. So whether or not that's more important than having him there opening day. So if he misses game one, maybe game two, whatever that would be, how long that would go, they just want to make sure that when he does come back, he's not going to miss any additional time. So not really, no setback in sight, just trying to be as careful with him and his ACL as possible.
So short of a win, which obviously no matter how it happens, you'll take it in week one of an NFL season. What are you looking for? Like what would be even if they lost but lost well, like what would be a real positive that you would see coming out of this game? What are you looking for that right now is a real, other than the quarterback spot? What would be the real thing that you're looking at right now?
Well, it's kind of like, and again, it's so ironic because it goes for you guys too, for the Bears. It's just that offensive line. We brought in Will Fries for the right guard position, signed Ryan Kelly as a center, and then drafted Donovan Jackson. So that offensive line that gave up a lot of pressures last year. I mean, we sacked the quarterback 49 times last year defensively, which was great. The problem is we gave up 49. And I think a lot of Darnold's falling off, if you will, toward the end of the season, especially the last two games he played, had a lot to do with that. So our offensive line's a big part of it. What Jordan Mason adds, I keep going back to him only because I just think this is a kind of game where you might see a lot more of a guy like him, just a big, strong runner outside on grass, time of possession, make the game as quick as you can for JJ in his first outing, all those things. But our offensive line, I think, and then on the other side of the ball, they're going to be what kind of an impact can Javon Hargrave and Jonathan Allen have on the defensive front? Because those were two big gets for us. We let Harrison Phillips go, traded him, and then we're going to go with Jalen Redmond, who's a second-year guy, was a tryout guy really last year, and so he's getting his opportunity. So how that front of that defense looks is going to be important too.
So is there a specific way, would you say that they're preparing for, in a weird way, Detroit because of the offense, or more of the Bears personnel, or what's the best way to prepare for this game, knowing that Ben Johnson's now taking over, and it's not going to be last year's Detroit right away, but that's the hope around here. That's why they got him.
Yeah, and you're going to look at formation, motion, shifts. You're gonna see a lot more of those things. That's a Ben Johnson kind of a trademark. It's just tight formations where you don't really know. You're not giving it away if it's pass or if it's run. But he's going to keep you moving. He's not just going to line up in something and snap the football because he doesn't want to give the defense any chance at all to recognize a final formation in that way. So you just have to be kind of ready for everything. The running game, that will be the part that's going to be most interesting, just because DeAndre Swift, his ability to run outside and run off tackle when he was with Detroit a few years ago. Will he stick with that? I mean, he knows his strengths and weaknesses, so we'll see if that's the case. But you're going to see a lot of Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland in the running game, trust me. And then they'll build the play action off of that. So exactly how they're going to do it, that one's tough. You kind of have to be, flexible and kind of ready for everything. And I think that goes for the offense as well.
Pete, Micah Parsons being traded to the Packers. We know he'll play tomorrow, might not play as much as he typically would, but just having him in this division, what does that do to the other teams, Vikings, Bears, Lions, with the impact that Parsons will have?
It's going to make your tackles more valuable, right? And then your running backs and pass pro. So you have, assuming he becomes healthy, another pretty good premier type player in this division. If you look at the off season, right, the Vikings have 3 new offensive linemen, 2 new defensive linemen. The Bears revamped 3 of their offensive linemen. I know you brought in, I believe, Grady Jarrett, Deo Adangbo. And then you go to look at Green Bay, and then even Detroit has had to revamp some of their front. So this division didn't address the skill positions needed, right? Because they're already here. It's the guys in the trenches. So our already good NFC North probably got a lot better.
So then, how do you see were you as freaked out? Again, we're from Minneapolis. All my friends are diehard Vikings fans. And as soon as they got Micah Parsons, season's over. It's like, I had to be like, wait a minute. He's just one guy. He's already hurt. And, you've dealt with pass rushers before. Is this as devastating a pickup as the media made it out to be? Or is it just a really good player? How do you see them getting a player of this caliber?
Well, they've got things on offense that need to be sorted out. Jordan Love needs to be more consistent. He needs to continue to evolve as a quarterback. There's some questions, I think, to that, if he's going to take it to the next level, and can he? Defensively, I think if you take a look at the Packers' defensive line, I remember this last year. If you look from they put 6 different interior linemen, on the field, whatever. But their the best guy on the starting lineup and the worst guy on the rotational lineup, there wasn't much of a difference. They were pretty good up front. They've been pretty good up front for the last couple of years. The inside linebacker position has been a bit of a concern, especially against the 49ers, who can pick apart the underneath part of a defense. But anytime you can bring in someone that can get to the quarterback and help the DBs and help cover up some mistakes on the back end, is going to help. That fear, that emotion is assuming Micah Parsons is going to be a 15 to 19 to 20 sack guy this year. And is that going to happen? Well, with the back injury and being doubtful going into game 1 or questionable, I don't even remember what he is, but just showing up on the injury report, we'll see. Are we going to? If we were going to see the best version of him week in and week out, then I think that could be a pretty big impact. But that's really yet to be seen. The Packers got better by bringing him in today. Luke trading him for Kenny Clark. I think Kenny Clark was on the decline in his career, but where it's going to impact him is over the next couple of years with all the first round draft picks that they've let go.
Pete, 20 seconds. Can you give us a score prediction for Monday night?
20. It's going to be like 22 to 19. I think it's going to be maybe a lot of field goal type game. But I think the Vikings will win by 3. We never win by more than 1 score anyway, so it's going to be 3.
Awesome. Pete, appreciate your time. Enjoy the game Monday night.
Guys,
we'll
thank you very much.
Yep. See ya.
Take care.
Okay, what do you think my prediction is for the game?
24-20?
24-20. I think there's a
which we would push on the total.
Exactly.
44.
Boom. There you go.
Wow, you are spot on.
I did every game. I should actually look that up and be one of those things that if you bet 24-20 every single game and just said I'm going to go 45 points every single game and just take,
what would your record be?
Exactly.
Probably pretty good.
Like how would you? It depends obviously which way you would go, but see, look, I get the Micah Parsons. I know Jerry Jones was getting killed for this, but there was a stat they threw out there the other night that I think had they signed Micah Parsons, like 3 players would take up half of their cap.
Yep.
Which
you can't really have that. Like
plus
that
it's not really
handcuffs your entire
right
team.
because Jerry Jones is selling another Pepsi ad in the stadium. He can pay for it, but like there's ways around it. But yeah, you can't do that.
More college football. We'll turn our attention back to that.
We gotta make people more money. I'm sorry, America.
We got to make you more money for these later games coming up, kicking off fairly soon. We will talk that next. Major League Baseball's still going on.
Actually, that should be a bit. What do I know about who's in the playoff race?
I mean, I'm so glad football's here because it means I don't have to talk about baseball anymore. And anyone who's ever listened to me on this network knows that me and baseball just don't get along.
I have next break. We'll discuss the story of God. I can't remember who's a Pete Crow Armstrong discussion we had when I think it was with Marshall. Yeah.
Well, Pete Crow Armstrong today, his Cubbies lost. Nats win 2-1 over the Cubs today.
And Pete Crow Armstrong fouled the ball off his kneecap in his day-to-day.
Aren't we all?
And Kyle Tucker is already out, so...
that's not great for the Cubs lineup.
Two of your starting outfielders, Pete Crow Armstrong, saves a lot of runs in center field.
Yep.
Now, I know the Cubs are safely in the playoffs, and they are safely right now the 4th seed, which gives them a home playoff series against either the Mets or the Padres. Wow. So, I mean, I think they have like a 4.5-game lead right now. But listen, right now, more than anything else, you just want to try to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to catch the Brewers most likely. They're 6.5 behind Milwaukee, and Milwaukee just doesn't lose like multiple games.
Milwaukee's playing the Pirates this series too.
Yeah. So, but that's a tough injury to have. To one of your best players.
Well, that's unfortunate. How many games are there left in this thing?
Probably like 19 or 20 before
the playoffs.
Before the playoffs.
It start October.
And I will watch. I will have playoff just like the NBA. There's zero reason to watch an NBA game until May.
Well, I'll disagree with you on that, but I will agree. Well, no, I really don't. I watch NBA, but
I get if you're entertained by it. I get the entertainment value. There's something.
There's no.
But they take their intensity. I mean, you can tell these guys, they're literally professionals. They take their intensity up so hard. It's so much better that, like, the playoffs are so night and day different that you just don't need to watch because the playoffs are so good. Kind of the same. That like you can't take intensity up in baseball, though.
No. Baseball is so good in the playoffs, though. Like, for the hater of baseball I love playoff baseball. Because everything rides on every single pitch.
Yes.
And that's the beauty
and
of it.
That's the problem with the professional sports world is that you don't really need to watch any NHL, NBA, and you have to watch any NFL game. That's different. But the playoffs are just so good. And so the people in the college football side are like, well, you don't need to watch a college basketball game either. I love watching college basketball anyway, so I'll watch, but you don't need to watch until March. Because if your Hawkeyes go, 35-2 and win the Big Ten title and everything,
then they lose
and then
in the
they lose
first round.
to Central Directional State in the first round, who cares? So it kind of, but yes, I don't mean to hate on baseball. I used to love it. I used to like the Cubs, and it used to be but I am that guy who, as soon as it went to YouTube TV, then all of a sudden I didn't watch a Cubs game ever again. So it's been okay. I've somehow moved on.
I've moved on.
It's okay.
We're gonna be just fine.
But they're gonna be in the playoffs. They're gonna be awesome, and I guess I'll watch and I'll be fired up. I guess.
But Randy, you wouldn't make a Cubs World Series bet or anything, would you?
I'm hesitant to do that. I think they can win. I think they can win the National League, though. I think that teams are down. The Dodgers are not nearly as good as they were last year.
I was just going to say, ignorant question from an ignorant guy. Is it just, don't the Dodgers just, okay, it's the playoffs and they have twice as many?
Their rotation isn't great. Now, they'll have Shohei ready to go. He skipped his start, but he'll be ready to go. They've got some other good starters, obviously, but their bullpen's not very good. The Padres' rotation's not very good. I know the Brewers are by far the best team. Their closer is out. Last year they lost in the first round to the Mets.
Brewers in the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like you get a couple of hot pitchers and someone just goes off hitting wise, you have a great chance. But I mean, the National League is just about as wide open as it's going to be in a long time. And I'm saying that not to disrespect the Milwaukee Brewers, who are clearly the best team right now in the National League, but I still have my hesitancies to pick them to win the National League.
All right.
Well, and by the way, the Yankees are about to win today, so that would knock the lead back down to 3 games over the Blue Jays.
So what? Okay,
that one just went final 3-1 Yanks over the Blue Jays.
Are the Blue Jays good? Does that matter?
Yeah.
Blue Jays are great.
So again, I have not paid it. I'm in a Roto baseball league, and I don't actually know anything about baseball. So what's the big storyline? I heard something about the Nationals are crashing. What's the big for the person who just is totally immersed in football right now? What am I caring about with baseball?
Well, I mean, what you're caring about is I think this is about as wide open as a playoffs as we're going to have in a long time. I mean, the Phillies are winning right now 4-2 over the Marlins, and they're really good, but they lost their ace, Zach Wheeler.
I knew that, yes.
Blood clot. He's out for the year. So that just takes away a guy who just deals 7 innings, 10 strikeouts anytime he steps onto the mound. So, there's just a lot of really good teams, no great team, either division. The Tigers have one of the best pitchers in baseball who can easily go 7 innings and dominate and get you up 1-0 early in a series. The Yankees have been they lost their ace to start the year, and they're still right there 3 games out. The Blue Jays have been a fun team. Everyone in that team hits. So if you're asking me for a storyline, I really can't give you one.
So who's on the who are the 2 most bubbly teams right now who are going to get in and then knock off whatever the number 1 seed is right out of the gate?
When I look for a team that can win in the playoffs, I say, all right, how can you shorten a game? And I would say like the San Diego Padres, but they've abused their bullpen all year because their rotation has been so bad. Dylan Cease doesn't go more than 4 innings in any start. So I won't say them. I do think the Phillies, their lineup is really good. So I think that's a team. They're not going to be the number 1 seed. So I do think the Phillies could be a team that could make waves in the playoffs. I mean, the Brewers have everything that goes into being a great team, but I'm not going to pick them. I'm sorry. It's nothing to do with Cubs, Brewers stuff. I just think when it comes to the postseason, guys like Caleb Durbin, who's from here, a local guy, other guys, it's their first time in the playoffs. It might be a little different. In the American League, it's definitely wide open right now. The Mariners were a lock to make the playoffs. They're a game up now, I think, to get into the playoffs. So there's a lot of teams that have a chance. And by the way, shout out to the White Sox who have won 6 in a row. Colson Montgomery, if you bet him for a home run, I feel like every night he's hitting a home run
every night.
And they're not like cheap ones. I mean, he's hitting them 450, 440. So they're a team in the rise. But this is going to be a crazy postseason. Pete, you asked, it's the Dodgers and everyone else. The Dodgers right now, I think, to win the National League are like plus 170 still.
Gotcha.
So they're still clearly the favorite to win out of the National League. And I think they're the favorites like at plus 330.
380 to win the World Series. Phillies are 650. And
so where are the
Brewers
Twins on here? Where am I missing?
Twins sold everyone
exactly.
At
they sold
the
stadium, right? They sold
everything.
They sold
team.
Anthony Edwards and Kevin O'Connell. They sold everything.
Yeah, Twins are not good.
That's
Twins just got swept by the White Sox
for the first time ever.
Yep,
4-game series.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a fun playoffs. And the crazy thing is that usually at this point you're like, ooh, there's a lot of great races for MVP. Nope. MVP, both are done. Like I think Pete, you were here. Marshall Harris was months ago when he was saying, you should bet Pete Crow Armstrong. You should bet so and so.
Do I have any hope? If it's not Pete Crow Armstrong, do I have any prayer of coming up with the MVPs? I don't.
Yeah, you should.
Oh, they're easily. I mean, well, actually, I shouldn't say American League is a lock, but Aaron Judge is basically sealed.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Aaron Judge and Shohei is a lot.
And Shohei, yes.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right.
Schwarber even had a 4-home-run game, and he only went from 10-1 to 8-1. So
which is wild. He's not catching Shohei.
And Skubal was for a while, which is crazy. You could have bet him. He was basically even odds 2 weeks ago. Then he went out and had a 12 strikeout game and then 7 scoreless innings, and Garrett Crochet gave up 7 runs. So that race is over. Paul Skeens, who they want to give the Cy Young to because everyone wants him to be the next great pitcher, and he's going to be probably the next great pitcher, is a lock to win the National League Cy Young. Mm-hmm. The only race that's still really available, I might be missing one, is National League Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
And it's between 2 people, Drake Baldwin on the Braves and Cade Horton. And the only disadvantage for Cade Horton is he's not pitching more than 75 pitches in any game. So he threw 5 no-hit innings his last start, but they took him out because they want him. This is the most innings he's ever pitched in his career. They want him, try to get him fresh for the postseason. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does down the stretch, but he's the small favorite right now over Drake Baldwin for the National League Rookie of the Year.
He is minus 115 over at BetMGM, and Drake Baldwin is plus 130.
Right, so it's basically
very close.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like Cade Horton before.
How many more starts is he going to have?
I mean, he's got one coming up next Wednesday, so he'll probably have 3 or 4 more starts, and I would think they might want to ramp him up more pitches down the stretch. I mean, as soon as they clinch that 4th spot, I think they might give some guys some rest. And just get him ready for the postseason. But he's, he was plus 175 before his last start, threw 5 no-hit innings, and now he's the favorite. But Drake Baldwin, before that, hit a pinch hit 2-run homer and then took over the lead. So it changes almost every day between those two for National League Rookie of the Year.
Whew. It's a good breakdown, Randy.
Yeah,
that's baseball 101. By the way, Clemson down 10-0.
What's going on with Clemson?
To Troy, for those not watching.
Let's just say they seem a little sleepy. It seems a weird game. There was the lightning delay, and we just kind of seem like they're just not really interested in playing college football right now. And then another weird game that kind of come up, which I was not sure where to go. Ohio up on West Virginia 17-7 at halftime, where it's a funky game. Ohio at home. They played a good week 1. West Virginia is still a question mark with Rich Rodriguez coming in. This kind of goes back to our UNLV UCLA talk. I'm the Power 4 snob. Always go with the team with more talent. But that's Ohio might be one of those. That might be one of those games that, for all the Big 12 teams that are good this year, West Virginia is supposed to be okay, but that might not be one of those teams.
Georgia, halftime. 14-3.
Yeah.
That also had a delay, too. So, I still think Clemson's going to be fine. Yeah, they're maybe a little sleepy in the first half. The delay probably doesn't help at all.
It doesn't, again, this is the problem with betting FCS versus FBS games, because you never quite know just how much this matters for each of the FBS teams. Because
obviously, if Clemson loses to Troy, that's going to be
They're not going to lose to Troy.
And Troy
is not an FCS team, but
favorites right now.
Not an FCS team, but it's something like this, like the Georgia game. They're just kind of like get through and move on. But yeah, Clemson's going to come back, but not a good look after losing to LSU.
No, not a good look whatsoever. We'll do some more next hour. We'll do some more college football talk, get you ready for tonight's games, and also some more NFL talk, getting you ready for tomorrow's games. Plenty more still to come here on The Better Angle with Kate Constable and Pete Futek. college football coming your way. We got plenty of games kicking off here in just a few moments. Even more coming later tonight. Michigan, Oklahoma being the main
We haven't
game.
talked about that. We haven't talked. We've enough.
Enough. We got to get down to business, Pete.
It's enough of this. It's time. Let's do this already. Let's just fire away, rapid fire. Here we go.
I'm going to throw you a bunch of games. You're going to tell me what you think.
And I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. So if you don't want to know what's going to happen in advance, I don't want to ruin the ending for you. If you want to be entertained, fine. So just don't listen now.
Okay. We have Utah and Cal Poly kicking off right now. Utah 42.5. Earlier in the show, we talked about maybe taking Utah in the first half. I kind of like that.
Wayne, why do you like that? Just because you think they're just going to come out hot? They're at home?
I mean, that's what we've seen all day today is like, you look at this Oregon-Oklahoma State game. Look at Penn State. Look at Texas.
There's something to be said about that. It's the home opener. Like, lots of these teams are kind of not showing up today early on.
Mm-hmm.
And Utah is coming off the easy win over UCLA. But they'll get there. I mean, some of these teams are looking to make statements early. And then after a year where the fans had so many losses and had to deal with a really disappointing team. And this Utah team is the real deal. Devin Dampier, their quarterback, transfers from New Mexico. He's fantastic. This is the best team in the Big 12. They should roll. I hate giving up points like that. That's too many points even to an FCS team. I'm still going to go Utah.
For the full game?
Yeah.
Whew. All
They'll
right.
win like 50 to – Cal Poly not good. So 50-ish to 3-ish or something like that.
Okay. I'm on board.
go.
on board. Miami. Coming off big win over Notre Dame in week 1.
You're just going for the Mongo point totals here, aren't you?
55.5.
Is that it? It was 58 before. It's
coming down.
All right,
Money
because
coming in on who are they playing?
Bethune-Cookman, another
Bethune-Cookman.
FCS team. Where yes, it just depends on how much Miami wants to care and try. They'll be up 35-0 at halftime, and do they shut it down? Yes, of course Miami could win this thing 80-0. I'm just going to take the points because it's too obnoxious. Anytime you go, if you consistently take the underdog when there's a 50-point spread, you will come out ahead. Because again, if it's raining, if it's Florida, I don't even know what the weather is there, but I think Miami goes up fast. What did you say the spread was right now?
55.5.
They could win 55-0. And still blow out. So I did too many points, and if Bethune-Cookman comes up with any points, forget it. Just take the underdog, take the points. If it doesn't work, then move on.
Okay, here's a little bit closer spread. We're going to tighten things up here. North Carolina and Charlotte. Tar Heels, brutal performance in Bill Belichick's opener.
Not good.
It was not good. Actually, you know what? It was great for the first drive. They looked awesome.
Because he's a pro coach. And like all pro coaches, they spend all this time
scripting their first.
Exactly. I got my first 20 plays. And they looked like they're going to win the college football playoff national championship. Like, they looked great. And then TCU adjusted. And so, that did not look good. But, okay, you ready? So give me the spread right now.
It's moved up to 14.5 over on BetMGM.
You want me? I'm going to give you the final score. Again, if you don't want to know the final score to this game, if you're planning on watching, just for like the next 10 seconds. 44-6 North Carolina.
Really?
Charlotte's awful. You have You have a team that got embarrassed. They're going to get killed on the lines. It's still North Carolina's okay. They're not that bad. They're just going to come out and rip it up. I would be stunned if this team doesn't come out far different. The only hesitation I would have is it is a short week. You
played on Monday night.
But I don't think that's going to matter. I think they're going to come out today and just go off on this Charlotte team because it's played technically at Charlotte, but that's a North Carolina home game.
Okay. Another fairly close one. Kansas State, 1-1 on the year. They had the loss in Dublin, won last week, although it wasn't very pretty. They are 16.5-point favorites over Army.
Army gacks away a lot. This is not the Army team of last year. They're trying to pass it a little more. They don't have the running game quite as strong. And the problem is Kansas State does what Army can do, at least functionally, running game and control the clock, but they can do it a little bit better. And you're right, Kansas State's not been good so far. they're just going to bash away. The difference is for Army to win something like this or to come close, they got to dominate the time of possession battle. Kansas State will do just that. I think Kansas State wins relatively easy. I'm going to go 37-17. They cover. Not without a problem, but they're going to cover.
Okay. Houston and Rice.
Interesting. This game's always kind of Iowa State-ish. It kind of defies reason and logic because Houston should destroy Rice every year, and Rice always kind of seems to screw around and hang around a little bit enough. Houston's better, low scoring. I'm going to say Houston's going to win, maybe not cover. I don't think they're going to go off in this game, but this is a kind of a stay away sort of game. But Houston, yeah, I'll say they'll cover the 14. By the way, speaking of which, Houston, who are these people who are telling you that Missouri Kansas was going to be a low scoring game? You need to fire these people.
Well, they did not work for the BetMGM network.
Yes.
So we can keep them. Well, we don't keep them on our network. They were never here. Yeah. Just fans, people who went to these schools that think they are all in on
fans don't go by fans when it comes to betting.
Yeah.
Well,
which is why I took the over in it. And look, right now we got a
28-24 game. Do we hit it? We hit it already?
That's
I was promised there'd be no math on a betting show. What was the over?
It was 50.5. That gets us over.
Boom. Yeah, Christmas. There you go.
Woo. Gotta love it.
Get the pre-cut carrot wedges for your party now tomorrow. Don't you just splurge. Pay the extra $1 to get the ones that come the carrots and celery in the thing itself, as opposed to chopping them yourself.
No. Because last time I got those, they went bad. They got mushy.
Yeah. Well,
they come in the water. The pre-cut ones come in the water.
You're
they
making
stay fresh.
so much money today. You just throw them out and have the help. Go.
Let's
get
be real. We're not eating carrots tomorrow.
Fritos are awesome.
Fritos are awesome.
They really are.
All right, who we got coming up next? A little rapid fire here on the Bettor Angle. I'm going to go Tulane versus South Alabama, under 2 touchdowns. Tulane is the favorite here, 13.5.
I hate this because I had to pick 34-20. Tulane's good. Tulane's going to be the team that's going to be right in the mix for the Group of Five's college football playoff spot. They were great week 1 against Northwestern, forced a ton of turnovers. Best coach that doesn't have a big name quite yet, John Summerall. I'm going to say they win. This is probably more higher scoring than I have it, but I will say Tulane very sheepishly will cover this one. I'm not in love with it. I'm not in deep love, but I like it.
Well, I was in deep love with the Utah first half, and I didn't get it in time, and Utah has already scored a touchdown a minute into the game.
That's because you're busy here talking baseball. See, look, you lose focus for 1 second here, and
I really did.
Lives are lost. Now
I blame the internet.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, LSU versus La Tech tonight. I mean, that's 35.5. That's a big number, but I don't think that's necessarily too large.
It's the home opener for LSU should matter. How much are they coming down from the Clemson game? Usually Brian Kelly teams don't take it easy. And plus there's just enough of it's not a rivalry aspect, but
it's an in-state.
It's in-state where it's just enough to matter. So it's a lot of points to give away. If LSU want to win by that much, it can. It's just a question if they actually decide to do it or not.
Garrett Nussmeier, Heisman candidate?
I don't get him.
No,
I'm the one who's missing it. There's certain times. I admit that I have a blind spot when it comes to certain players in terms of pro prospects. I know we're supposed to think he's everything. I guess he's a functional looking NFL caliber quarterback, but I'm missing. He's got the arm strength. He's got the size. I'm just not quite there and thinking that's my franchise Super Bowl winning quarterback. Like he's going to have to be for being like the 10th overall pick that comes.
With Arch Manning's performance today, again, look who they were playing.
Doesn't matter. First of all, not to backtrack here. He's the number 1 overall pick. He's going to be a billionaire. He's going to be the guy. I mean, it's the opening game of his career. How dumb do you have to be to start your season in Columbus, Ohio against Ohio State? Texas, like play central directional cupcake first. Get the guy some reps. What are you doing going there? Matt Patricia, the defensive coordinator for Ohio State, had all offseason to plan to make 16's life awful, and he certainly did. So it's fine. Manning's going to be good. It's his first game. Oh, devastating! A missed field goal by Oregon. We only have
Oh, come on, Oregon.
What's our total at now?
I got to pull it up here. Oregon, Oklahoma State. I don't even know if it's still on the board.
Yeah, it's got to be off at this point.
It's not coming up. It's off the board right now.
Well, it was 55.5 probably when everyone got in. So let's go with the 55.5 that we were hoping for.
Oh, for them to cover.
Yeah.
And we still have a whole fourth quarter coming up,
We
too.
just want them to get to the over already. By the way, about to be 17-0 Troy over Clemson.
Dang. The total, it's 52.5. Oregon is favored.
Yeah, so we were about to get it with that missed field goal. And so, yeah.
Wow.
So we're fine.
Okay, if Clemson loses this game, though, I mean,
I know
it's not a conference game, but
no, I was not on board with Clemson being this be-all, end-all ACC champion team. I liked Miami.
I mean, they just had a pick six.
Cade. See, this is the thing about young quarterbacks. Arch Manning was so bad in his debut, and Ty Simpson with Alabama. Cade Klubnik's been around for 14 years, and he couldn't seem to handle the LSU defense. And that's just if that doesn't get batted down, it's a pick six from the defensive back. I mean, this is just
Is there any chance? I mean, this is a stretch here. I know I'm probably going to sound stupid saying this, but is there any chance that Clemson is the FSU of last year?
Wow, it's not a stupid thought, actually. Maybe not that deep, but look, if you start clunking, then it's hard to get. If you're coming into a season thinking national championship, and you start 0-2, which they're gonna come back, they have to. I mean, it's Troy's not that good, but let's say they do lose this. Look out, and going forward to advance it forward, if Clemson's really not this good. Look at North Carolina's schedule. Again, they miss everybody, and if Clemson's awful, and that's the one tough ACC game, I mean, as bad as North Carolina looked on Monday night, they're going to be they're going to be favored or a 50-50 in every game except Clemson the rest of the way.
You also have Florida State in the ACC that people weren't all that high in coming into the year, just like the casual fans, just because of what they did last year.
I still didn't. The team 2 years ago was overrated. The team last year was underrated. They just kind of got sad and decided to stop playing.
That's what I do when I get sad. I just kind of decide to stop.
Oh, it's actually true. We were talking about the guys I have writing for me and stuff. When Notre Dame lost on Monday night, they got sad and they don't want to write and do stuff. We all do that. When you get sad, you don't want to do things anymore. And that was Florida State. And that's about to your point. If Clemson gets sad, well, yeah, that's not okay.
Okay, Alabama fans are
Speaking
real
of sad.
Last week. Are they sad enough to not cover 34.5 against Louisiana Monroe?
They've got to. I mean, if you look, even if the coaches are above all this, if you're Kalen DeBoer, you're generational wealthy for the next 10 lifetimes. You already won. Who cares? You have a beautiful family. You're young.
Did you see the lady that said on the local news somewhere in Alabama that said if she wins the lottery, she's paying off Kalen DeBoer to get him out of there?
Sweet. If you're Kalen DeBoer, you're fine.
What is that, a $70 million buyout?
Okay. You're pay me to do. I don't have to deal with you people, and he'll go coach someone else and be awesome. Great. I don't people misfire on just how much coaches love to coach. They just want to coach anywhere. If they got all their money and they don't have to worry about it anymore, what do they care? It's fine. Look, again, he's not Nick Saban, but nobody is. You can't just come in there and just. But if you are Kalen DeBoer and you're Alabama, you got to come out and blow away Louisiana Monroe. Now, a little fun fact for you here. Nick Saban in his first year lost to Louisiana Monroe.
Oh,
I know. You can't speak ill of the man around there, but they lost to ULM in his rookie year. So it does happen. But I think you're about to see like a 52-0-ish kind of thing. So again, I'm not a huge fan of the massive point spreads. You're not getting over the 40 mark on the line here. Take Alabama.
All right. We still need to talk about Michigan, Oklahoma. We're going to save that one for 20 minutes from now.
How about I tease this?
All right.
What do you think in an NFL-like game? What do you think my final score prediction is?
24-20.
When I point to you, Pete, that means stuff. Yeah, 24-20. Exactly.
All right, we'll get all of Pete's NFL predictions coming up on the other side. We'll turn our attention to Sunday, Week 1, coming up next here on the Bettor Angle. thing kicks off tomorrow. It's officially kicked off, but like our first Sunday of NFL football where you get to sit on the couch from noon until 10 p.m.
Yeah.
And just rot all day long.
Awesome. Yeah, no, and again, the Thursday, the kickoff game, I get it. The defending Super Bowl champs, yeah, that's one thing. The last night's game didn't count because it was on YouTube, and the halftime show is actually the most important thing.
Who performed at the halftime show?
Right,
Some girl that I don't know her name.
Nobody
of because
does, but
my
she's
pop
like
culture
Brazilian's like
Okay.
Karen G. But
okay, but
whoever,
a Brazilian pop star.
She was dressed up like a pineapple, and
she really?
looked. Let me just say, the text chain from my friends was interesting when it came to they approved.
They approved. Okay, good to know.
Yeah,
Good
so she's probably ecstatic about that.
Yeah. I heard she was a big deal. So good for YouTube. You got to start off strong.
It was. Let's just say it's a thing. I'll leave it there. It was a thing.
Okay. Things are good.
Yeah.
All right. So games tomorrow.
By the way, I still think I'm still on Oklahoma State to cover this. I think they're going to come back.
I think we just cut our losses.
I do believe that Oklahoma State still has a shot on the money line here. Down 62-3 with 16:09 to go. I think right where they want them. You're just playing possum. But see, so sometimes look, hug and then I live. I'm bad. I hate you. I missed on the Oklahoma State covering, but I gave you the over. So sometimes
there we go. You got to pick and choose between. You got to cut through the weeds. Figure out what's actually going to happen.
What did I miss? Somehow Clemson scored a touchdown, then it didn't score a touchdown. Now it's 16-3, and half the Clemson fans have left because they're bad at football and they have nothing to do now.
Well, I wonder if some of that was likely from the delay. Like maybe it rained so hard. All the students
you live in
went to the
Clemson.
bars.
What are you going to do now? Why don't you just go back in the stadium and watch?
Well, and your team's down, you're looking at an 0-2 start to the season. The next Florida State.
Well, you can go be sad later. Don't you want to watch your football game? Isn't that kind of what you do there in Clemson?
Yeah, probably.
All right.
I only went to a handful of Iowa games. We went to the bars.
Oh yeah, instead of going to the game itself.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that.
Yeah. All right, we got to talk NFL. Any game that you feel strongly about tomorrow, Pete. Otherwise, I will throw out some and my takes.
Throw them out because I don't actually have a diehard. I'm actually liking the idea of the Bears coming out Monday night and playing well. I actually am kind of a believer that this thing's going to work right away. I'm also, unlike what Pete Bursick said, I kind of also a believer that J.J. McCarthy's going to go off. I think they're just going to be like, dude, go out there and rip it, and just go. And they're not. I don't think it's going to be this safe game and rely on the defense. So
maybe we're looking at an over.
Oh dear God, look at this Oregon thing. Speaking of overs, we're thunder dunking that. Oops, 69-3.
Go
for two. Go for two, Oregon. Go for the 70.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Oklahoma State's just sad and they're going to stop trying.
Oh, do you think? That ship sailed a little while ago here. But no, so the one game I actually do like is the Bears to win 24-10 or 24-20. I'm sorry, 24-20.
Which would hit the over 43.5 now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an offensive game. And I think Caleb Williams comes out and plays well. I think this thing is going to work. He's better than everyone gave him credit for. Again, he's not Jaden Daniels. I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to be Jaden Daniels this year. So we'll see.
One of my favorite plays tomorrow is as I look for it, the Giants plus 6.5 against the Commanders.
That scares me because everyone loves the Giants.
I know.
Tomorrow.
Why?
Because they've got great defense, and what you're just saying that Jaden Daniels is going to be Jaden Daniels. That he's going to come out and maybe not be so great. And the Giants' defensive front is really good.
Yeah, but they're not going to score.
But people think Russell Wilson will probably maybe be at least somewhat effective. He was effective in some games for the Steelers last year. He wasn't terrible. His numbers were not bad. They've got a good wide receiver, Malik Neighbors, right? So
yeah. The only concern is Andrew Thomas, who is doubtful for tomorrow. You kind of need him on your offensive line. The other thing is that, I mean, historically,
Did you need a running game? I know
the Giants have played the Commanders extremely close.
That's because it's the NFL and everyone plays each other extremely close.
So 6.5 in the opener.
Yes.
Like weird things happen in the opener.
Okay,
I'm going to be
so
on more dogs tomorrow than I am favorite.
Fine. So I'm actually going to, I joke, haha. I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to say Commanders 24-20. So win, but they don't cover.
Okay,
because it's the NFL.
Perfect.
Every NFL game is close.
This is why I feel like the Giants. It's Brian Dable is in a must-win season. And this is like just a spot where the Giants...
So they're going to try now?
Giants come out on the road early and beat the Commanders, who were America's darlings last year, right? Made it to the NFC Championship game, got destroyed by the Eagles, beat a banged-up Lions team. But no, impressive season last year, and Jaden Daniels was fantastic. So just... I don't know.
I think if I really was doing this, I'd be like 34-10. They're not. I don't believe in Russell Wilson.
I'll give you a call tomorrow when the Giants cover, Pete.
All right, fine.
All right, fine.
Well, you can tell when when Randy and I show up unannounced, and we to the party tomorrow, and we'll discuss.
Then we'll talk.
You know what game really intrigues me?
Yeah.
Is the Lions Packers.
Yeah.
For so many reasons, because the Lions beat them both times last year. Went in there and beat them. Lambeau. Both coordinators are gone. That storyline is I'm tired of it being talked about. But the Packers have Micah Parsons, right? They have some injuries as well.
Parsons even gonna, but
he's questionable if he's going to play. If he does play, how much will he play?
Take the shot.
I'm just very curious if the Lions are still the Lions, right?
Yes.
Because they were really good last year. I think they were playing guys off the street basically on their defense at the end of the season. So but will they be able to adjust and be? I mean, now their offensive coordinator, I believe, was on the staff.
He was.
To your direct point, I'm not buying this at all. I'm not a believer. Like in colleges, coordinators really matter. NFL, it's a mindset. So if you've got you've got the guy at the top there who's the anti-Kirk Ferentz when it comes to wanting to do winning. I want to win head coach.
Campbell.
It all trickles down from there. So if you've got NFL coordinators who have, again, there's a talent there, obviously, when it comes to X's and O's. I don't see Detroit falling off. They're probably not going to do that again, but I don't see that all of a sudden this offense starts to stop. Jared Goff is still good. The running backs are still there. The line is still among the best in the NFL. And I don't buy in this whole Packers thing either. So
the Lions are underdog. They're like what, plus 115?
2.5. Yeah, 2.5 point underdog.
I'm fine. The money line? Go with the Lions, 24-20.
Okay, I've got another interesting game for you because everyone, for some reason, now is saying the Arizona Cardinals are kind of a sleeper team. And they're like 6-point favorites.
There's
on the
no
road.
reason behind that, though. I know what you're talking about.
And people are saying this is the year Kyler Murray.
No, this is Kyler Murray's going to be great through the first 6-7 weeks of the season.
Okay, and then
Kyler Murray's been there since they were in St. Louis. Like, eventually, it's going to be.
But they're playing the Saints, who are really bad, and they're
Saints
starting a guy who was 0-6 last year at quarterback. So I know they have Kellen Moore, who's a really good offensive mind. So I'm just curious if the Cardinals. I mean, every game intrigues me tomorrow, but Marvin Harrison Jr., when I saw him at Ohio State, I'm like, this guy is going to have 2 touchdowns every week.
We were on this show. This was, God, I can't remember the name. It was you had the Ohio
Clay
State.
Harbor.
Yeah. No, we were on the Ohio State producer in the back. This was a couple years
Kevin
ago.
Lapka.
Yeah, Kevin. Yeah. And he was that's when Jackson Smith-Njigba was the big thing. He's like, wait do you see this Marvin Harrison guy? He's like the thing. And obviously he's great. But there's weapons now. This is a good Arizona team, but I don't know. Kyler Murray, if he hasn't done it yet, now he's supposed to do it. I'm
considering betting Marvin Harrison Jr. for an anytime touchdown tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't know if I want to bet Cardinals 6.5. Like we just said, everything in the NFL is close. Spencer Rattler's not a good quarterback. Objectively.
He's okay.
No.
I mean, he put...
But this is the NFL. They're at home opener. I don't know. 6.5 is a lot of points. But I think I can get on board with
2 Oklahoma quarterbacks at it.
Kate, I'm tempted to go Marvin Harrison Jr. for 2.
Are you?
This is crazy. This is madness.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, Jalen Hurts, I had him for 2 touchdowns,
Did you?
but it's almost like not that exciting because it was like plus 300 because
that's nothing.
Yeah, because he's expected to score right, and he scored in the first half too, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Kansas just scored 31-28, and this is a fantastic border war happening right now. 8 minutes left. They finally got Jalen Daniels working, and this offense has clicked on that drive.
How good is the coach of Kansas, which no one
I
knows
love
about?
him.
He was at one point the coach of University of Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yeah, he went like 83-9 or something insane like that. He has been awesome everywhere he goes, and it gets lost. Kansas was awful before he took over, just next level horrible. You go to NASCAR this thing and say who's the guy who can coach his and beat yours and yours and beat his, whatever that line is. He's like Lance Leipold, as good as it gets.
Mic drop.
Boom, done.
I'm gonna bet the Dolphins tomorrow.
What?
I hate the Dolphins.
Why?
I think the Dolphins are going to be awful on
They
the
are
season.
because, I say this not to be glib, but when, not if, Tua gets hurt, then the whole thing blows up.
Exactly. So I'm going to bet the Dolphins while Tua's still healthy. The Dolphins historically start off the year very strong. They're 0-3 in their last 4 years under Mike McDonald.
Is there anything on A-Chan?
What do you mean, anything? Any props?
Is he okay?
I think he's going to be playing.
I mean, but he's like limping already. But that offense should click. They've got so many weapons there. I mean, it is going to blow up because Tyreek Hill is going to melt down at some point. And Jalen Waddle has not been what he should have been last year. They have more parts. They have Ollie Gordon is a nice backup. They've got a lot there. And Tua's healthy for now. So I'm with
Kenny's
you.
in the chat saying it's a trap. Don't do it. Trying to talk me out of it.
Wow.
I'm not going to listen, Kenny. But it's like the bump for answering.
What's the line?
Jim Irsay, 1.5. Colts are favored. So it's basically a pick 'em.
Of course.
I'm sticking to my guns.
Yeah, no. You always go with your first answer, which is always C in the multiple choice.
Yeah, it actually always was.
Of course it was. So always go with your first answer, and I'm with you. I yes. And Wisconsin rolling national championship. Here we go.
Oh, 21-10.
28-10 to you,
28-10.
Iowa.
Wow, Wisco.
We score points around here.
Okay.
They've got Bama. Bama, is that next week or they have a week off and then Bama? I can't remember.
It's basically they have 2 weeks off because they're going to get slaughtered by Bama. What are you doing? Why do you willingly choose to play Alabama? Like, you don't have to.
But wasn't that scheduled? I mean, of course, Bama was probably even better then when they scheduled it.
Yeah,
like
no, the whole
ago.
point, the idea was, this is before this current group, is Barry Alvarez back when he was in charge of stuff, was kind of when he was the grand poobah of all things Big Ten, was like, the Big Ten should play better non-conference games and blah, 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 blah. So we're gonna do this. Meanwhile, Penn State's playing, just nobody over the first 3 games. And like the Michigan won the national championship, it didn't exactly extend itself. But sometimes these things happen. Look at your Clemson Tigers right now. Look what happens. It rains a little bit, everyone goes home. It's 16-3 at halftime. It's just
they're gonna get beat by Troy.
They're not gonna lose to Troy.
The biggest
Let's do this. What's the second half line here for Clemson?
All right, let's do this. Well, I got to pull it up here, so give me a sec.
Okay, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Rhode Island's not road.
I want to know. Here's the topic while I look. Randy, are you betting Josh Allen and the Bills tomorrow?
Wow. I am betting the Ravens tomorrow.
Are you?
Yes.
Why is that?
There,
I think I am
So
too.
conditions not great, potentially.
At Clemson, we're all over the place.
No, in Buffalo. So actually, you know what? Prop bet. Mark Andrews doing something big. They're gonna try to give Mark Andrews something.
Yes.
Like we're gonna throw it to you 10 times in a row to.
I still say that wasn't all his fault, by the way. Because
of course it was. You got to make that catch, but still.
I can't find the second half.
I can't either. Yeah. We have no second
because
half.
it's off because of the rain delay.
But just
they're probably going to set it at halftime. There's 4 seconds left. They want to see if they score
that
here.
It looks like Clemson was still minus 225 to win. So
yeah.
It's crazy.
I don't know if I would lay that right
now. Yes, they're not going to lose to Troy. There you go. There's your missed field goal. It starts here.
No good.
Get in the locker room, have a couple orange slices, and come back out and
a little Capri Sun.
Exactly. Capri Sun, some orange slices, and some encouraging words, and then you come back out, and then you go for pizza after. Actually, literally, I think they do that. I think Clemson actually does do it. Like
orange slices or pizza.
The pizza party, as if they're like going to Chuck E. Cheese or something.
Really?
Yes, Dabo does do that.
Dabo's quite the guy.
Dabo's the thing. Dabo's Dabo.
Well, his name is Dabo.
His name is Dabo.
Is that his real name?
You'd think I would know that. It's not, but no. He's actually a really good dude, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Oklahoma, Michigan. Pete's got the full breakdown. Coming up on the other side, as we wrap up the show, we'll give you our best bets for the weekend, build a show parlay. Kenny's got home run bets all coming your way next.
We won the parlay last time we did this.
Angle.
Last time we were here, we won. done everything I could possibly do to help this thing out. I can't do more than this.
No, you can't. You've done your job. You've earned your keep for today.
And I'm about to give you more.
That's the thing.
You
That's
wanting
the thing,
public,
is
demanding more.
We do the only top 25 matchup this week is Michigan and Oklahoma.
By the way, are we right that we are 2 for 2 on parlays when I've been on this show?
We are.
We don't parlay around here. That's rule number 1. We don't
You do
parlay.
not
Rule number
parlay.
2, we do not parlay.
Rule number 3, we do not lose parlays.
Exactly. So, but if you're going to parlay, do it right. And we're about to do responsible parlay.
Okay, but first, Michigan and Oklahoma. I just bet Oklahoma first half -2.5. The line keeps coming down in favor of Michigan. It was 6.5 for the full game, down to 4.5.
Ain't crazy. It's same diff as like being like home for the game, because if you like the home field advantage, and the home field always gets 3 points, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
2.5. Yeah, okay, I'm good.
You got Bryce Underwood is as good as he is being talked about right now. I think he still has a little bit to prove. He's a freshman.
I've learned that having 2 kids in college, I've learned more than ever before. 1, that recruiting high school kids is just creepy, and 2, that basically all these guys we're watching playing now, they're all noodle heads. They're all just college kids.
Everyone in college is a noodle head.
So are we, but even
we're smart
worse.
Noodle heads.
Exactly. They have their lives ahead of them, and like they have fun stuff going on. So.
Okay, so if you were to bet this game, Pete, this is the last bet you have to make for today.
24-20 on this one. No, but seriously, I actually do think I do think it's good. Oklahoma, it's the line's not big enough. I want it to be. I'd like a little more. What do you got at that right now?
Well, the first half I got 2.5.
How about
the full
overall?
Game, 4.5.
Yeah,
it was 6.5. So everyone's buying in on Michigan.
You
right
know
now.
what? I'm gonna misquote myself here, even though I do think that I don't like going backdoor covers like that. But Michigan could win it, which is part of the reason why I kind of like the 24-20 call. But Oklahoma's, I think, going to be better. Michigan, I think, is going to play great on the road. So I you know what? I'll stay with it. Michigan and the points. Go with your first thought.
Michigan and the points.
How convincing was that?
That was pretty convincing.
Yeah, sold you.
Yeah. Well, we've done pretty well on all our other bets.
We
today.
sure have.
We had the over in Missouri, Kansas, the border war.
Yeah, what's Cincinnati Bowling Green score right now?
Well, that's a good question.
So I think it was 34-17 last time I checked.
All right, so I got Cincinnati minus 22.5. Here are my picks of the week. I do think Mississippi State. I've called this all off season. I'm not leaving now. Mississippi State outright against Arizona State, but you're giving me points. I will take it. That's coming up later. San Diego State's going to lose at Washington State. 1.5. On the road. The Aztecs aren't that good quite yet, not buying into it. Point total, 55 of Oklahoma State, Oregon. We just laughed at that. We just mock and ridicule that. Don't insult me, Vegas lines with a 55.5. We'll just cheerfully ignore the fact I went with Oklahoma State to cover the 20. Nothing to see here. Loving North Carolina in 2 touchdowns in Charlotte. Again, Kansas, Missouri, you insult us. Of course that was going over. Of course that was going over.
We still got 3 minutes left in the game, and we're at 66?
Yeah, come on. I mean, that's just embarrassing. Akron, Nebraska, again, another over. 47.5. This is because last week everything was under. Last week it was all about the defenses, and all the lines, all the little AI stuff said, "Oh yeah, we're gonna go with the algorithms." That's going to be over. Nebraska can put 47 up by itself. And speaking of over, my number 1 pick of the week was Texas Tech. Kent State, the point total was 58.5, and Texas Tech won 119-3. So that was easy. So it's over day here.
It has been over day.
Speaking of which, the anti-over, Florida 9-6 against USF in the third quarter. Kind of want to see a little more of the Gators here.
That way, yeah. We could DJ Lagway.
Yeah, I know I'm supposed to think he's great. He's fine.
I'm not totally bought in on him either. I know a lot of people like him for the Heisman.
Yeah, him, Lenora Sellers, I guess, and Lenora Sellers has a ton of NFL talent. Yeah, I'm not quite fully buying in yet, even though I probably should. LSU quarterback, I'm not buying in all the SEC hype around quarterbacks other than Eli, which I'm all in on, and John Mateer, by the way, tonight.
John Mateer.
I think John Mateer is going to show up
John
tonight.
Mateer's my Heisman pick.
Yeah.
All right, let's build our show parlay. Randy, you want to start us off? Can be tonight, tomorrow, Monday night?
I'm going to go Lions money line
All right.
tomorrow against the Green Bay Packers. I think Detroit's going to come out and win again against the Pack.
Win. Absolutely, you're correct.
Wonderful. Kenny put something in the chat for us.
No, I can. I
you
can
can talk.
Yeah,
I didn't
good.
know you could talk this whole time.
Yeah, no, I can talk. I'm fine. I'm just not feeling my best today. I got the Texans +3 tomorrow. I think it'll be a field goal game. I think that this Texans team with this defense can limit Stafford, and a guy who's been limited all summer because of his back. I think the Rams could win this game, but I'll definitely take the 3 points with the Texans in this game. And what I think will be a really close game.
Parlay, we're sunk. All right, fine. I'll hold up my end with Nebraska at 47.5 point total with Akron. That's happening. And you know what? If you want to go North Carolina again, add another one.
I'm going to go North Carolina. I already bet them. I put one of my BetMGM free bets on it.
They should. If it doesn't, here's the way I put this. If that doesn't work, it's not your fault. Because it should hit. North Carolina, Charlotte's awful. North Carolina's better than that. 13.5 is like just giving you 2 touchdowns.
Right.
So like if it doesn't work, that's Bill Belichick's fault. That is not he did not prepare his team.
That's Jordan Hudson's fault. We blame the girl.
Exactly. No, I don't blame her. She's a sweet gig for her. I don't blame Belichick either. Nice going, dude. But like that's their fault, not our fault if they don't cover this.
That's true. That's true. We should get our stake back in bonus bets.
Yeah,
for our
exactly.
bonus bet.
Exactly.
Kenny, do you want to give us some no longer home run bets? Baseball is over. Let's go touchdown bets.
Yeah, does Randy have his pen out? I know he's going to want these. If not,
I'm ready to go, Kenny.
All right, so 2 in the Commanders-Giants game. Malik Neighbors, he's +150. I don't know why he's that price, but we'll take it. Deebo Samuel +190. Remember, they traded away Brian Robinson. Samuel's going to get a lot of work on the ground tomorrow as well through the air. Justin Fields is over 2-1. He's +220. I know the Steelers' defense is good, but anytime Fields is over 2-1 in any football game he plays in, I would snag that. Emeka Egbuka is also over 2-1. He's going to be the number 2 in the high-potent Bucs offense against a weak Falcons defense. The later games, Jamison Williams +240. He's going to be unleashed this year in this Lions offense. Nico Collins +125. Not sure why he's plus money because the Rams secondary isn't strong and he's the red zone and deep threat guy. Number 1 of the best 10 receivers in the league. And then on the Sunday night game, the 2 tight ends, Mark Andrews and Dalton Kincaid, who dropped the final pass of their team's season last year. So those are the 8 guys I got tomorrow for touchdown scores.
Wow, 11 minutes to go in the show, and he's bringing it, man. We could have used this before. Man, I'm talking about this stuff for but nobody cares about your fantasy team. I know, but I've been dying over whether or not to play Deebo all week. So
now you were going to play him.
That means
Deebo's
I have to sit
scoring.
Austin Eckler, which I do not like. But anyway.
I kind of like Austin Eckler.
I know you do. That's why
Yeah.
why I'm not playing. Anyway, nobody cares about your fantasy or your golf or your kid or your dog or anything. So I get it. So, but anyway,
Kenny, who are the dogs outside of Texas? Because I love Texas, the Texans rather, tomorrow as well.
I think there's a lot of live dogs. Of course, I like the Raiders against the Patriots. Honestly, I think that if this game was in Vegas, they would be obviously the favorite. They should be the favorite. And I think this game, if you're getting 2.5, they're definitely live to win the game too. It's tough. I think the Browns are obviously live against the Bengals just because of the history of Joe Burrow in week 1 in this Bengals team. But I could also see a world where the Bengals crush them. And then in the later games, I like Seattle at home against this Niners team that I just don't think is fully ready. I think the Niners are going to pick it up, but just not this week. I think Seattle's defense takes care of
We're assuming that all this McCaffrey's just going to go off, right? Like this whole thing's just kind of
I'm operating with Christian McCaffrey as he is now the LeBron James of the injury report. He is on the injury report every single week.
Yeah, it seems like he's all right, but
it's not a good sign. Like, this is just deja vu after what happened last year.
Yeah.
Fine all offseason, then a week before he goes on the injury report, and all of a sudden he's...
Yeah, gee, thanks, Dave. Like, thanks for that. Like, not gonna, again, nobody cares about your fancy. But if you're a 49ers fan, there's a reason. They got Brian Robinson. They had to know something. You don't just go figure out Brian Robinson unless you're assuming, wait a minute, our main guy might
go down at some point.
Might go down, like, now. That Yeah, so that just doesn't. Something's not right with this team. Bad vibes.
Which
Unlike
is-
our Badgers, who are on their way to the college football playoff national championship, just opening up on Middle Tennessee. Not even fair.
They're covering now, I believe, too.
They are.
Yeah.
What was the
I think
line?
it was 22.5.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Go Bucky.
Woo! Points, scores. Yay.
Well, Pete, we did our job today.
We did something. I don't know what it was, but we won games. We figured out your dip. We figured out the spread for tomorrow for you, so you're good. Is this live? Missouri. Wow.
That is live.
That is live.
That is live. Wow.
Wow.
Another touchdown?
Mizzou.
2 minutes left. Missouri puts on another. They were already up 35-31.
Mizzou might cover the total by itself. Tell the Kate insiders who are telling their naysayers otherwise.
63-yard run for a TD.
Oh man.
Those Kansas fans are pretty sad right now.
Those are sad Kansas fans, and they really are, because this game really is a deal for them. But Missouri's going to be an interesting team all season long. I mean, they got explosion, they've got pop, and they don't have a ton of defense. 21-3 Utah Cal Poly. Did you do something with this first half?
Me?
Yes, Utah Cal Poly.
No, because I didn't get it in on time.
Oh, that's right.
Which is stupid because I would be winning right now, but the internet.
What was the line on that?
I want to say 21.5.
Yeah, they care in the first half.
Yeah.
But
not great. Not great.
Blame the internet.
I do blame the internet. That was the issue. Overall, no issues. Made a lot of money today.
I can't do anything more than we did. I give, and just we've accomplished this. Hopefully, we made the world a lot more money today.
And now it is time to go home. Pete Futek, I'm Kate Constable. Thanks for listening to the Better Angle. We'll see you back here at the same time next week.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.